individual, this is the check amount, and sends that on to the payroll company, the grant issuer. The grant issuer cuts the checks, mails the checks to each employer for the eligible employees for that employer. The employer is then responsible for distributing those within 5 days of receipt. And so that's basically the process. So you've got the companies contact one entity. That entity works with the payroll company. The payroll company then sends the checks back to the employer. The reason we have a separate entity collecting the data and a separate payroll company is because the payroll company that we talk to that has the capacity to handle issuing, we're talking 20 or possibly 30,000 checks. They don't have the capacity to also be aggregating all the payroll data and breaking that down. So you need a separate entity to do that, whether that's the state or a private contractor hired by the state, would be up to the Secretary of Administration to determine. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's a pretzel-like process, but so each company submits the information to a state agency, the state agency submits it to the payroll company prints the checks, sends the checks to the employer, and the employer distributes physical checks. Right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So that's the process. It's up to you to decide if that's an appropriate process, I guess. It's not my place to weigh in on that. So and that's covered in sections 4 through 6. So I'll kind of point that out to you as we get there. Section 3, because there's going to be a lot of personally identifiable information that's collected by the program, safeguarding that is a definite concern. So this basically requires that any entity of state government or any entity that the secretary contracts with has to keep any PII that's collected confidential, and that information is exempt from inspection and copying under the Public Records Act. It would probably be exempt anyway, but this is belts and suspenders to ensure that it is confidential and exempt. The Secretary of Administration has to ensure that appropriate safeguards and procedures to protect that information are implemented by everyone who's involved in the program, and that state agencies shall not disclose an individual's social security number to another state entity or contractor unless that disclosure is necessary. This is repeating a requirement that we put in with the, this could have been the data brokers law from a couple of years ago. And then we've referenced that law, 9 VSA chapter 62, which protects PII and social security numbers, basically
Damien,
again as belts and suspenders.
Would the different entities within the program who may need this information, would they have to have an MOU between them to share it? Or does this just give them the ability to do that without that?
So I am not sure if 9 VSA chapter 62 requires an MOU. If it does, they have to have it. That's our data protection law. Okay. It applies to both state and private entities. Yep. If that is not required under that law, then it's up to the secretary to determine whether they want to have an MOU or incorporate that into the terms of the contract or something else.
Okay.
Any procedures or safeguards that are adopted by the secretary, the terms of the law require any contractors to comply with that anyway. So,
okay.
Yeah. So there's multiple sort of redundant requirements that these entities are going to have to comply with the protections for personally identifiable information. But if the Secretary of Administration thinks that it's appropriate or the existing law requires it, the MOU has to be part of that.
Okay, thank you.
So personally identifiable information for our purposes are name, address, date of birth, place of birth, mother's maiden name, unique biometric data generated from measurements or technical analysis of human body characteristics, such as a fingerprint, retina image, or other unique physical representation. The reason this was added in is for the simple reason that as devices are developing here, I have 3 devices with me. All 3 of them will take a fingerprint and use that to enter in a password. So this is just kind of put on there as belts and suspenders. Name or address, and then social security number or any other information that either alone or in combination would allow a reasonable person to identify an individual. And that's sort of the catch-all. And I see another question from Representative Kimball.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I'm just thinking, Damien, does this mirror the existing language and statute? I mean, when you're talking about item number 6, the unique biometric data, I believe that we did include that in.
I copied that language directly. This list is slightly different because it doesn't include, for example, bank information, which isn't part of this. We don't do direct deposit here. So there were some things that are in the data brokers law in that listing that applies specifically to like financial institutions that are not on this list. So,
okay.
but
I just wonder, are we creating another place where personally identifiable information in statute has a different meaning than another place in statute?
Yeah, I think there are 2 slightly different definitions in Chapter 62. I'd have to double check. But I mean, another option is to cross-reference the one or the other of those if you think it covers everything. It's been a few weeks since I drafted this, so I can't remember why I chose to go with the list rather than a cross-reference, but except that the list here closely fits this. And it's worth noting that this is a session law. It's not going to be permanently in the green books. So this is a law with limited applicability through the beginning of next year. This expires, well, I mean, really this expires probably before the end of the year because the program will be done.
Yeah, all right, so, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other questions on that? Okay, so the grant payment. Grants are payable in 2 amounts. If you've worked at least 108 hours for a covered employer, as an eligible employee, you're eligible to receive a grant of $1,000 for that monthly period. If you've worked between 34 or at least 34 hours and less than 108, the grant amount is $600. So the number of hours actually worked includes any hours of paid either under the Federal Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act or Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, or through the employer's sick time provisions that's used because the employee contracted COVID-19 or is quarantined because of exposure to COVID-19. The reason that's included is because, again, this is about recognizing folks who are at a heightened risk, and it would seem, well, it would seem odd to penalize folks who have actually been knowingly exposed or gotten sick. But the number of hours does not include hours of paid leave taken to care for another individual, or any hours of remote or telework performed by an eligible employee. So again, we're looking at the risk period, not the periods when you're not at a risk. Questions on that? Okay. An eligible employee who qualifies for the grant is permitted to receive up to 2 grants per month, per monthly period for work performed at different covered employers. This gets to Representative Marcotte's scenario earlier, where someone performs part-time work for multiple employers. In this version, though, they're continuing to work for 2 or more of those, and they basically get a grant for the 2 at which they work the greatest amount during that month. The one sort of funny one potential consequence of this is that you may have someone who works, say, 80 hours in a month between 2 part-time jobs who's receiving $1,200 in grants versus someone who's working 120 hours at one job who's only receiving $1,000 in grants. Not saying that that's good or bad, it's just because of the administrative sort of simplification of this. You may have some folks who are working less but receiving more than folks in other jobs. The grants are sent to the covered employer, who gives the grant checks to the employees. Subdivision 2 here is just designating ERIS, who's the fiscal agent for the independent direct support providers, giving them authority to distribute the grant checks. The checks are issued according to a schedule adopted by the secretary. Subsection F here is important because one of the things is JFO has done projections to try to figure out approximately how many grants would go out. But there is a level of uncertainty. So this requires the Secretary of Administration to determine as quickly as practicable whether sufficient funds will remain for the second monthly period. And if there are insufficient funds to pay the full grants, to basically prorate the grants down so that all of the claims can be paid. So you could see reduced grants in the second monthly period. And then the sub 2 here.
Gene, you have a
basically
question?
Yep.
Thank you. Just quickly, what factors would reduce that pool of money that we couldn't get, that we can't draw any more down?
Yeah, so there's a specific amount appropriated later in the bill, $60 million. And the projected uptake on this is $30 million a month. But say in the first month, we have $35 million in claims. Right. In the second month, if the secretary anticipates the number of claims being the same or higher, they may prorate the amount of the benefit to ensure that all the claims that they're projecting can be paid.
And there's no opportunity, we would not have an opportunity to reach back out for more funding from the feds on this?
Well, so this is money that's being taken out of the fixed $1.25 billion coronavirus relief fund pool. And so this is basically 60 million of that that's being dedicated for this purpose, and we're assuming the rest is going to be spent on other things. And so very likely by the time we reach that point, it's going to be so late in our initial session here that we won't have time to make a supplemental appropriation. So that's what this is addressing.
The problem I see, I understand what the challenge I see is, as we're seeing with the PUA, a lot of people will have expectations based upon the original grant amount, and they won't get the second grant. They could get a lower grant amount, and consequently will be calling all of us irate or upset or concerned. So I don't know how we act. I just want to highlight that. I don't have an answer for it, but I wanted the committee to think about that, because I don't know if we're creating, it's like what Representative Kimball's concerns around all of those checks and how that is going to get done. I'm concerned about building expectations, and I don't have an answer. It's more of a comment. So thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. So the last piece here is just standard income tax withholding language. So basically with the initial grant, they get notice that the grant is subject to income tax withholding. And then we require the grant issuer to follow the procedures under federal and state law for withholding income tax.
So does that mean that the employer or the employee would have to provide a W-4 to them?
So this means that the employer would have to provide withholding information to the entity, and then the entity would basically be telling the grant issuer how much to withhold.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, and I assume that's through a W-4 or a copy of a W-4.
Probably,
but
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another way to do that. All right. So the section 5, and sort of just the backwards way my mind was thinking when I drafted this, is the enrollment in the program piece rather than the payment piece. So in order to enroll in the program, the covered employer has to submit a notice of enrollment in a form specified by the secretary that includes information demonstrating that they're a covered employer. And then the covered employer has to agree as a condition of enrolling in the program to make all books and records related to work performed by eligible employees during the program period available upon request to the secretary or the secretary's designee or the attorney general for inspection. This allows an audit to occur if there's a question of whether fraud occurred or something like that. And then not to require any eligible employee to pay an administrative fee or other charge in relation to the employer requesting or obtaining the grant payment, and not to reduce the compensation of the employee, including any related bonuses or premiums. So this is basically, to enroll in the program, you have to agree that you're not going to reduce pay to your employees or charge them for this grant or something else. And that you're also going to make your books and records available. The exception to the reduction in pay is for covered employers who receive reimbursements for services through AHS or a department within AHS at rates that are set through a rate setting process or by rule or pursuant to a provision in a grant from the AHS or one of its departments, or a contract with AHS or one of its departments, or any combination of those. And this is basically folks who receive fixed reimbursements, like through Medicaid or something like that, where their rates are fixed, and right now they may be paying hazard pay that is digging into their bottom line. This would allow them to reduce their rates basically in order to help them continue functioning and not run out of funding, or to reduce their pay rates in order to do that.
I think Gene has a question. No? Okay.
So covered employer that has enrolled in the program has to submit the request for grant payments in the form specified by the secretary for each month pursuant to a schedule set by the secretary. The secretary would specify the information that must be provided, such as documentation for income tax withholding. Again, we are providing the authorization for Eris Solutions to provide this information for the sole purpose of providing grants to the independent direct support providers, and then requiring them to make that documentation available for purposes of an audit. Importantly here at line 14, and this gets to one of the issues that has been raised, is nothing requires an employer to enroll in this program. And this is recognizing that there are covered employers who either or folks who may be on the line and are not sure they qualify or may not have the capacity right now to deal with the paperwork and enroll in the program. Or number two here, the language on 17 neglects or fails to submit a request for grant payments for any monthly period would not be liable to its eligible employees for any amounts that they may have been entitled to. So essentially, if you're a covered employer and you neglected to submit a request for one of your eligible employees for a monthly period there because you miscalculated their eligible hours or something, you're not liable to them for the grant that they would have been entitled to. And it's recognizing that not all covered employers may want to participate in the program, or that, covered employers are human and under a lot of pressure right now, and they may make a mistake, and we don't want them to be facing a claim for $600 plus statutory interest because they made a bookkeeping mistake and forgot to submit a grant request.
Back up above a little bit when we were talking about the Attorney General or the Secretary for audits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, are those the appropriate people that we should be naming? I would think it'd be more like the tax department, wouldn't it? They have the resources and they do audits, they have that ability.
So the way this is set up, and so when I say audits, we do think of tax audits a lot. What we're basically looking at here is compliance is enforced through basically complaint-driven audits or investigations. So when I say audits, I mean, basically what the AG is going to be doing is looking at records to make sure that your records match up with what you submitted for a grant request. But it's treated, the enforcement mechanism that the Senate opted for here is basically treating this as a consumer fraud case here, where you're basically defrauding the state, but you're subject to the penalties for an unfair act in commerce. So you're using a state benefit program to supplement the pay to your employees during this period of time. And so that's what they opted for, not wanting to create an additional audit bureaucracy. And then the secretary or the secretary's designee would allow the Secretary of Administration to either use state staff or to hire an outside auditing company to go through and review the financial records.
Okay.
In order to ensure compliance.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So the grants for eligible home health and nursing home employees, again, as I discussed above, these are done in consultation with AHS, Dale, and DEVA. The grant amounts are the same based on hours. The difference is the salary cap of $25 or more per hour is not in place. And that's set, basically that whole process is set by the Secretary of Administration in consultation with AHS, DEVA, and Dale. And then there's one additional piece here where eligible employee includes individuals who are licensed to provide physical, speech, respiratory, or occupational therapy, and they provide those services at or on behalf of a nursing home or home health agency. They engage in direct patient care, but they're employed by a separate entity that the home health agency or nursing home contracts with for the provision of those services. So this is something that the Senate Appropriations Committee became aware of during the process here, is that a lot of nursing homes or home health agencies will contract out rather than having one of these therapists on staff. And it allows them to provide these services that are necessary, but these folks are employed by someone else who might not be covered as a covered employer.
You have traveling nurses that hospitals and nursing homes and home health agencies also employ. So
Yeah. So there are a number of these groups. One of the ones that they heard from in the Senate was an individual who provides these services at facilities in the Chittenden County area, but is employed by a New Hampshire company that serves, regionally serves nursing homes and other elder care facilities.
Okay.
So these payments would be administered by AHS and Dale. The process for identifying eligible employees, determining grant amounts, and paying grants to eligible employees would be determined in consultation. The same process here for determining if the funds are likely to run out and then prorating them. And then again, the same notice about income taxes here, just because we're under a different piece. So a lot of this just mirrors what was above. Are there questions before I move on? Okay. The next here is reports and auditing.
Charlie has a question.
Yep.
Damien, I'm just wondering, the processing of the payment in this particular thing is not through Aris Solutions, but through the agencies. Is that
right?
true?
This is separate from the independent direct support providers. These are home health agencies and nursing homes, so they're not under the Choices for Care program. These are other providers. So there are various groups of providers. Aris is not paying the home health agencies employees. The home health agencies are. Aris is paying individuals who are employed through the Choices for Care program by individuals who are enrolled in that program. So I'm just going to use a hypothetical here. If I had a grandmother who needed in-home care who was enrolled in Choices for Care, technically she would be the employer of her personal care attendant. But that personal care attendant would be paid by the state's fiscal agent, Aris Solutions, through the money from the Choices for Care program. So
I get that. I'm just wondering now, are there 3 issuers of checks at this point now that we're talking about this way?
Nope. There's still 1 issuer of checks, but the administration of the checks is, so the grant issuer issues the checks. In most cases, it's sent to the employer. In the case of the independent direct support providers, it goes through Aris Solutions. In the case of nursing homes and home health agencies, it goes through a process determined by AHS based on their experience working with nursing homes and home health agencies in administering similar payments. So that, I don't know enough about that area to really talk about why we wanted to set it up separately. I just know that that was a concern that was raised. And so they were moved over to sort of a separate administrative scheme there. I know AHS has already set up, or the appropriate department within AHS has already set up some enhanced payments for employees of designated agencies and specialized service providers or specialized service agencies, which reminds me that there needs to be, in order to not duplicate those additional payments that are already being made under covered employer, there needs to be a clarification. And this is something that Senator Kitchell provided the proposed document to the committee last week, but forgot to mention it. And it was identified after it passed the Senate that the designated agencies and specialized service agencies technically fall under some of the definitions of covered employer we already have. So they need to be expressly excluded if we want to avoid duplicating the payments that are already going out to them through an existing AHS program.
It looks like the rough numbers, there's about $7 million for that program already.
I think so, yeah.
From the CARES Act. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
there's already a chunk of funding there, and they are not included in our funding dollars for the appropriation for this. So that either the appropriation would need to be increased and we'd be duplicating the funding there, or they need to be expressly excluded.
Thank you.
Yep. So the secretary would require any of the contracted entities to submit monthly reports providing information on program performance, including number of claims received and processed, employers enrolled, amounts of grant funds paid. On or before October 1, 2020, the secretary would submit a written report to the Joint Fiscal Committee with the total number of covered employers that participated, the total number of eligible employees who received grants, the aggregate number of grants and aggregate dollar amount. Hopefully that aggregate dollar amount would be the full 60 million. The aggregate dollar amount of the grants issued for the entire program period and each monthly period, and any other information that the secretary determines is pertinent. And then this next piece here relates to audits, and this is for the grant issuer or any other private entity with whom the secretary contracts to perform a function, would have to keep their books and records available during the period of the contract and for 3 years thereafter, or any longer period that is otherwise required by law. That's basically standard language from our contracting process. They would have to make all books and records related to the program available to the secretary, the attorney general, the auditor of accounts upon request, as well as to any state or federal authority with jurisdiction to conduct an audit, or any entity appointed by the state or federal authority. And that's catch-all language. If, for example, the federal government determined that the inspector general could audit the books and records here to determine that the money was used appropriately. I mentioned earlier the fraud piece here. It is a violation of the act or of the proposed act to intentionally make a false statement or representation to obtain or increase any grant for an eligible employee. And then the attorney general can enforce this as if it's an unfair act in commerce. As a reminder to everyone, that allows them to conduct civil investigations, seek penalties, obtain assurances of discontinuances. The civil penalties are up to $10,000 per violation. And then it also authorizes the superior courts to require payment of restitution to the state in an amount equal to any benefit or other payment that was obtained by fraudulent means. So basically, you could have to repay the benefits plus a $10,000 penalty if you chose to fight this. Are there questions on that? I see some hands raised. Nope. Okay, not a question. All right, section 9 is the appropriation section. I think Becky is on with us at this point. Becky, do you want to talk about this?
Sure, I can go through it. Are you scrolling?
Yep, I can scroll. Just tell me where to go.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So I worked on section 9, which is the appropriations section. So this section is appropriating, as Damien mentioned, $60 million from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is where the $1.25 billion of CARES Act funding was deposited. There are some restrictions in this section surrounding how federal funds will be used and how state funds would be used if federal funds are not available. So first, in subsection A, there's intent that the General Assembly, that the state shall only expend funds appropriated in this section to support the program in the absence of a specific federal program that's available to support it. So the idea is that no state funds would be used unless there's federal funding, if there is federal funding available. Subsection B is the 60 million appropriation in FY20, and that, as I mentioned, is from the state's coronavirus relief fund, where that 1.25 billion has been deposited. And that is appropriated to the Agency of Administration for use in both FY20 and FY21 to administer and pay the grants under the program. On line 6, it allows for any amount that's needed to support the grants for eligible employees working for a nursing home or home health agency to be transferred to the Agency of Human Services. In subsection C, there's a restriction on the release of the funds. The Commissioner of Finance and Management is only able to release the amount necessary to pay each of the 2 monthly periods during the program period to the Agency of Administration and the Agency of Human Services. Once the state treasurer notifies Finance and Management that prior to issuance of that amount, there's no specific federal program to support these eligible employees or covered employers. So what this is getting at is that before Finance and Management releases this CARES Act funding, the treasurer has to let Finance and Management know that there's no other federal program that might have been enacted that could pay for these grants. Subdivision 2 says that if there is another federal program that's enacted, Finance and Management shall only release the amount that appropriated, that 60 million that is needed to issue the grants made that prior to the enactment of that new federal program. Subdivision 3 says to the extent possible, if the state does receive any federal funds from a new program that's specific to hazard pay, then the state will try to use that money to sort of backfill the grants that were already provided under the program. And then subsection D requires that any unexpended funds that are remaining return back to the coronavirus relief fund. That money is has to be used in a specific way. So if it is not used, the full amount is not used during this 2-month period, it needs to go back to the fund and be used for other eligible purposes. And then subsection E defines what is meant by federal program in this section. So it can mean either federal funds that have been granted or are likely to be granted to the state, or have been granted or are likely to be granted directly to eligible employees or covered employers in recognition of the increased risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. It can also mean any federal tax incentives or credits that are enacted to support these individuals in recognition of the increased risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. Subdivision 2 clarifies that federal program here does not mean the coronavirus relief funds, and that's because those are the funds that are being used to support the program unless other funds are available. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thanks, Becky.
Thank you, Becky.
So before I go on, I know that we're running out of time here. I know we've talked a lot about whether this might meet the necessary standard. And while Becky was walking you through that, I pulled up some language from the guidance. And we're essentially at the end of the bill with just a couple of sections encouraging different entities to provide hazard pay or other work incentives like that to their employees for dealing with the risk. But the necessary expenditures here, this is from page 1 of the guidance for states and territories, which is on the committee's webpage. The requirement that expenditures, it reads, the requirement that expenditures be incurred due to the public health emergency means that the expenditures must be used for actions taken to respond to the public health emergency. These may include expenditures incurred to allow the government to respond directly to the emergency, such as by addressing medical or public health needs, as well as expenditures incurred to respond to second-order effects, such as providing economic support to those suffering from employment or business interruptions related to business closures, Funds may not be used to fill shortfalls in government revenue. And although a broad range of uses is allowed, revenue replacement is not a permissible use of fund payments. The statute also specifically specifies that expenditures from the fund payments must be necessary. The department understands this term broadly to mean that the expenditure is reasonably necessary for its intended use in the reasonable judgment of the government officials responsible for spending fund payments. So the question is, when looking at that, is this a reasonably necessary use of the funds in the reasonable judgment of the legislature as the body responsible for allocating the funds? Just to get back to that question of necessity earlier. And I wanted to highlight that because I know some of the committee members have to leave at noon, and we may need to adjourn then. The other piece I wanted to highlight for you is from page 1 of the frequently asked questions document, which is on the committee webpage. And this is just a question of, are governments required to submit proposed expenditures to Treasury for approval? The answer is no. Governments are responsible for making determinations as to what expenditures are necessary due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 and do not need to submit any proposed expenditures to the Treasury. The caveat to all that, of course, as I mentioned earlier today, is that the bill, the CARES Act specifically provides for the federal inspector general to be able to come in and determine if funds were spent appropriately. And then they would, I assume, apply that reasonably necessary for the intended use in the reasonable judgment of the government officials. So that's a double reasonable test, or reasonable person test that's applied there. But I wanted to highlight that because I know we're at the end of the time here. Questions on that? Do you want me to finish the bill here?
Yeah, just one question, I may have missed it, probably for Becky. Where does the money come from to pay the contractors? Is that coming out of the 60 million?
Oh, the amount that's being contracted with.
So if the Secretary of Administration contracts with an outside payroll company to provide the service, does it come out of the 60?
That's a good question. I think the appropriation section, Damien, if you can scroll up, just says that it's to be used. Well, it says it's to be used for the administration of the program and payment of grants. So okay. I think the idea was that administration would be for the contracting as well, but
yeah, and JFO and its projections included the cost of administration in that dollar amount.
Okay.
And it's, you know, they put together estimates working with the payroll company and the IT consultant that JFO uses to kind of look at some of these costs. But that was built into some of their projections here.
Okay.
And we can find out that amount if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times we'll see where it says, you know, no more than X amount can be spent on administrative costs, or 10%, or so. Okay, Stephanie?
My question's maybe a little bit odd, but I've had someone contact me about workers' compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is an issue within allocating hazard pay. And the other I was looking through the bill to try to find something, and I don't know if it's sort of like a tangentially, if we say that people are going to, if they're
so the bill doesn't address workers' compensation. The reason is that, so if you have a temporary total disability, you're not working. If you have a temporary partial disability and you are working in a more hazardous situation, I think the feeling was that you should still be entitled to a grant if you're meeting the other requirements of the bill. But the question is, if you're, if you're on temporary partial disability, you may be on light duty work or something like that. And so you may not be performing, your standard primary function during the month. If, for example, you're normally, let's say, drive an ambulance or something like that, and instead you're working dispatch or back office functions on light duty while you're recovering from an injury, something like that. I don't know if that's a good example or not, but it doesn't really address workers' comp because it's going to be a situation by situation issue. And the big question is, are they performing services that place them at risk that month? And if they're home recovering from an injury, the answer is no, so they're not entitled. And if they're on light duty, the question is the light duty that they're performing still placing them at a risk? And if the answer is yes, then they could potentially be entitled to that grant payment, assuming they meet the other qualifications.
The other question I have is one about $600. And because of the role that I'm playing right now in unemployment insurance, the $600 is confusing because it keeps popping up as an amount in different forms. So, people are getting $600 from the CARES Act for unemployment insurance in addition, and then there's a $600. Is there an IRS $600? And then the governor had $1,200. And then this is another $600. So we have multiples of $600 popping up many times. And I hate to be really bureaucratic, but if people are getting different, it's hard to explain which $600 you get, and if you're getting $600 from which pot, and people are confused about it.
Yeah. So I don't remember exactly why $600 was settled on here.
I'd be happy if it was $599. It'd be a little, just from where I'm sitting at the moment, it's very hard for people to understand if they, and in situations they could be getting many different $600 and not understand.
Yeah, and
they're getting
I think
the checks are coming from the same place.
Yeah, I think the joint fiscal worked through a number of different sort of dollar options, and for whatever reasons we ended up the Senate ended up at the $600 $1,000 when this bill was finalized and then introduced by the Appropriations Committee. And I understand too. I hadn't thought about that. I wonder, the stars are aligned on $600.
I like 1,000 because it's not 1,200. And but if it was 500 versus 600, and I don't mean to demean the amounts, I'm just saying that, and I really do sound very bureaucratic this way, but I do feel like it has, in my conversations with people over the past days, it's very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and
I about the $600. It's just that it's
I think it's definitely something that you can always change it. So, and you could have JFO come in. I know Chloe Wexler and Joyce Manchester put together a variety of projections on costs for the program under the different sort of grant amounts. And so you could, if you decide to move forward with this bill, you could definitely look at those and see if there's an amount that, is less confusing and also, meets the goals of the program. So, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yep. I see another question.
Yeah,
I see more questions.
Yeah, I'm just going to say for Stephanie, I think there is confusion. This would be different than the federal $600 because the federal $600 would come in on a U.S. Treasury check or deposit from, coded as a U.S. Treasury code. This would come in from your paycheck. your payroll service, probably through your employer. And that would be one way of noticing, but you're right. The same with the money, the $1,200 that you get from the federal government is the same amount as the money the state sent out for $1,200.
Exactly.
And I had someone who thought they got the federal money, but what they really got was the state money. And then the state wants that back. Once they start getting their UI figured out, it was supposed to fill in for the $600 from the feds.
Right. See,
And then I had another person who had $1,200 coming in, and it turned out it wasn't any of those other $1,200. It was their tax return, the refund. So yeah, I mean, we should pick another number. Try to make it as different, because people don't know. And those federal funds come in, those checks come in. There's no explanation as where that comes from when you get a federal check.
Okay. Zach?
Hey, Damien. This is just because we just received a couple articles from Amy about how the PPP is being taxed. I was just curious if this, how this check is being dispersed and counted. Is this taxable?
Yeah, that's
it's subject to income tax. It is not subject to payroll taxes because it's not payroll. But yeah, it would be subject to federal and state income tax, and that the bill provides for withholding of those taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I know we don't have much to go, but we've lost a couple of people. So I think we'll finish the rest of the bill on Thursday afternoon.
Okay.
What would be the process of going to our federal delegation with this legislation and asking them to see if they can take a look at it, give us an opinion, run it by Treasury, that type of thing, and give us some guidance?
That's a good question. I have not done that in the past. I know they've weighed in on, for example, National Guard bills that I've worked on, but they've usually been contacted by like the committee and asked to testify and just provided with a copy of the bill. But Becky, have you dealt with this at all in the past? You still there, Becky?
Yeah, I am. I have not had that experience either. I have had representatives from the federal delegation testify in committee, but I've never reached out to them to consult on a specific bill.
Yeah, and on the bill that they've weighed in on for me in the past, I think the committee sent them a copy of the bill, and kind of, raised, the questions the committee was interested in hearing from them on, if they could address them. So that may be the starting point, is to kind of send them a copy of the bill and invite them to testify and say, the committee's most concerned about whether this is a necessary use of the funds, and can you provide any guidance or put us in touch with someone who can.
Okay. Find out who the correct people are. I know Rebecca Ellis is in Representative Welch's office. I'm not sure. Ethan, I can't think of his last name for, I think Senator Leahy. And I'm not sure who Senator Sanders' representative is here now, but
Yeah.
we'll find out, and we'll do that.
Yeah, I think it's Catherine Becker Van Haste. Just got promoted in Senator Sanders' office, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay.
So.
We'll track it down. Before we go off, Gene, how did you make out in transportation?
Well, it was, they have accepted our recommendation of moving along to have a 2-year sunset. I think the only conversation was, why 2 years? And I said, quite frankly, I explained about the taxi report, report. And because Representative McCoy had been with us at that time, it was much easier. And I said, we wanted to deal with that and deal with the issue about whether we are going to have statewide or individual regulation. And at the same time, we don't really know what we're facing on economic developments. We wanted to give ourselves the extra time to really get this done so we could revisit the sunset in 2 years. They were fine. And then there was some discussion as to whether we should lump all of these. There are apparently 3 different sunsets that they're working with under their section 23 of the that does transportation issues. And it was finally decided, no, we'll just run with ours. And then Judiciary has something on cameras, and they have something on airbags. So
Okay, all right. So Thursday morning, first thing, we'll go through this one more time, all that substantial language that Anthea developed, and vote on it, and then get it to the floor. Well, actually, it has to get to Rules Committee. Okay, very good.
Okay.
And for tomorrow, you're putting together some information on penalty weeks.
I am. It might be a fairly short discussion, and I think you're starting early tomorrow, right?
Yeah, we're
9:30?
starting at 9, but if we can,
Okay.
if you can provide us with, with what you found out, we can go over that. I'm not sure if the commissioner's coming on or Dirk might be on, but I want to get a feel for, where we can go and how we can deal with this problem.
Yeah, I'll give you a rundown of what I've been able to find.
Okay.
And I should be on around 10, so I can join you for the very end of that conversation.
Yeah, that's great, because if there's something we need to do, then we'll have you there to give you instruction on where we want to go.
All right, sounds good.
Super. Thank you, Damien, for being with us this morning. Rebecca, thank you also. Appreciate your time. Thank you, committee. We will we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Have a good day. Thank you.
Could I ask somebody to please call Cindy Turnley so that she can get into this meeting? She was supposed to call in, but does not have internet at the house. And we are 10 minutes behind, and I'd like to get this started. If somebody could reach out to Cindy with the login info, is anybody able to do that for us?
I can do it. Did you try to call her house and not get in, or?
I have not yet. I've been trying to let people in and text people.
Okay.
And this has been fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. All right. So in an effort to not hold us up for the entire evening, now that we're 10 minutes behind on, I'm not sure whose mistake this is, but a mistake nonetheless. So here we are. And I don't see Carol Hammond either.
Oh, boy. Cindy's phone is busy.
Sandy, what do we want to do about notes this evening?
I'll try to take notes.
Okay.
Hey Cindy, I have her, Jean.
Okay.
I have Cindy. There's some mistake on the number. So I'm going to give you the number to call in.
All right. Okay, so here we are on the 19th of May, still living the COVID dream.
Sorry, Chris.
Yes.
I don't know what the number is to call in, because I have the wrong
Okay.
call-in number also.
Try this one, Patty. 1-929-205-6099.
Because
And then she's got to have the right meeting ID, I think.
we all have the wrong code and the wrong number. So it's 1-929. 205-6099. Are you trying online? Okay, the meeting ID number is 829-364-407.
No, that's the old one.
Oh, that's the old one.
Nope, that's wrong.
I don't even.
Ask Dave Emery what number he called.
So I have an
Okay.
ID.
The one that starts 822 is the right one.
Yeah, 822-642-66004.
822-642.
Yep,
What were the other numbers?
66004.
66004. Yep. Okay. Hey, if that doesn't work, I'm at my office. You can come here and do it. Okay, bye.
Munson Hicks, for some reason, it won't let him in either.
Yeah, and Sandra Rulwich, our chair of the Solid Waste Committee, is not able to get in either.
Munson Hicks' name is on the list as being in.
Munson, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Patty.
I'm
Yes.
on mute, and it's still, my voice is still coming through. There's something really messed up about this.
I'm wondering
Well,
if
be quiet then.
I can't if I'm giving phone numbers.
oh, Michael Root can't get in either.
He's been in.
And can someone send out via email the new link?
It just went out, Bob.
But by email?
Yep.
And Facebook.
Okay. Did it have Sandra on it and Munson?
It was the same email that Tim, why I don't know why I'm yelling. It was the same email that Tim sent out originally for this meeting. So Michael put the new link in there and sent it out. So the 48 people that are on that email should have had it now.
All right. There it is.
So Bob, we've got a couple of things that we can roll into before. So if you want to try and we can mute you and you can try and get those people in. I will continue to watch this screen and let people in as they get here. If everybody's all right with that. So, all right, we are 15 minutes behind. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I wish that I had some knowledge as to why this happened, but I do not. So here we are. Additions to the agenda. I absolutely hate to even think of adding anything to this agenda. but I believe that we have a few things that do need to go on there. One of them is going to be accepting with, obviously with regrets, the resignation of Patty O'Donnell.
Do you have any more or?
I'm trying to, I was going to update, that's there. We have the Memorial Day email that was sent out that we need to discuss. And I think that's.
Well, so moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. All right. So guests, we have quite a few guests tonight because we've invited the Planning Commission. We also have some representation from the Pay As You Throw here. At some point, we will have Cindy here.
I'm here.
Cindy is here, okay? And so we've got some people that we can't see for press reasons. Could we please get whoever is at the 508-509 number?
That would be me.
Chief, is that you?
No, it's Garino.
Oh, okay. All right. And then the 579-9931, is that you, Chief?
Yep, that's me.
All right. And then we have Cindy and we have Rich and Jessica is here. All right. Chair's remarks. This is embarrassing and I'll just leave it at that. That's my remarks for the evening. Guests have been acknowledged. So Mark Snow couldn't join us tonight. Chief, why don't you go ahead and give us your COVID-19 update and we will get you out of here unless you want to stay for all the fun.
Okay. Well, I apologize for not being able to get in and see everyone, but I'll make this quick. As you know, Mark is not available. He's out of the state right now. But where we are right now is it's been obviously a taxing. It's 2 months that we're now into this. So we're starting the third month. And I know it's been tough, and especially trying to do meetings like this. However, Vermont continues to add cases to the COVID, but it's adding cases, but we are in the top 3 of this nation that has slowed the thing down, slowing things down. So per capita, we're doing extremely well. As you all know, you participate in probably and watch the governor on weekly and sometimes daily changes, and he continues to loosen up a little bit on some of the requirements. And as of today, there's 944 cases in the state of Vermont. There is only 3 in the hospital. There have been, however, unfortunately, 54 deaths. And the testing continues. It's more aggressive than ever. And it's 24,951 tests that have been done. They are doing pop-up test sites, and they're testing just about anybody that wants to be tested. And business-wise, allowed businesses to come back. However, he extended the stay at home until June 15th. We're slowly still opening things, and they will continue that way unless our numbers climb. There is not a vaccine as of yet. The prediction is, and hopefully is by the end of the year, they hope that they'll have something. So having said that, we still need to exercise and we need to be diligent about the social distancing, the hand washing, and face covering. And I know face coverings in some cases are controversial. The governor has not ordered that people going into different places have to wear them. However, there are employees in stores that are mandatory face coverings. So having said that, you know, please keep your guard up, and as long as we keep getting better, the whole thing will be going that way. One of the important things is
Hi, Carol.
food distribution site, and this is in addition to the school site. And there will be more details coming from that very shortly, and this will be open to the public, and there'll be a site identified in Brattleboro. Once we know more about that, we certainly will offer to Vernon residents, if they can't get it, that we could probably find some volunteers or someone to help them with that. The sheriff's in Monday's reports, the sheriff's department reports that countywide excessive speeds and aggressive driving continues to be a problem. However, the criminal and civil activity hasn't taken a spike and gone anywhere. Vernon Green is still holding their own. However, they've ordered more PPE, and depending on the testing, we may have to help them out with some PPE as they go on. The food pantry, the weekly pickup, the Pastor Burks is okay with that. Things are good. You probably know that the town clerk's office is still operating in the with appointment, and I understand from Tim that shields have been set up and done. We haven't had a vast request for assistance from anyone, so we still have a list of volunteers that you can call on. So for that, that's it in a nutshell. Stay tuned Friday at 11 o'clock. The governor will be doing another press release. And so that's where I'm at. I'm open to any questions. I know Seth's on, and recreation area is one of the tougher ones. Campgrounds are open up, but in Seth's case, he's got some work ahead of him to figure out how to do that. And we certainly are on board to assist with anything that we may be able to help him with that. And I know he'll probably give you a report later. So that's where I am, Mr. Chairman. I can take questions or whatever you wish.
Does anybody have any questions for Chief Emery?
No.
Good. Seeing none, Chief, I wish to thank you for attending again this evening and all of your useful information. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful evening, sir.
All righty then. I'll probably hang on the line and listen for a little while.
You need to get a life, sir, but we will welcome you to stay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I had trouble getting in, so I just joined you. And I wanted to make an agenda addition.
Oh, we're past that. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Can I do that?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. It's about bringing in my third lister so that we can have a meeting.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we add that for Carol. Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, perfect. You're all set, Carol.
Thank you.
Carol, I believe let's see, David Emery is one of the ones that you can't see. Cindy Turnley is one that you can't see. Tom Garino is one that you can't see, and I believe everybody else you know who is here. With the exception of Natalia also has her husband, Greg, joining us. Boyfriend and husband, I'm not sure, whatever. Hello. Partner is here. How's that?
That's good.
All right. So up next, we will move into Cindy. We had some questions over the course of this paying staff during this COVID thing, and the town's use of unemployment came up, and it turns out that Vernon does things a little different, and we have our own personal unemployment fund in town. And I guess, first of all, Cindy, I don't have a clear understanding of how or why we do it that way. And I think that's why you're here, to try and bring us up to speed on how our town's unemployment would work should it need to be used.
Okay, we have an unemployment fund. The town many years ago voted not to have unemployment insurance, but rather to have a fund available. How that works is when an employee is laid off or terminated, they apply for unemployment. If it's state approved, the state pays the unemployment, and then we are billed on a quarterly basis, and we have to refund the state the full amount of what the employee was paid. It comes out of a special fund that was set up many years ago. Currently, there's $21,954.59 in that fund.
I'm sorry, there was how much?
$21,954.59.
So if an employee claims unemployment, the state pays that out, and then we reimburse the state. Is that what you said?
That is correct.
Is there a reason that we went this way?
Well, I believe at that time, they felt that that was cheaper than paying for unemployment insurance because we didn't have a real large turnover in employees. So instead of paying for insurance, they decided that it would be cheaper just to pay it on as needed basis. And in the years that I've been with the town, we haven't had a lot of unemployment. I mean, we do, but we don't have a lot of it. And I guess at that time when they made that, the select board back then made that decision, they felt it was cheaper than paying for an insurance that we might not use.
So, and I think where we started to question this was that if we had not paid the employees through this COVID pandemic, and they had chosen to collect unemployment, and then we had to reimburse the state, would we have stood before the town at town meeting next year and asked them to replenish that account?
Yes, we would.
So truthfully, the way that we chose to pay the employees during this ended up being less of a burden on taxpayers than if we had allowed them to collect unemployment and ask for that account to be reimbursed. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct. Because we paid them with funds that were already in our budgets. That we are not paying them anything that they would not have received had they been working. If they had gone for unemployment, then we would have had to replenish that fund.
Okay. Can I ask, in your professional and educated opinion, do you think that this is the way that the town of Vernon should continue to do this going forward?
I do. And I might add that some of the employees that are currently not being paid because the school is closed, once we reach the date that school would have been closed, they begin using their employee benefits. So once again, I point out that they would not, there's no funds being used that hadn't already been in place had everything been normal and we didn't have this pandemic.
Okay. All right. Jeff, do you have any questions?
I guess I'm a little surprised that this is even an option. I assume that municipalities can do this while private business can't.
That is,
you might,
there are other municipalities that are doing this, yes.
okay.
There are companies that do it too, Jeff. When you're self-employed, I mean, when you employ people, you can cover yourself. The reason why it was done years ago is at the time, and it still is, unemployment insurance was extremely expensive. And for the handful of employees that we had, it was actually cheaper to build the fund and handle it that way. to pay all of those years of the unemployment insurance.
So Patty, so any private business can opt to not pay unemployment insurance to the state.
They have to be very big businesses, and it's got to be set up legally and so forth. But there are businesses that are self-funded.
Michael, any questions?
No, sir.
Sandy?
No.
Sandy Harris, where'd you go? There you are. Do you have any questions, Sandy?
No, I just wonder why we have to pay unemployment based on what they earn elsewhere.
We pay our portion. We
So
don't pay what they get from that. We don't pay what they get elsewhere. We just pay our portion of their total revenue that they would, or their total earnings. So if someone earned $30,000 and our portion of it was $10,000, we would pay our portion of it. We wouldn't pay the entire thing.
No, but if someone gets a stipend and then they get laid off from their job elsewhere, why are we paying unemployment?
I questioned that, and they told me we do have a situation where that occurs, and they told me that because the stipend is part of the person's yearly income, it has to be included, and we have to, and our percentage of what his yearly income is our portion of his unemployment.
So should we be deducting that from his stipend?
I told them that we paid the stipend still, and they said it does not matter. That it's still, that our portion is what we have to pay based on the whole amount that the person would have received in a year. And so we have done that, and it's been I questioned on more than one occasion and was told the same thing, that because the stipend is a part of their annual income, that we have to pay our portion even though we're still paying the stipend out to that person.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jean, anything?
Nope, all set.
Okay. Cindy, I don't. Well, Bob, where are you? Bob Spencer, are you going to need to rely on Cindy at all for the pay-as-you-throw portion of this, or are we good to say goodnight to Cindy?
I think we're good. Cindy has been so helpful. Just want you to know. Thank you, Cindy.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the treasurer? Seeing no hands, Cindy, have a great night. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
All right. And Carol, just so you know, Mike Renault has joined us as well.
Okay.
All right. Next we have.
Can you hear me?
Who's talking to me?
Sorry, this is Munson.
Munson, yep.
Came in a different way.
All right, so Munson is here as well.
Okay.
And Chris, we now have Sandra Rulewich,
Yes,
Chair of
yep.
the Solid Waste Committee. Thank you, Sandra. You got in too.
All right. We should start having more meetings like this. This is even more complicated than just having the 5 of us in a meeting together.
A lot more complicated.
All right. Next, we have an update from our Recreation Director, Mr. Dio. The floor is yours.
Why, thank you.
For the screen, I suppose.
I'll take it for a few minutes. How's that? I guess what I'll start with is everybody is thankful and hearing from the governor that restrictions are being lifted and we're being permitted to open up and do certain things. That being said, it's not quite as simple as just saying, okay, yep, you can open that today, or you can do this today. Each time restrictions are lifted, there's a great deal of guidelines that we are required to follow in order to do so. So something as simple as opening the tennis courts or something for us is tough because of where they're located. Opening the basketball courts is challenging for us because we're not supposed to allow any contact games. Policing that is a challenging thing. So for us as a rec department, what we have chosen to do right now is to hold true and not have a partial opening. Just the restrictions required for that are really challenging. So everything is still closed with the exception of green space. People are more than welcome to use the baseball field to hit golf balls across the street. We encourage them to do that. Get out and do something. But the actual park, the playground area is not permitted for use. That's still restricted. Tennis courts are still locked, and we have not opened our basketball courts either. So we're hopeful that will all change very shortly. We can have a full opening and let people get back to doing some of the things that they enjoy doing. Well, that's where we are on the grounds. As far as one of the things you guys may have heard is that the governor has allowed for summer camps to open, day camps. And that sounds great. Awesome. Let's open up our day camp. Let's make it happen. Well, again, not that simple. There's a great deal of guidelines and restrictions in place to do so. And understandably so, we understand that. For us, we met as a recreation board last night, and we would like to try to move forward with offering a camp for Vernon residents. In order to do so, normally we hire 3 staff members. It will require 3.5 if you can hire half a person. We need to do that in order to meet some of the cleaning standards required by the CDC, as well as some health screenings that will need to take place. Some other challenges, include you're allowed to have up to 25 people in one place for camp programs. We may be required to close the playground for public use during certain times during the day so that the day camp can use it, because we'd exceed the 25 people in one location. There's just lots of different variables here that we're trying to work through. Financially speaking, it's a risk. There's just no doubt about it. In discussions last night, we're right on the cusp of being able to break even if enrollment is strong. I can't guarantee that it will be strong. I guess I'm looking for some input as to, we want to do this because we feel like the community needs it. Like I said, the financial aspect of it is a challenge. With Tom's help, we have applied for a restart grant or stipend from the state. We've reached out to North Star as well. Just looking for any additional help we can to try to make this and potentially possibly a pool opening possible this year with reduced revenue more than likely going to be happening. So I guess that's kind of where we're at right now. Questions?
Gene, what do you got?
Well, I agree, Seth. This is something that the community is really going to clamor for. I think that your camp usually is below the numbers that the governor is allowing anyways, right? Or you weren't going to increase it, or?
No, so in years past, we've accepted up to 25 campers a week plus staff. Last year, we averaged 18 campers a week plus staff. So what we would be permitted to do is, with the 4 staff members that we'll need to utilize, we would be able to take up to 21 campers per week.
Yeah.
And truthfully, I can't say, I've had probably 10 families reach out requesting camp information. So the need is certainly there and people would like to have it. But that being said, I can't promise that right now, going into a potential registration, that we would have 21. I can't promise that we would have 18. I just don't know.
Right, right.
Seth, is there a, when does your camps usually start?
June 22nd would be our start date. It runs 9 weeks.
So that's, what, 4 weeks away, roughly. Is there a way that you guys could do a kind of like a pre-sign up for interest purposes? Yeah, I know it's an extra step, but I'm just wondering if that gives you more of the knowledge that you're looking for as far as we're going to have between 18 and 21 as opposed to we have 10.
Right. The challenge with the timeline of that is obviously hiring summer staff in all that, you know, in the 4-week window. I've talked with last year's staff, and I have a pretty good idea of who plans to return, and maybe moving some people from different positions into other positions to fill them that are current staff members now, or were current staff members last summer. I can reach out to people. A pre-registration doesn't require them to actually pay a deposit and sign up, which is, I kind of have to have that concrete number. You know, it's less than ideal, but until we have a deposit from somebody saying they're coming, it's just them saying, yeah, we'd like to come this summer. And we kind of ran into challenges with that in years past.
So,
Seth, I got a question.
Sure.
What's the minimum number of campers do you need to break even on this program?
Really about 18 to 19 a week, ideally, if we receive no other alternative funding. That's the break-even point. And again, some of it depends on scholarship requests as well. It could be, you know, it could be 16, 17 campers could be feasible depending on scholarship requests. You know, while we absolutely have a strong desire to break even, if it's close to breaking even and it provides a service that the community really needs, you know, in our discussions with the rec board last night, we felt as if we had 15 a week, we feel like that's a real need for the community, and we felt like we would, as a department, be willing to try that.
So, I mean, can you require 15 committed campers? Otherwise, you just don't have the program?
And that's what we discussed last night. Yep. And that's our plan.
Okay. Yeah, I would say if you don't get a minimum commitment, it's not going to come close to break even.
Unless some of these alternative funding sources come in, that would also be a variable that we'll have to figure in.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't count. I mean, I wouldn't count on a guarantee of additional funding.
No, and we won't. We would, that decision, we would have to know in advance that we have that funding prior to making the decision. We wouldn't make it, you know, based on the thought that we may receive funding.
Yeah, good. Okay.
So I guess what is it that you need in order to make your decision to move forward?
I mean, it's ultimately it's a rec board decision. I guess just having a discussion with you guys, understanding that right now this is where we're at and this is what we're trying to do. We feel the community needs it, but wanting just people to understand that it's just not as simple as saying, yes, we can have summer camp this year and we're going to open it up. Just wanting people to understand that the guidelines involved are challenging, and we may not be able to meet that community need if the numbers are not there. And for us, that's really frustrating because we feel like we've been able to meet the community's needs time and again, and not being able to potentially do that is not something we're happy with.
And I certainly respect your feelings on this, Seth. I know that this whole entire thing has been borderline heartbreaking for you. So, and anybody that's on with us right now that does not know, Jason is with us. Jason is new to the rec board and also, I believe, the chair of the rec board. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So there's Jason, everybody. All right. Sandy, do you have any questions or comments for Seth?
No, I just want to commend him for the way he's taken hold of this and all the hard work he's done. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Michael, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
And Seth, any update on the fundraiser that is going on currently?
We've had 18 orders, $409.28 that the town will receive out of those 18 orders. In the first window, there's a second window if people would like to purchase. That is currently open, so it's still there. By all means, check it out. I think the shirts will look nice.
And if you call Melissa real nice, like, she'll make you a hat too.
I somehow I knew that was coming.
Perfect.
And just to give a quick update on the or lack thereof on the pool, I'm sure people have questions about that. We really don't have any more information on the pool right now. The rec board has had discussions as to ideas if we are permitted to open and what that might look like. If there's a restriction on the number of people that are able to use the pool, you know, just kind of what that would look like. You know, whether or not we're open for smaller windows that allow for cleaning to take place in between. You know, if we are restricted to a certain number of people, you know, the pool being for Vernon residents only this summer is certainly a very realistic possibility. You know, if we are open for, like I said, windows, say 2-3 hour windows during the day, if you attend 1 3-hour opening, you wouldn't be permitted to attend the other, so that way as many people could use it. You know, paying by the day as opposed to season passes, just different things that we've looked at in an effort to be able to open if it's a healthy thing to do.
Seth, Jason, I appreciate the work that you both have put into this for sure, and the rest of the rec board for that matter. I know that all of you have kids the same way that most of us here do. And it sucks to keep answering that question to your kids. When can we go to the pool? I want to go play basketball. I want to go do this. So I know it's been hard on you guys, and we appreciate the hard work that you've put into this. So
You get another question for yourself.
Sure.
What's the lead time that, in other words, if the decision was made to open the pool, how long would it take to open the pool from that decision?
We need about 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah. And we're doing some steps now to try to get some things done now that we maybe wouldn't necessarily do right now, but we're going to get there. We're going to get the next, you know, we'll start power washing things. And we're not going to paint it now because if we are not permitted to open, you know, $2,100 worth of paint will have to be ordered again, just from fading and cracking and everything that will take place over, you know, over the year now and next summer. So the paint is on site.
So there are certain fixed costs, obviously, to open the pool.
Sure.
I mean, it's going to be, those costs are going to be regardless of if you have 100 kids or 1 kid participating in the pool.
Correct. Yep. More challenges.
Seth, as we get closer to crunch time there, as the governor continues to lift things, if you need some volunteer services, I'm a phone call away, sir. I know how to roll paint. So,
Thank you.
All right. Anything else for Seth? Anybody? Seeing nothing. Seth, I believe that's all we had you for today, right?
I believe so.
All right. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you much. Take care.
All right. Report from the Solid Waste and Recycling Committee. We received a bundle of papers today that had all of their happy information in there. So Mr. Spencer or Sandy, the floor is yours.
Sandra Rulwich is our chair, and Munson Hicks is our vice chair. And we have a really great committee. Some are on right now. And I serve as an advisor since I work at Wyndham Solid Waste District. So, and Tom Garino, Tom's on, is an advisor. So I would ask Sandra and Munson to take it on.
Okay, shall I start, Munson?
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry to send a deluge of paper your way, but we have some nice tables with lots of numbers on them for those of you who like to look at the details. The first recommendation that we're making is that you accept that the Board of Selectmen accepts the contract with Triple T. Bob and Bob worked with them in order to get a good contract. It's in fact, it's the only contract that we have. It's the, you know, people are not beating down our door trying to deliver our trash. So, if not this, I don't know what. But it was carefully worked out, and you know, we hope it will look good to you. Another,
If I could just add that Michelle Pong and I did the request for proposals back in October and November and sent it out to more than 12 companies, national companies, local companies. We had only 2 bids and only 1 complete bid from Triple T. We had a very partial bid for just the municipal buildings from Good Enough Rubbish. And because we've had such a great many years of service from Triple T, and we all know the owner lives in Vernon, and some of the management lives in Vernon, and some of the drivers, we get excellent service. So we felt as a committee, the Solid Waste Committee, that this was a good bid, and the price went up. I know it's $24,000 a year, but we've been getting a very good deal, and I can speak to that from my experience with other communities. So it's about a 17% increase over our current amount. We don't have a written contract with Triple T. We never have for 20 years. And the select board last fall said, you know, this is one thing we could lock in by having a contract for 3 years with 2 renewal years, so 5 years, and we know what the prices will be. And we have the services of curbside trash collection for residents, curbside recycling for residents. We have the municipal buildings trash, municipal buildings recycling, and we also have the food waste organics drop off at the highway garage. So it basically continues the services that we all have come to appreciate.
Munson, would you like to add anything, sir?
Not really. We did. It was originally just a 3-year, and we talked with Bob and added the option, the 2 extension options, because we felt it would be a good time to do that, rather than, you know, we would have the option to negotiate with Triple T for the future. So that was part of what our committee did. I believe I'm right, Bob.
So looking, I'm sorry, Sandra, did you have something? Go ahead.
oh, no, I just didn't want to go ahead until you'd had a chance to ask questions.
Well, I'm looking over the recommendations that you've sent us, and I think that that's where the majority of the questions are, because we've looked at those numbers over and over previously. So looking at this, I see that your suggestion is to reduce the cost of the small bags by, what is that, about $1.25 a roll, $1 a roll?
Yes.
$1.25.
Okay. And the large bags will stay the same. Did we look at potentially switching? I know that there's been discussion about switching to possibly using stickers or changing to bi-weekly pickup and things like that to help control these costs, to try and get the participation back up with that? Or were those any things that were looked at?
Well, as far as stickers go, there have been problems in other towns with it. I think there are still a couple of towns, not Bob, you know,
Westminster,
who use stickers, but there are problems with it, and we really didn't think that it would suit Vernon.
Do we know
We
if
also
the
did
overhead
have
is?
sorry,
Go ahead,
we also did have discussion about a brief discussion about switching to bi-weekly, as had been done at the beginning. We found that it would not significantly change the cost, because there's still basic overhead pricing that no matter when you pick it up. And if you remember, it was always a little confusing to remember which week you were in, and if you missed that week, then you've got your garbage there for a month. sitting around, and that makes it less attractive, to my mind, for people as a whole. The idea is to make it as easy as possible, which otherwise it's one of the easiest things to do is not put out your trash. So we need to do everything
Bob.
we can to encourage it.
This is Bob. So Chris, we did look at stickers and talked to Triple T, who would have to enforce it with their drivers, and it's really problematic.
How is it any more problematic than enforcing a green bag versus a sticker that's on a bag? And I don't mean to ask the question that way, but I mean, you're paying attention to one thing versus another. And the only other reason that I had questioned the stickers is I was curious if the overhead was lower on those than having pallets and pallets of bags that sit out throughout different weather patterns. And then we get the complaints from the residents that the bags are of poor quality. They rip, they break, all of these happen. And I'm wondering if that has something to do with the lack of temperature control that we're storing those in.
Well, I would say that we can still evaluate stickers, but to implement something soon, we decided to stay with the current bags because we have $100,000 of revenue inventory already. And to switch right now, we would forego that revenue. So it is possible, and I could bring in the town of Westminster's manager, Russ Hodgkins. He's offered to meet with us, but given our mandate to deal with this now, we just said it's not really a very good option.
But would we be able to revisit that after signing a contract with Triple T, or would we be?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, we included contract language to address changes in the fee structure.
Okay.
So we included that. Yeah, I think it's possible to figure out a less expensive way, but there are some downsides which we can discuss once we have more time.
And then I see that Guilford Country Store is the only one that is currently receiving a discount. Do we know what that discount is?
Yes, it's 12.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yep. So if we were to roll that out to the other places that carry these bags, what would that do as far as your deficit goes?
Well, we can talk about deficit later. The cost of that discount is roughly 5 cents a bag.
Okay. All right.
So it's essentially negligible.
Okay.
And it affords them a chance to be positive about selling. One of the reasons that the Guilford Country Store originally got it was because they were using up a fair amount of space, and they weren't getting anything for it, and the anticipated traffic was not enough to cover the cost.
Okay. And would, so the suggestion here is to provide that to everybody in fairness. So would that include the clerk's office as well as the recreation department, or would that just be the stores?
No, it's the private sellers.
Okay. All right. And then I'll just cut to the chase here with you guys asking for the $2,000 to eliminate the shortage. I still 100% disagree with the claim that that program started negatively. You guys, when the pay-as-you-throw switched out of the solid waste, you were transferred over the inventory that had been purchased out of that previous account. Understanding that immediately you guys had to go out, and I apologize, I know most of you were not on the board at that time. But then the pay-as-you-throw committee had to immediately go out, purchase large bags, which left us with an overabundance of small bags because people were not purchasing those. So essentially that inventory came over, and that was your startup cost. And now this has gone on for 2 years that we've been discussing this deficit, and I'm not sure how that deficit is considered to be from lack of a startup cost, because you got free inventory out of it. That was your startup money.
Bob Munson, would you like to?
Well, I think that it's an accounting function, Chris, and Cindy, who's obviously not here, was involved with that. And I really can't comment on how the town decided to allocate the funds for that. So we as a committee said, you know, it'd be nice to start out with a zero balance so we can truly understand if the program is paying for itself. And it's very close. So it's not a serious deficit at all. It's reduced. And if the select board would want to just leave things as they are now, I think within a year or two, we'll probably zero it out. But we thought as a committee, it'd be nice to start out with a zero, and you apparently have some discretionary funds. And we offered in our recommendations as a committee to pay that back. So we thought it was a good suggestion for you to consider.
It's also, if I can just throw in another thing. One of the problems we keep having at town meeting is that quote, which I call a quote unquote deficit, sits there. And everybody who looks at it thinks that the program is not paying for itself because there's a deficit that used to be $8,000 and now is about 2,000. And so you have to keep talking about why is this not paying for itself, when in fact it is. It's not going a lot, but it would take away that issue, which really isn't an issue, it's an accounting thing. So we would start on a firm footing and be able to explain, okay, here, we are actually making $4,000 a year on this, as opposed to losing $2,000. So it's partly, I mean, we can live with slowly paying down a $2,000 deficit, but if you want to take away the non-issue of everybody sitting saying, well, it keeps losing money, then go ahead and you can explain it. There's no requirement by the state that the pay-as-you-throw be self-sustaining, and there's no requirement by the state that the town can't run a deficit in recycling if it so chooses. It just seemed to us that it would be a good idea to, with a new contract, setting off with a clean slate, and then we would be really able to see what the true costs are, rather than having to adjust to this quote unquote $2,000.
And I agree that we don't want anything to have a deficit, but since those two committees or one switched into the other and handed that inventory over, there hasn't been a clear inventory that's been counted. So there is no way to say that that program is not operating at a loss and that it is 100% due to the purchasing and the inventory. There's no way to know that because this program was not taken care of from the beginning.
Consequently, why don't we start anew?
I'm sorry?
Why don't we start anew at no deficit? Why do we want to fight those battles over and over again when they are really non-existent battles?
So can I ask what the bag sales are this year compared to last year? And I'm trying to look on your spreadsheet here.
It's on the A chart with the green strip across the top.
Okay.
And there's a column that tells you how many cases were sold every year.
Okay. So bag sales are down this year?
They've gone down every year throughout the life of the program. The large bags, you can see every year, there are fewer cases sold. It's also true with the smaller bags. The price really dropped when it was raised to $13.75. It had been $12.50 for several years. And it, was kind of, not exactly the same every year, but it wasn't dropping. But then when you raised the price, bottom fell out.
So bag sales are going down.
Yes.
Which tipping fees and all of our costs for disposal do not go down.
They're going up.
Sales, I'm sorry?
They're going up.
They're going up and the bag sales are going down, which is exactly my point. This program is going to fail somewhere in the near future, is it not? If the bag sales go down and the costs keep going up, there's going to be a deficit. Whether the select board says, here's $2,000 to put you at even, somewhere over the next couple of years, the deficit is going to return because the sales are going down and the costs go up every year. This program still doesn't work in my mind. And unless you guys can explain to me how it works, I'm really confused.
Can I say something?
Please.
For when that program started, it was kind of mandated or whatever that you could not use taxpayer money.
You're right, Gene.
So that's where
you're
that
right.
initial deficit came, when the money had to come from somewhere to buy the bags, but it wasn't supposed to. So it needed to be replaced. So that put that fund in a negative right from the start. Between the bags, and everybody got a recycle bin, that was purchased out of that. So to keep everything accounted for properly, it started negative, which is to say, okay, we're saying we're not using the taxpayer money. So, if the town people want to keep having this, then in my mind, the cost and the expenses need to be monitored and the prices adjusted. They clearly, I felt at town meeting, did not want this to go away. And many said they would pretty much accept, increases if that's what it meant. So the monitoring of where that program stands, to me, is important so that you can get right on top of needing to adjust the prices. But it seemed pretty clear that the townspeople really wanted this to continue. So that's where your negative started from at the beginning.
That's a good summary, Gene, because I was on the committee with Heather and Peg Frost and Cheryl Franklin when we all put this together. We spent a lot of time on this, believe me. And if the select board doesn't want to zero it out, that's fine. I think it's going to eventually zero out because we've recommended lower small bag prices to increase revenue. And so far we have been.
Question about that then. So the idea is you're going to lower the price for the small bags and you're going to sell that many more to make up for
the idea. That's the idea.
I hope that would be the case. I don't know.
Well, we don't know either. But we're just trying to not make a huge change. I mean, to be honest, Jeff and Chris, the select board did some knee-jerk price adjustments, and Gene, over the last 3 or 4 years, up, down, and created some negative responses with people getting dumpsters and bailing out. So as a committee, we would like to start a more formal and educated approach.
Right. And keep closer track. I think that's where things kind of went off the rails.
No, they really did, because I mean, Cindy keeps track of things. We had Michelle doing her own spreadsheets. I mean, we didn't have a consistent overview of this.
Right.
So we're just, if the select board doesn't want to spend $2,000 to zero it out, I don't think that's a big deal.
Sandy, your thoughts? Sandy Harris?
I would like to make a motion that we spend the $2,000 to pay off the so-called deficit and see what happens. It's $2,000 is quite a bit of money, but I think in the long run, it's well worth the experiment.
I second that. I would like to give that committee a chance to start with a clean slate and really monitor how things go.
Michael, your thoughts, and keeping in mind that we do have a motion and a second on the table, please.
I like the idea of giving them a start, clean slate, but I don't think it should come from the taxpayers. It should come from the people that use the program.
All right, well, we have a motion and a second to give them $2,000 to wipe away their deficit. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
No money.
No money. Sorry,
Nope.
guys. I just truthfully can't see how when the bag sales are going down and the costs are going up, even if it seems to me that we'd be chasing good money with bad if we gave you $2,000, because somewhere that that deficit has to reappear. Bob, I respect the fact that you're saying that it'll eat itself away, and I will happily sit here in 6 months and apologize to you and tell you that you were right.
Well, I don't know, Chris. I don't know. I don't know.
And that's the issue. I don't know, and you don't know.
Right.
So, and we're both approaching it from opposite sides, and neither of us know. So
we're as a committee, we're fine with it. It doesn't really matter to us. We'll just keep doing our promotion and education, which we haven't discussed.
Okay. So I guess that's there. What else would you guys like to discuss here?
The third item was our educational program that we're recommending. Is that right, Sandra? Was that the third thing?
It's actually number 5.
Yeah.
I suggest you go back to your recommendations.
It actually is. It is the next thing on the
Number 5.
Yeah. And we're recommending that the select board provide funding for us to print and mail an educational flyer. There's a whole lot that we need to communicate with the residents of the town about regarding several things with trash collection. On July 1st this year, the state rules are changing. Supposedly you can no longer throw food scraps away in your regular garbage. So we need to let people know that that's coming up. We need to let them know what their options are. They can compost at home. They can make use of the dumpsters by the town garage. People aren't used to doing that. Probably need a little coddling and maybe a little information, a little help. And the district is willing to give us assistance in printing the flyer and coming up with, what we're going to say, the information, and then, in an educational program ongoing, in cooperation with the district. They need to know. They also need to know how successful the town has been in meeting the state guidelines, the recycling goal of at least 15%. We've done that, and we'd like everybody to know that. We can also let them know about the price changes with the bags, if you approve changes. What else do we have here?
What is the cost of a townwide mailer? Anybody know off the top of their head?
Geez, we just did one at the start.
It was less than $500, I think.
Yeah.
It's generally about 300 or so.
Yeah,
I think that's what we said.
Recall,
That
it's
was
about
an
150 for printing and 150 for mailing.
And that was the regular letter size that we did, right? That blue
That one
sheet.
page, yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah,
So-
and I think we said not to exceed 500 on that.
So Wyndham Solid Waste District, where I work, we will do the formatting and drafting of the mailer, with the input from the Recycling Solid Waste Committee. So that'll save quite a bit of money. So what we'll need from the town, if you want to do this, select board, is basically the cost of the materials and the mailing. So 500 should be good.
Select board, any comments?
The last mailing was printed between the clerk's office and the library. We printed them ourselves. So you're not needing to do, you know, a professional printing. So it was really the cost of the paper and the mail postage.
All right, so we have the Solid Waste Committee asking us to approve the large bags staying at $21 a roll, the small bags being reduced to $12.50 a roll, and that we would approve the expenditure of up to or not to exceed $500 for a townwide mailer for educational purposes on the pay-as-you-throw program.
And just one other thing, that the discount for private sales.
Yes. So, and I will add Munson's friendly amendment as far as extending the discount that is allotted to only the Guilford Country Store now to any other private vendors that are carrying our bags at a $12.50 per case discount. So there's 3 parts to that motion. Sandy, will you still move that?
I still move that, yes.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. All right, we are all set with that. Any other information, questions, comments, fun stuff for the Solid Waste Committee? Seeing none. Ms. Carr.
If we spend less than that $500 allocated, can we put the rest?
Absolutely not, but good question.
Nice try.
All right, Ms. Carr, we're going to switch over to you for the bills and warrants. I'm sorry, I skipped over the approval of minutes from April 7th. Can I get a motion on those?
Thank you all for your time.
Thanks,
Thank
Munson.
you for yours. I can't find them. I've lost my papers.
Sandra, you're also all set. You're welcome to stay by all means, but we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for the hearing.
I have lost my minutes. Oh dear. Here they are.
Did you have any corrections on the April 7th meetings?
I was out of town all day, did not read them, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So on the April 7th minutes, the amounts for the bills and warrants the amounts were not listed. It just listed the warrant numbers. We usually always have the actual dollar amounts in the minutes, which I think it probably should have the dollar amounts in there. So we'll have to go back and see what those amounts really are.
Okay. So
I can get those from Cindy.
Yeah.
So we'll table this until next meeting?
Sounds good.
Okay. So let's move on to bills and warrants. We are quite a ways into this meeting and still have quite a ways to go, so.
Yep. All righty. Mr. Chair, I request to approve payment of the following warrant. 23T accounts payable, $1,768,801.38. 18S payroll, $6,724.57, and 19S payroll, $7,356.39.
Second.
And yeah, that includes a payment to the school district.
That's why that 23T is so high?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have a motion that has been seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, perfect. We need to reappoint our fire wardens. The recommendation from the state of Vermont is that the 3 that we have there would just be reappointed. I do not have any objection to that. That is Mr. Wielden, Mr. Jobin, and our fire chief that would be reappointed. All 3 of them are on board with that if the board so chooses.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Carr to reappoint Todd Capon, John Wielden Jr., and Jesse Jobin as the town's fire wardens. Tom, I'm sorry, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Tom, if you're still with us?
I am.
All right. I believe there was some documentation that needed to be signed for that. If whenever that's ready, I'll come and sign that.
Yeah, the originals are on the table across from my desk. I will be back in the office Friday afternoon for the afternoon, Chris, if you want to stop in.
Okay. All right.
It looks like there is space for 5 signatures.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Shows how far I read onto that, huh?
Well, I also had, when this came out, responded back saying that hopefully the contact information was checked, because like all the numbers for JJ, I've never had any of those phone numbers for him, so I don't know what's the right number.
As long as the board does not object, I will check with those 3 parties about their contact information, make any necessary adjustments, but we will still leave those 3 as the nominees. Are we all okay with that?
Yes, I do have a question, Chris.
Yep.
When Jesse was appointed in 2016, his term was until 2021. They have a 5-year term. Why are we reappointing him?
Was he not one of the ones that was listed? I thought the 3 of...
You called him.
I didn't have my paperwork in front of me, Sandy. That doesn't...
Just curious.
All right, I will check on that. I thought that there was 3 appointments, but I will check on that.
Thanks.
All right, and I will shoot an email out as soon as I get that answer.
All right.
So on to the next. So we invited the planning commission here, knowing full well that you guys have a task that none of us want to have. And I think that we have a great committee that's a part of that. We have some other people that have expressed some interest in that want to see what's going on in town, and that's encouraging to finally start to see that happening again. But ultimately, we want to make sure that the Planning Commission knows that the Select Board is here. There's not any need for that divisive wall that has been between us, that I have at least felt between us. And some other committees around town. I think that we all share the same goals, which is to move Vernon forward, to make it the community that we all know that it can be, and to give all of our kids or grandkids the community to grow up in that the majority of us were allotted that same privilege. I know for myself, having 2 boys here, that it means a lot to me to try and make sure that they get the same things that we had, despite the fact that Vernon is changing and has changed drastically since I was a punk teenager running the mean streets of Vernon. But I think that we're at a spot where these conversations can happen. We can bounce ideas off from each other without that constant butting heads and I think that we can certainly prevail on the other side of this with something that benefits every member of our community. So thank you to the Planning Commission for everything that you guys do. Thank you for joining us tonight. Really, we just want to make sure that we get some type of an update so that we can just know that we're all on the same page and that Vernon is indeed moving forward. Now that I have said that, I'm going to read an email that I have received today, and I did forward it to the board. It is from Miss Patty O'Donnell. She has said, "Dear board members, this letter is to inform you that I am resigning from all commissions and committees that I presently serve on. As you know, I have served in numerous positions for the town over the past 25 years. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the voters of Vernon for their support over those years. It has been an amazing ride and one of the biggest honors of my life. I have learned so much over the years and had many awesome experiences. I wish the board and planning commission luck as they pursue the possibilities for redevelopment of the BY property for the future of the town. I know the town is in good hands, and if I can help with advice or history as time goes on, I'm only a phone call away. Again, thank you for all the opportunities that I have had the honor of experiencing. Patty, we will maybe accept your resignation in a moment here, but I would like to say again, as I did at your planning commission meeting when you announced this, that you have been a pillar of our community. You have watched many of us grow up. You have always stood up for the underdog and certainly the punk kids like myself, and your ability to see through that and see the good in people and encourage them through that. Your support for our recreation department has been fantastic. And much of what we have in this town for our children, there's a lot of credit that you deserve. So I want to thank you from me personally. I'm sure the rest of the board will extend their appreciation as well, but that is not from the chair of the select board, that is from Chris Parker. So I appreciate everything that you've done. Jean, Sandy, Michael, Jeff.
Well, Patty, I think that you are the best thing that came out of Act 69. Because before that, you were just this quiet little mouse. And after that, you became a strong leader, which we are going to miss more than you'll ever know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty, I sincerely appreciate all you've done for this town and the service you provided. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm not dying. Don't make me cry. I am only resigning from committees. I'll still be here in town. I'll still be a part. I just want to kind of enjoy my old age as I'm climbing upon it. So I appreciate all your kind words, and believe me, anything I've done for this town, I've gotten back tenfold. And you know, let's leave it at that. I don't want everybody saying mushy stuff, so I sit here and start crying. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. So as I said, I'm a phone call away if you need anything.
With that, I will reluctantly ask for a motion to accept Patty O'Donnell's resignation from all committees and boards that she currently holds a seat in.
So moved with regrets.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting her resignation, obviously with regrets, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, Patty, you're off the hook. Right, so at this point, I would like to turn this over to the Planning Commission. If we could receive an update. We also have Mike Renaud is here with some ideas or just wanted to participate in this and potentially have his voice heard as well. So Mike, I've unmuted you. Welcome to the meeting. And at this point, we are going to ask somebody from the Planning Commission to give us an update.
Hi, this is Bob Spencer. I'm the chair. And we have on the Zoom call Tom Rappaport, who's our vice chair, Patty, who is no longer with us. And I can't say enough about Patty. So, and then, and she actually created the structure of this new economic development aspect and cultivated new members. So I said I can't say enough about Patty. And then we have also, let's see, we have, who else on the planning commission is here?
Jason?
Oh, yes, Jason, who is also chair of the rec department and a relatively new member. And is there someone else on? I can't see.
Got Maddie and Jeff.
Oh, yeah, Jeff is on the select board and on the planning commission, and Maddie Arms. So we have 7 members. And we now have 6, so we have a vacancy. The select board, I've talked to Chris, will advertise that we have a vacancy. We do have on the call today Natalia and her husband Greg, and Natalia has submitted her name as a candidate, and so far we think she'd be great, but we want to make sure other residents have a chance to join us. So Chris, would you like me to go through my quick summary of the planning commission stuff before Mike Renaud talks?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Mike, hang in there. I'll be short.
Oh, no problem.
All right. So I introduced our members. We meet on the second Wednesday of each month. Not every month. Lately, we've been trying to not meet if we didn't have anything pressing. We have basically spent so much time in the last 10 years, and Jeff's been on the board, and Patty's been on the board, and Maddie's been on the board, that we have an updated town plan from 2 years ago. We have a really good town plan by all accounts of what a town plan should have. It qualifies the town for a significant amount of grants and funding that if we didn't have an updated town plan, we would not be eligible for. It gives us standing on any statewide reviews under Act 250 or Section 248, which is Public Service Board functions. Given that we don't have any zoning in town, those are the primary mechanisms for the town to have input. We have an enhanced energy plan in our town plan, which qualifies us for other funding. We have a hazard mitigation plan in development, and some of the select boards involved with that. Maddie Arms is on the Nuclear Decommissioning Advisory Panel as our representative. And she also is the town through the select board's representative or liaison with North Star Services. So Maddie's wearing multiple hats here, a very important role. Thank you, Maddie. We have a new municipal planning grant funded from the state, which is matched with $30,000 from North Star. And this is working with Antioch, New England's graduate school program to look at some detailed engineering and environmental assessments of the Vermont Yankee site in terms of its development potential. That's about a 30-month. Oh, Martin Langefeld, you're on here too. I'm sorry, Martin.
I just let him in. I didn't realize. I hope you hadn't been waiting long, Martin.
Yeah, Martin's on. Martin, I want to make sure you were acknowledged as being on. So we have the new municipal planning grant. We have the $30,000 North Star match, which is really a very good use of state and North Star funds. It's in their interest, of course. And then I also wanted to comment that as the Planning Commission, we have had a really strong working relationship with North Star. I mean, we have Dave Pearson and then on site, Corey Daniels. And so far we feel very comfortable with North Star as the decommissioning agent. Probably, and Chris, I have to thank you for asking us to meet with the select board. It's been stressful at times in the past to not have a liaison or a working relationship. But we have so much opportunity in this town. And I don't want to go into that, but things are happening here. And I was told actually by Chris Campany of Wyndham Regional Commission this week, Martin was on the call, that real estate is being snapped up in southern Vermont as a result of the COVID pandemic with out-of-staters. I think Martin said a house went on the market and one day it was sold to an out-of-state buyer. Is that right, Martin?
This is, yeah, in Vernon. I'm not sure if they were out of state, but I think so, yes.
So, I mean, we're all looking for some positives from this pandemic, and we may see a resurgence in our real estate market. 9/11 actually did have some of that impact. So the new opportunity that I want to talk to the select board about, and Martin, once again, is taking the lead on this, thank you, Martin, is federal funding for nuclear communities that are facing closure. And it's through the Federal Economic Development Agency. It's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Martin and me and some others are starting to work on an application. And we would bring that to the select board when we're ready, but it's happening fast. And Martin, maybe you could just fill us in on where we're at with that.
Sure. So this is funding that was finagled by somebody into the 2021 federal budget. It's $15 million that is going to what they call nuclear closure communities, places where nuclear plants are closing up. It's modeled on a previous program that's been running for 3 or 4 years for coal communities, places where coal in one form or another was part of the local economy, but the coal mines have shut or the coal processing or shipping or whatever has shut. So this is for nuclear, and we fit the bill. We fall into the Philadelphia region of the EDA. The Philadelphia region is getting about $5-point-something million out of the 15 million that was appropriated. And this is just, parceled out by the number of nuclear plants or something like that. And the grants are two possible different grants. One is a planning grant, and the floor for the planning grant, the lowest amount possible, is $100,000. The other kind of grant is a project grant. So if you have something that you've got ready for actual shovels in the ground, then you can apply for a project grant, which can be $300,000 to $500,000. These need to have a local match. So that's a consideration. We knocked this around at the Planning Commission. We also talked to the Wyndham Regional, Chris Campany. We talked to folks at BDCC. And it seems like a planning grant is the smartest thing to go for. We do not really have a bricks and mortar project, a shovels in the ground project ready to go. So the way we're thinking about shaping this is a planning grant that will continue the work of helping us to figure out what the right kinds of businesses are that could use that site or nearby property, and And also, keeping in mind that we have an agreement with North Star under the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that was ratified by the Public Utilities Commission to allow North Star to proceed. And that MOU says that Vernon, the town of Vernon, can select certain pieces of infrastructure on the site for preservation, such as parking lots, roadways, railway sidings, electrical infrastructure, wells, septic systems, the office building, and I forget what else, but things that could be useful for some future use of the site. So rather than demolishing them and then having to rebuild them, that the town might point to those things and say, we'd like to keep them. Right now, we have no basis to select those things. And we do have a current planning grant that was given by the state of Vermont, matched by North Star, that is doing kind of a baseline mapping project to kind of figure out what's on the site and look at possible ways of reusing it. But it's not a big enough grant to go far enough to help us to really identify those things. So the grant that we are considering applying to the EDA would really go in much more detail, do a survey to figure out what the right kinds of industries are, or the potential kinds of industries are that could reuse that site, and what kinds of infrastructure they might like to use on that site, and what other kinds of infrastructure might be useful to have on the site. So it could go as far as actually, drawing blueprints and saying, here's where the road goes, here's where the lot lines are, here's where this kind of business can go, here's where that kind of business can go. And, all of this might seem a little bit premature, given that North Star has got at least 5 years to go before they're finished. But, these things take time, and you don't want to be in the position of 5 years from now saying, okay, they're done, now what are we going to do? You want to be in a position of having a plan and being able to roll it out in advance of North Star's completion, so that we can start even in a year or 2 or 3 from now to talk to potential tenants on that site, or buyers of portions of that site for redevelopment. So that's where we are right now with this opportunity. And we as I think we had part of the discussion with Chris Campany, there are various folks, including us, including the Wyndham Regional Commission, including the EDA, and maybe even the NRC, which we don't have any lines into, but who are excited about the idea that this could be the first post-nuclear or nuclear plant site that really gets reused in a meaningful way, instead of being turned into a green field and forgotten about, which has been the case in a bunch of the places that have been so far that have been totally decommissioned. So, we want to be in a leadership position. I think North Star would be interested in having us do that. North Star certainly is interested in decommissioning other sites. There's going to be dozens of them around the country. They want to do a good job in Vernon. They want to build a good relationship in Vernon. And I think they would want to support efforts like this for the reuse of the site. So, so we are hoping also to talk to North Star about potentially matching the all or portion of this EDA grant if it comes our way.
And the timeline, Martin.
Yeah, so just to make life interesting for all of us, the timeline that's been recommended to us by Matthew Sochodolsky, who is our friend at the EDA down in Philadelphia, is get your application done by the 1st of June. That's a tall order, but we're going to do our best. I have worked with Matthew once before on a major grant that did come through with all kinds of matches. And so, you know, hopefully we'll do this again. But that's kind of, I think, my life for the next couple of weeks is to work on that and see if we can't get in under the deadline. It's not a deadline. It's a rolling deadline that, you know, you can apply any time for this funding. But the message is simply that the EDA is going to start looking at these things after the 1st of June. And so we want to be in the file and not sort of pending at that time.
But Martin, it would have to come out of the select board, wouldn't it?
I think we will need, you know, some endorsement by the select board at that point.
We're not just running off on our own.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We're not, don't worry about that. You know, we're not going to do this without the select board saying, okay, we're signing this application.
So that's a good segue for Mike Renaud.
Well, I did want to ask just a couple of questions. One, the switch yards that are down there, what happens to those? Do those stay there, or are those leased by TransCanada or whoever it is?
Well, the switch yard is owned by Valco. And that switch yard, even if, you know, Vermont Yankee has been shut down for several years, that switch yard is still an active asset of Valco in terms of managing the flow of electricity around the grid in New England, and is actually Vernon's largest taxpayer, as far as I know. So but you know, that is an asset to any future use of the user of the site. Having great electrical generating infrastructure there in the form of the dam, having great distribution infrastructure in the form of that switch yard, having, you know, trunk lines of the internet available, being near interstate exits. All of that is sort of very positive to various kinds of uses. But that's the process will be to figure out, okay, who are those users?
I'm more curious about the property that switchyard sits on, because that's old Vermont Yankee property, isn't it? So that would essentially come. No, Patty, I see you shaking your head. Let's hear it.
What happened probably about 15 years ago is that when they started the Velco called the Southern Loop Project. And it was redirecting the roads, let's say roads of electricity, and how they get to where they need to go. And it was a really big project. It was very, very expensive. But the land that they wanted for the switchyard was land that the Miller Farm people were farming. And obviously the Miller Farm people didn't want to lose good quality farmland. So we went to Entergy at the time, and we talked to them, and what they did was, because Velco was going to could take the land by eminent domain because it's a utility company. So because of the type of project it was. So what happened was Entergy switched land from Velco and gave the farming land to the Millers that they were renting from Entergy, or they weren't renting, they were using anyway. It was always Entergy's property. But Entergy gave that land to the Millers and transferred land to Velco so that they could do their Southern Loop project. So really, Entergy gave away that land, so they don't own it. Velco owns the land where the switch yard is. The Millers own the land that's being farmed.
Can we 100% confirm that? Because that is not the story that I got from Mr. Daniels and Dave today while I was at North Star. They are saying that that has a very long-term lease on it. But
Oh, I'm
that
sorry,
is,
that land does have a 99-year lease.
so that would mean that that property is part of the VY property that Vernon would be assuming responsibility for in 5 years. Is that correct?
I don't think so. You'd have to look more at the agreement that was made between Entergy and North Star. There has to be some compensation made for Velco, and I really wasn't up on that part of it, so I don't know.
So that would be
Some of
something
this
that the
I'm pulling
planning,
out of like an old lady's head from a lot of years ago, so.
but that is something that the planning commission should, without a doubt, know before we start talking about redevelopment or finding somebody for that. That's a big chunk of land that's tied up for 99 years.
But
apparently everybody here doesn't exactly know what that entails or what that means. So
Well, right now it has the infrastructure for the Southern Loop. I mean, it's not, the only land that is involved there is where those big towers and wires and all that is, where we weren't going to use any of that land anyway.
Yeah, that's, that's 5 or 10 acres of the total site. The total site is 125 acres, which is, small for a nuclear site, but, significant for industrial or other kind of business development.
right, but are we not, in order to redevelop that, because they hold a 99-year lease, if we were to turn around and sell that property to somebody, would we not have to split that and redeed that land so that that is separate, aside from what we are selling to whoever the potential investor is?
Well, before we talk about selling it, we don't own it.
We don't own it.
It has been kind of, but not legally, promised to us by North Star. North Star has said, when we're done, we have no further interest. We'll turn it over to the town. As part of this planning process, that as a first step is probably something we need to do and get kind of a legal agreement around. And that will clarify, how much land is there really, how much is leased to Velco and so forth. But one way or another, there's going to be, a considerable chunk of land that is available for redevelopment. And, this grant can expand, or should be expanded probably, to cover additional planning around the village center plan, which covers, all of the land between the school and the town offices and some adjoining properties, all of which, could be residential, could be business, could be mixed use. So we're actually looking at a fairly large area.
And then my other question is, so everything, you guys have that conversation with North Star, they say, and they put it in a legal document that, yes, this is yours when we are done, with a nice pretty bow on the top. Their North Star trucks head south on 142 in 5 years. We never see or hear from them again. We now have this big piece of property. Perhaps there's no investor, there's no business to come in. The town of Vernon now takes ownership of that property with no tax revenue coming in because we don't have somebody there. So then what happens? Are we stuck sitting on that property until 5 select board members and a planning commission all come to the same agreement on this is what we want in there? Is that realistically where we would be at?
This is exactly the reason why we should now be jumping into a planning process to figure out what it is, so that when that day comes and the trucks are heading south, we're not saying, okay, now what? We, at that point, would know what we want to do with that property, and we would have long since have attracted interest and made deals and, pre-sold portions of that or pre-leased portions of that so that, we would not be in that situation. If we do nothing, that's when we're going to be in the situation you described.
Besides that, Chris, when the plant is decommissioned, the land doesn't have any value anyway. What has value, as far as the tax base, are the 50 or the 100 and something casks that are going to be on that property with the dry cask storage, and those will be assessed at $1 million a cask. So I don't even remember what the total number of casks are, but that's where the value of that land is. Nothing else has any value. So while they're in the process of doing this, as Martin said, that's why the committee has worked so hard to try to make sure they can maintain control over the land, because now is when we try to recruit somebody. And you just talked about real estate and the difference the pandemic is having on real estate. Don't you think there are companies out there that would like to bring their company to Vermont and employ their people here, where they never have to worry about the safety of the people that work for them or the safety of their families? So, I think there's a lot of possibilities that nobody's kind of sitting back on their heels, except for me now. But nobody's sitting back on their heels waiting for anything to happen. There's been a lot of work that's been going on. So this committee is ready to hit the road running and start trying to recruit, along with the help, hopefully, of BDCC, but trying to recruit good quality businesses to come in and run a clean, good, efficient company on that property.
And with that, unless Gene,
Chris,
yeah, go ahead.
Chris, this is Bob. I'd like to ask Maddie to comment. She's been our liaison to North Star, and she's also been in discussions with some potential developers of the site. And Mike Renaud is on the line, and he's interested. So I think we're going to see some interest. And Maddie, do you want to say anything?
Now I can say something. I think that Bob is absolutely right. I think that there are going to be people that are extremely interested in this site, and we want to do things the right way. We don't want to jump before we have a really well thought out plan for vetting anybody who wants to be there, because we want people that are going to be good Vernon citizens as well as good business people.
And we have some interest from some development companies that we can't really discuss.
Mike, I'm gonna turn the floor over to you, and then we'll see what the rest of the select board has for questions. So Mike Renaud, go ahead.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say, I have interest in the property just because I live here, and my family live here, my grandkids live here, and I don't want to see it end up with a developable piece of property that we can't sell. I've owned different properties over the years. The time to sell it is when you got a buyer for it. I mean, there's a lot of vacant property in Brattleboro. There's a lot of vacant property in Springfield, Vermont, huge properties. But I think that we should, as North Star is done with the piece of property, we should section that property off. We should be, I don't think we should wait 5 years till we try to find somebody to move in there. I don't know. I mean, I've just seen how you're waiting for some study to come through that's going to tell you who wants it. Well, that doesn't really sell property or doesn't build a business. I mean, the everyday, when you got a customer that wants to move in there, that's when you need to move. I've been working.
I'm really not at liberty to say their name, but I've been talking to a developer that needs a lot of power, and they've developed this type of property before, and we're trying to put a plan together for an actual customer, not playing for, you know, somebody who we may try to attract. I don't know who you would attract. I mean, you could stand out there all day waving a flag, but unless the right person comes by, it's usually a case of being in the right place at the right time. So I just, you know, I think that it would be hard to get the town, or if the town ends up owning a property, I think it's going to be tough to get everybody to agree what to do with it. I mean, I don't think the town should try to end up owning the development rights on this. I think that they should bail out of it just as soon as they can, so that they never miss a beat on collecting the tax dollars. That's kind of the way I feel about it. I don't personally need to own it, but I have a lot to at stake, because I'm a big taxpayer in town, in my opinion, and I want to see whatever can be done so that somebody else is paying a lot of taxes, so I don't have to keep paying more of them. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it from a business aspect. I think that the town should step back a little bit, and if they've got a customer that is willing to take over what North Star has there, I think they should let them have it.
So Mike, this is Bob Spencer. Have you had discussions with North Star about whether they could release a portion of the site?
I've had discussions with North Star about relinquishing their rights to the property, and with them saying they have an agreement with the town, a gentleman's agreement, and they plan on honoring it, and they wouldn't want to do anything besides that at this point. They are okay with not owning it. They have no interest in owning it and being a developer. But they did make the verbal commitment to the town to turn that over to the town, and they don't have a problem with turning it over to somebody else with the town's permission.
Well, I wanted to point out that Mike Renaud met with the Planning Commission last fall, and just to present the same concept. And you did say, Mike, I think if you agree, that you'd like to get something going there, you know, whether it was rail transport of gravel or stone or salt or something, just get something happening there. Is that still what you're thinking as a developer?
Absolutely. I think that if we could get a switch yard in there to bring products in, they do have one up in Bellas Falls. That rail switch yard is a very busy switch yard.
Yep.
A lot of steel and rebar comes in and out of there. A lot of plywood comes in and out of there. I mean, if we do a situation like that, we're going to have some added truck traffic, which is probably not going to make some people happy, but I don't know what type of development you could have there that you're not going to have some added wheeled traffic. You know, I mean, whether it be a distribution center or whether it be a you know, a switch yard or a data center. You know, a data center uses a lot of electricity. One of the things I think would be sad to give up would be you do have so much power right there, and anything that uses that much power is going to need a lot of cooling. So if we gave up the intake and discharge, that seems like that would be a sad thing to give up.
Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt you on that, Mike. I did ask Corey specifically about things that we have no control over as far as what we can and cannot choose to keep. And that cooling portion of, because it would drop back into the river, we have zero control over that, and that will be removed no matter what the town of Vernon wants with that. And while I'm on that, Martin, the other, you had mentioned parking lots. There is a few other things there that the NRC could certainly overstep that agreement that we have and say that it's coming out whether we want it or not. So.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. But and I just want to jump in and say, you know, I agree with Mike that if there's a way that, you know, this can transition from North Star decommissioning to a private sector owner who develops it or who uses it, you know, that's great. Ideally, the town is not, you know, a party to ownership of this anywhere along the way and doesn't lose out on taxes that way. But again, that just underscores why it's important for the town to really have a good plan and to really understand how to do this and how to best proceed. And the other thing I should have mentioned is, you know, we went into this, we're going into this thinking that we should go for a planning grant for $100,000 plus, because we don't have a shovels in the ground project. But the planning, you know, this funding, which exists right now for FY 2021 in the federal budget, is something that, you know, for better or for worse, once something is in the federal budget, it's actually hard to get it out. That coal community funding has been there for years and years. So if we go through this grant and we do a good plan, we are in a good position to go back to the EDA in a year or two and say, okay, now we've got a shovels in the ground project, you know, which could be preparing a portion of that site once North Star is done, to get it ready for industrial development, and all of which would make it just that much more attractive for a buyer once North Star is totally done.
So this is Bob Spencer. Chris and Select Board, we don't really know what will happen there. It's obvious. So a planning is, you know, it sort of drives us crazy because you just do plans, like Mike was saying, another plan. But you have to have these documents in place to qualify for all sorts of programs. So as the Planning Commission, we're going to stay on that path and try to bring these opportunities to the town.
So,
and I think that's good, Bob, if I can step in for a minute.
Yep, please.
I think it is good to have a plan like that. I just don't think we want to be planning for a farm when the market is for a rail siding. You know, I mean,
no, I agree. I don't think we'll be
that
right. I don't think we'll be that detailed. We won't be that detailed.
Okay.
You know.
Well, I think you should team up with some. I think you should almost team up with somebody early. You know, and I think whether it was me or somebody else, somebody that you're comfortable with, that you team up early and say, hey, we're going to run it. It's like a project manager, you know, or like a construction management company, you know. They come in and they you know, they organize the things, they get you in the path that you want to head. They build what you want, your plan. So if somebody like myself was going to put a bunch of effort into recruiting a good customer for that, I mean, unless there's some way for lack of a better word, unless there's a way for me to make a buck at it, you know, or somebody else, they're not going to put all the effort into it. That is going to get the you know, get the right. I'm struggling for the right words for it, but to get the right customer in
right
there,
package,
you know, like
right package
to go to these meetings. I mean, I can
right
to package it, yeah.
Well, that's why we need a plan.
And to go meet with the potential customers.
Right. That's why we need a plan, because we need,
you know,
a package of options, and who's going to control it. Are we going to do an RFP? It will be an industrial development zone. I mean, all this is so up in the air, but we all know that this type of infrastructure works if we can figure it out. So that's why we want to do this EDA grant and hopefully have North Star pay the match. And, you know, we're doing the best we can as a planning commission. I mean, you know,
and nobody's trying to take that away in any way, Bob.
I know it's just tough.
Sure.
It's so tough. It's frustrating.
And I can certainly see Mike's side of this, and I can see the Planning Commission side of it. And we can sit here and we can say that real estate is booming right now, but I mean, all we have to do is look back a couple of years and realize that it's not. It could change in 5 years.
Yep.
This pandemic has proven that everybody's lives can change overnight. So if we're going to hold out with hopes that real estate is booming now and it's going to hold true in 5 years, then I think that we're foolish on that side of it.
Chris, I'd like to just say one thing. Considering all the trouble that this town has gone through and Entergy went through with the state of Vermont, I think it behooves us to be extremely careful that we don't run afoul of the state in doing anything on that property. And I think it does take some thought and planning. And it also takes knowing what they're going to permit and what they're not going to permit.
And that's what the plan would look at, right, Maddie?
I think so. I think it has to.
Yep. So this is all very current, happening now. Martin and me and Maddie and others on the planning commission will give the select board a draft of an application. Believe me, it's going to take a lot of hours on our part, but this is like a great opportunity, and we are in a planning phase. There's no way around it. We just can't go to redevelopment right now. North Star can't, NRC won't allow it. So it's a great opportunity to take advantage of some federal.
But we don't know that the NRC won't allow that, because North Star doesn't know that the NRC won't allow that. So until we know that that is a definite hard no, I think that we need to refrain from saying that it can't happen.
So it might happen, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that North Star doesn't have that answer, and they are willing to look into the potential of splitting that off in phases.
See, that would be huge. I think we should. That's what Mike Remote's like.
And so please, I'm begging the Planning Commission to please not take this as snarky, but those are the answers that you guys should have. Those are the things that should be a part of the plan, and those should be early on in the plan, that we would have those types of answers. And I know that you guys are working hard, and I say again that you are doing something that I truthfully don't want a huge part in, because of the amount of groundwork that you guys are doing and the unbelievable amount of hours that you're putting in. But we're trying to not put the cart before the horse, but we're putting the cart before the horse by trying not to put the cart before the horse. I mean, it seems like we're just in this big circle and we're missing a few key answers that are very a huge instrumental part to moving forward here.
So
I think maybe we need to
Yeah.
engage with some legal advice on this. It would not be out of the question to have someone actually look into all of this. And
Agreed.
that's something that we don't have as a group. We are, we're volunteers. We don't get paid for this. In fact, we don't even really have a huge budget. But I think if that's the way the town feels, we need to engage a lawyer.
I'm not sure that that's how the town feels. I'm saying that that is an option. And at this point, when we're 5 years away from the end of what has been a nightmare, we need to have every possible answer and avenue that this could potentially go. We need to have that covered. And if we don't, then we are doing a disservice to the town, and we're not as prepared as we should be. And again, I'm begging you guys, please don't take this as me coming at you aggressively or saying that I disagree with what you're doing or telling you that it should be done different. This is exactly why I wanted this meeting, was so that we could all discuss these things and be on the same page. The meeting that I had with them today, I did ask, or I did mention to them that I think in August, realistically, we could potentially have like face-to-face meetings. And by then we would have hopefully a permanent town administrator back in the building. So I would like to see that the Planning Commission, the Select Board, North Star, the new town administrator, perhaps we invite Larry down for it. And we have that meeting where everybody is involved in that. We could warn it. Maybe we do it at the school and we invite members of the community. I'm not sure. But I think that we need to have that input, and we need to get that feeling from people, not to ask everybody what they want to see on VY's property, not whether they want Amazon or they want Walmart. That's certainly not the conversation, but to get those answers so that North Star is telling the Planning Commission the same thing that they're telling the Select Board, and everybody can just hear it and be a part of it, ask the questions that need to be asked, and then we would be able to truthfully move forward in a direction that, because everything has changed. Everything has changed as their deadlines have changed, as they've sped things up. So I think that we need to be able and willing to change as quickly with them, and the potential for that property. I 100% agree with you, Maddie, that you guys should be entitled to some type of legal counsel to be asking those questions and to get the answers. And I'm not sure what that looks like. I would ask that Bob and maybe somebody with a lot more knowledge than me finds out how we could get that support to you guys or make that available for you, because the legal portion of that is going to be probably the biggest part of that moving forward, with the exception of the NRC's approval.
Chris, are you saying that basically that all of this kind of stuff should happen before we apply for this grant that we're talking about? Because, I'm sitting here right now, ready to either spend the next 2 weeks of my life writing a grant and getting all kinds of assistance from all kinds of people on it, or, digging in my garden. And, and if we're saying we got to get legal advice and we got to talk more to North Star, and we got to talk to the NRC and whatever else, then I'll forget it. I'll dig into my garden. I'm thinking that all of those kinds of things can happen under the auspices of a grant. If we get the grant, we can go ahead and use it to get legal advice, and we can use it to do all kinds of things. But the first thing is, you know, let's get the resources to do this stuff. But if you're saying,
no, I'm not saying,
saying-
I'm saying that we should be covering every possible avenue.
well,
And
and
one
I
of
think-
the, one of those avenues is certainly securing funding via grant funds, so that if that's the way that you guys go about seeking legal counsel, to be able to have that on, in your corner, so to speak, then absolutely we need to move in that direction. The only thing I'm saying is that there is some unanswered questions here that I think we need some answers for. And one of those is, are we capable, would the NRC, how do we go about getting approval to split that off into sectors so that development could start at the same time that North Star is decommissioning a different section? And if that's a possibility, then I would like to see us looking at that, because obviously that brings in a revenue much sooner than waiting out the next 5 to 7 years.
I think that's a question that can be explored, you know, as part of this grant planning. And, you know, if it happens, it's a nice thing. If it doesn't, you know, we still need to be ready 5 years from now with a good plan.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not asking us to stop, or asking you guys to stop and redirect any of your efforts in any way. I certainly don't want to see that, because you guys have made a ton of progress. I just want to, again, make sure the select board is here tonight. We have different eyes on this because we haven't been as deeply invested in it as you guys have. And it's like anything else, when a fresh set of eyes comes in, we notice different things. And this time it's coming as a form of a question, or so. I'm
Also,
certainly
Chris,
not
in
asking you
fairness-
to do a 180 and go a different direction. Go ahead, Patty.
Also, Chris, in fairness, and I don't mean to be snarky, but you're coming along long after this process has started without any idea as to how the process works. And this is not a business, and I've told you that in my office. This is a municipality, and nothing is done simply. The whole point of planning grants is so we can dot our i's and cross our t's. So when it comes time for Act 250 permitting and anything else that's going to be involved in any construction that's going on in that site, we have done all our homework. So we haven't been spinning our wheels and sitting around here. We're many people who have vast experience in these avenues, and we have been working damn hard to make this happen.
And I'm pretty certain that I started out by.
Have this be my last speech in all the years I've been here, but believe me, Chris, you have a lot to learn.
So
that being said,
I am going to 100% take your last comment as snarky, because to tell me that I have a lot to learn when I'm asking a very simple question, which is, have we asked if that property can be split and redeveloped? And the answer that I've gotten is no. So for me to ask that question is perfectly within my right to ask, because it's a valid question when we start talking to other investors that might want to bring a smaller business, maybe not an Amazon warehouse. And if that is a potential, then why are we not looking in that direction?
That will all be part of planning when we.
Which is why I said that I am not asking anybody to
We
not
have
go
to
for
go
the
to
grant.
town meeting, Chris, and beg for $1,000 to keep the planning commission going. We don't have any money. We don't have professional money or anything. We have to spend all our time, and I don't know, I know you haven't never written a grant. It is a long, drawn out process.
You are very wrong with your comments to me. You're very wrong. I write grants all the time. That's how my program is successful.
Well,
So-
then you understand.
You know what, people?
Anything that's done
You know
in a
what,
day.
people?
This conversation really doesn't matter.
You know what, people? I'm done. I am done. If you want this grant to be written, call me tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.
Patty, I'm not really sure what I could have possibly said this evening that set you off, because I was extremely careful to make sure that I acknowledged all of the hard work that has gone in from the Planning Commission. I in no way have been attempted to take away from that. I have simply asked some questions because the previous board member that sat where I'm sitting did not return any information to us. So there is a large part of our select board that is blind to what is going on. And that can fall directly on us for not asking the appropriate questions, and that's fine. I'm sitting here now and I will take the blame for that. But I still have questions that need answers. And that is not me coming at anybody aggressively. That is me asking a simple question. I'm not asking you guys not to write the grant. If you guys need more money, then come to us and express that. Talk to us about this. This is what I wanted this for, was so that we could work together and not against each other. And this is what has been going on in this town for way too long, that each committee stays within their own committee and they form their own little group, and that's where they stay. And they push their own agenda. And I'm sorry, but each personal agenda is not going to move this town forward. We need to all be on the same page and we need to all work together. And if we can't do that, then we're going to remain a stagnant town, and we are not going to attract anybody here because we can't get along as a community. Go ahead, Bronny, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
I don't want to get in the middle of this, but I want to remind Bob that there's also a part of the town plan that could help with the development, this planning grant process, not just Bob, all of you on the planning commission, and it's the fiber optics set, which given what's going on with the school closures and all the need for even this meeting, the way we're meeting, that's a very important present and future need. And so I just would like to insert that in the planning development, the planning grant thing. That's it.
No, we appreciate that, Brana, and Munson and you have done a fantastic job on the fiber optic initiative. And it's obviously on our agenda to pursue. And with the redevelopment of the VY site, it's an integral part. So it's not going away. So I actually feel we've had a very positive meeting. Chris, thank you. And the planning commission, I know Martin got a little frustrated. We're going to stay on track for this EDA grant. At least I will. And, you know, we have a huge opportunity here. So, I mean, we don't know which way we're going to go. Mike Renaud has ideas. The select board has ideas. North Star has no idea. So. Anyway.
I also think, you know, Bob, you're absolutely right. But if people want a little bit more insight into NRC and what pieces of land are going to be released first and how that is all going to figure out into the big game plan of this, maybe we should get, you know, Bob Leach to talk to you guys, because he has a really good handle on that. And it might give you a little bit more insight. We've listened to him for a long time, and he was one of our expert witnesses with this whole program. So that might actually help. We might actually be able to get Bob to sit in on one of these, and you could ask him your questions. But I think he was very specific about where they would release, and if there was going to have to be additional shielding put up around the casks before they would allow any construction. So yeah, it's kind of it is a quandary.
Yes.
But people can't lose their patience because somebody doesn't have an answer right at the tip of their tongue. Answers are available, but just tell us what you want. We'll do the research and we'll get the answers to you.
So Maddie, I will apologize if you think, or anybody on the planning commission feels that I was attacking them or taking away from the hard work that anybody has done. I didn't expect anybody to have the answers at the tip of their tongue. I simply
Then
asked
maybe
the
you
question.
should have prefaced it that way and said,
Okay, but
you
I
have
prefaced
these,
this
and if you
entire
don't have
thing by
this-
saying that I appreciate all of your hard work, and I have still been taken to be a jerk, as I have been called via text message since people have left this meeting. I think that I acknowledged the work that everybody has done. I have expressed how appreciative I am, but I have also acknowledged that I do not have the information here, and that is not the Planning Commission's fault. That is the Select Board's fault, and I'll just leave it at that. So,
well, maybe we should try this again, you know,
So-
and just give everybody
but-
a chance to cool down.
but what you just said as far as, and I'm sorry, I've already forgotten the gentleman's name that you, Birch Beach, what did you
No,
say?
Bob Leach.
Leach, okay, I'm writing it down so I don't forget it now. Those are the types of things that I want to know. That's, hey, you can get some more information from here. Those are the things that I'm missing. And I don't think that that makes me naive or stupid for not knowing these things. That means that I am new to this. And when I accepted the nomination from our board as the chair, I made it very clear that I did not have the answers or the knowledge to do everything, and that I was going to rely on the other 4 members of that board.
So Chris, this is Bob.
Yes.
So
Yep.
you met with North Star, who, with Corey?
With Corey and Pearson.
So I'm just curious, are you the liaison with?
No, I set up a meeting with them because I went to your planning commission meeting last week and was told that I should have set up a meeting as the new chair. So I did that based off from the recommendation from your board, so that I could try to be more in line with the decisions that are being made and have the answers necessary to make decisions. So I did what was recommended from your committee.
No, I think that's good. I'm just wondering because Maddie is now the town's official liaison.
And that's fine. I did it as the chair of the select board. It was nothing more than a meet and greet. And I made it very clear that the next meeting that we set up, I wanted to make sure it involved both the planning commission and the select board.
Well,
I don't want to have the select board chair going and making decisions by himself. I want to make sure that these are educated decisions that involve every party, which ultimately involves our entire community.
Yeah, we just don't want to go down that path again.
And that is in no way. So last week, Patty O'Donnell made the recommendation that I set up a meeting with North Star. So I immediately did that. And I really am failing to see where this meeting took such a drastic turn this evening, because like you, Bob, I thought that we were actually doing quite well.
No,
trying to be on the same page. And the entire purpose of this meeting was to be able to ask questions. But if I can't ask questions without it being taken as me being aggressive towards it, then I apologize if I'm coming off that way, but.
Listen, Chris, I think we accomplished a lot. There were some, disagreements about approach. So let's just thank you for arranging this. It's like any family, right, Chris? You've got your disagreements, so we're a family, okay?
All right. Yeah, does the select board have any further questions?
No.
Sandy?
No.
Jeff?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Michael? All right. Planning, Maddie, I'm sorry, you were about to say something and I cut you off. What did you have, Maddie?
No, thank you very much for inviting us.
Yes, thank you.
And I just think, sometimes it's very, very difficult. You're in your position, you didn't have the knowledge and it wasn't passed along. It's hard to get that kind of information. in a very gentle way. And I think we all just need to cool down a bit, and we can start over again another day.
Okay, all right. So I would like to close by saying that I do appreciate all of you. And this is what I hope we have going forward, is a collective conversation, so that it is not one-sided or one committee against another. So I do hope that in the future, cooler heads prevail. I apologize for my part of that this evening. There was zero disrespect intended to the Planning Commission in any way. So I hope that that is at least known. So with that, we will move on to number 3 of new business. Wow, we are a long ways into this meeting. Discussion on monthly committee and department reports. I think that it's important, and I believe that it used to be this way previously. Sandy, correct me if I'm wrong, that all committees in town gave an update to the select board. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I would like to see that we notify department heads, committees, and other boards throughout town to make sure that their agendas are being sent and published in a way that we can see that, as well as ensuring that we get all of their minutes and reports from those meetings. Any discussion, thoughts? Jean?
So it sounds like those committees need to be reminded perhaps that their secretary should be sending us also their agendas and minutes. And that it seems like that's the way we will, at least that part of it will happen.
What happened in the past was the, and what was running Northup that had it instituted, they would come into the town clerk's office, she would get a copy, she would make a copy of all the minutes for the board members. So the committees didn't have to get them to us. It was part of the administrative assistant's job.
Well, with, you know, it seems like with email, it just means adding a few more names to your group.
That's true.
And it's not any extra work for anybody. It's
idea.
just click and it's done.
Good idea.
But I would appreciate hearing what's going on in some of these other committees. Just can't get to all those meetings.
And I think that that would alleviate a majority of what just happened. if we were all on the same page, so that it wasn't just one person with all of the knowledge, that we all were on the same page all of the time. Jeff, your thoughts? No.
Getting late, that's all.
Yeah. Brana, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
One of the reasons I come to the meetings, I feel like as chair of the trustees, I'm a liaison from the trustees and I can bring the two-way information. My question is, by open meeting law, we have to post our agendas, like I post them at the post office, and then there's 2 here in the town office building. You want them also sent to you all. That's part of my question. When we post them publicly, is that right? So that's an additional thing, which is not a hard problem. I can send them to you electronically. And the other thing is we do draft minutes, and then at the next meeting, we, like you, approve them. Do you want the draft minutes or do you want the final minutes? So that's 2 questions.
Sandy, what have we received in the past?
In the past, you didn't have 2 sets of minutes. You had the minutes of the meeting, which were approved with corrections or without corrections at the next meeting. So therefore, you didn't have draft minutes and then real minutes. They were all your 5-day minutes or your legal minutes. And if they're not draft, they're your minutes. And then next time, if you correct, okay, so Jean made a mistake on the warrant, say it was warrant 65T, and she said she'd put in the minutes 63T. The next week it would say with a correction on page 2 of 63 to 65T. So you know what the correction was. So you'd only have one set of minutes for a meeting. I mean, you're making more work for yourselves.
Well, I can tell you in the library from the state, that's not what we were told to do.
Really?
It's yeah, what you're saying is confusing me.
So if you have minutes that will have to go to court, and you have your draft minutes of our meeting tonight, and the real minutes are in the not approved until 2 weeks from now, there's a court case that comes up in between times. Which minutes are they going to say are the legal minutes?
The final minutes are the legal minutes.
But they have to be in your office within 5 days. How can they be legal?
No.
if it's not there.
Yeah, but the
they
drafts
have
are
to be
available.
posted. They have to be available on a website, an official website, within 5 calendar days. And so what happens, here's what happens with the library. We meet on a Wednesday. By Monday, we have draft minutes posted on our library website. We also have final minutes that were approved from the previous month for the previous month's meeting, also posted on the website. And in those final, in the draft minutes, it says, here's where the corrections are. And then the corrections are made in the final minutes, and the town clerk gets a copy, and the unofficial website gets a copy of the final minutes that were approved for the previous month. Now that sounds confusing.
Yeah, well, Chris asked how it was done. How it was done was town committees, their minutes have to be in 5 days into the clerk's office. And unless they change that, I think they've extended it to 10 days during the COVID.
Yes.
And he asked me how it was done, and that's what I was answering, how it was done.
Yeah.
But that's
One
not
sec.
clear. It's not clear.
Well, if you go
I
back,
would be happy with anything from these other committees
Right.
personally,
I'm with you, Jean.
you
Right.
know, because
I
we got,
just want an update.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we could, Tom, I believe you're still on the line here. Maybe next time you're in the office, if you're able to shoot an email to all department heads, committee chairs, board chairs, and let them know that we would like to start to see their updates from their meetings.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna move on to do we need a vote on that, Sandy?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to move on to a message that I received. I did email it to everybody. Did everybody read the email that I sent that's from Chad Mulverhill?
Yes, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Okay, so I don't need to read that aloud. Could we just get a motion on that?
Mr. Chair, I move that we grant Chad Mulverhill's request for the Walter Zaluzny honorarium at the gazebo.
Okay.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Next, Carol, you've got the floor. I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, what was the motion? I
Um,
didn't get the motion.
The motion is to allow Chad Mulverhill and the Memorial Day Committee to set up a memorial honoring Mr. Zaluzny and all the other veterans for Memorial Day, just so that it is on BCTV. His suggestion does require all of the mandated social distancing, all of that stuff. We are not inviting people for a large gathering or any of that stuff. It's and it is outside. So I just want to make that clear before we get that question. So that's what the motion is, Carol.
All right. I hate long motions. That's all right. No,
the motion is just to utilize the town gazebo for a Memorial Day. What do you want to call it?
I like that. That's good.
Okay, perfect. There it is.
That's good. Perfect. Okay, so as far as my request, the other lister that was elected in March, Chad Baldwin, was deemed a non-essential employee. I am going to need him to come in. We're getting to the end of we're beginning to get to our crunch time, and I need to have him come into the office. He only works when he was able to work 2 days a week, 9 to 2 were the hours that we had set on Tuesday and Thursday. And I need to have a meeting with the Lister board next week, a work session, and then probably the week after that, a meeting where we can make decisions or vote, because we can't vote in a work session. So I didn't know whether I needed to bring that to you or not, but that's what I would like to do.
So,
all right. I have a motion to allow the third lister to come back to work as needed, per Carol.
Thank you.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next, town administrator recruitment discussion. I don't think we have much to discuss. We have a special meeting for it next week. We do have some applications that have come in. I did send those out a little early so that you guys could have time to look them over and be as prepared as possible. I know that Tom sent out an email with a couple more, and potentially by the end of this week, we might see a few more stragglers. So we do have a meeting, I believe it is next Wednesday, to discuss all of this.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just to reiterate, you're all going to get a hard copy package of all of the applicants. I'm going to group them. You can do with it what you want, but I'm going to group them into A, B, and C. And you can do with them, pick who you want, whatever. There's a couple of gems, and there's a couple of folks that probably don't meet the threshold requirements. That's what I'll say. But you'll all get a hard copy so you can mark it up and not have to use all your ink.
Thank you.
All right. Perfect. The ever lovely stair replacement bid discussion. We got 2 bids back. They both came in today. One is 12,000, one is 9,900. Both of them, really the only difference that I saw was that one of the bids went far enough to say, where did it go? Railing. Said something about the railing. Where was it? Oh, reinstall railings to match. The other one did say that they were going to take the railings, the existing railings, clean them up, address any rust issues, and prepare for reinstallation. I'm not sure that that's a $4,000 fix, $3,000 fix, but so discussion, Jeff.
Honestly, I haven't had a chance to look at the bids.
Did we get the bids?
They should have all been emailed to you this afternoon.
With all 600 emails we had to review an hour before the meeting at work.
Oh.
Okay, so I think it's pretty cut and dry here. They are both very, very short as far as the amount of wording that's on them. So we have one from Renault Brothers, and I'll just read it for you. It says, replace the stairs on the front of town clerk's office, remove and dispose of existing concrete stairs, remove existing railings, clean up, address any rust issues, and prepare for reinstallation, pour in place new concrete stairs, installing railings, repair, replace metal on landing. includes all labor and materials and says cost not to exceed $12,000, which is a strange way to write a bid, not to exceed. And then we have one from Tom Call Excavating out of Bellows Falls. His job description is mobilization, dealing with any dig safe that's necessary. That was not noted in the other one. Saw cut upper step area and remove and dispose of deteriorated concrete. And I believe that's the main entrance. Is that the part that you're talking about there, Tom Garino?
Who was cut back into the, what I call the patio area, to the stairway, into the, where you store the snow blower area.
Right.
Cut back into that a little bit and then replace that with some more concrete and a new metal fascia on it.
So then the next step was to prep the upper landing, doweling it to the existing and re-pour with fiber reinforced concrete. Lower stairwell, chip out and salvage existing center rail. Saw, cut, and remove complete set of lower stairs and dispose of those. Prep lower stairs with crushed stone. Pour new lower stairs to match existing with fiber reinforced concrete. Reinstall railings to match. That one was $9,900.
Does anybody know this company?
I know Tom.
Yeah, I know Tom also. But you know him better, Chris.
I mean, I just know him from around. I've seen some of his jobs. I can't say as though he's done anything for me. So I can't, but then again, neither has Renault, so I can't compare one to the other. I do know that Tom has been around for at least 20 years that I know him, so maybe 15 years, but.
Did they give references?
Neither one did.
Did the Renault's bid address the other stairs, the, like, I don't know, porch up near the door?
The only thing that it said was repair and replace metal on landing. And that's the only thing that indicates on that.
Oh.
That's the only thing indicated on the Renault one, whereas on the Tom Call one, they were going to cut that out and actually replace the concrete instead of just the, if I'm reading this correctly, instead of just the metal, repair and replace metal on the landing.
Yeah,
So,
it looked like he was going to come back somewhere between 2 and 5 feet when he was walking around up there on the replacement and cut. I don't know the guy's work other than he's been around for a long time, and he wouldn't be in business if he wasn't doing stuff right. Same with Reno, but it's $2,100, so it's a substantial difference.
So Renault's were addressing that upper landing or whatever then also? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know. It does not.
Yeah, but not right. Not to the degree. It's not nearly to the degree that Carl was going to address the upper landing.
Okay.
What's the board want to do? Andy?
I'm thinking.
Jeff? Michael?
Move on. I'm thinking too.
Just looking on Google quick, I see. I mean, he's got 2 5-star reviews, but he mainly does excavation work. I don't see anything about concrete. Where I know Renaud does concrete for the state, for state and federal jobs and bridges.
True. That's true.
Well, that's a bit of an assumption, I think. you know, I don't know why he'd be interested in bidding on this if it wasn't something that he did.
I'm not saying it's something he doesn't do. I'm just saying by what I've seen online, I don't see anything about concrete. I'm sure he does concrete, yes.
Yeah.
This isn't a brain surgery job either, relative, you know, from an engineering perspective. You dig them out, you put some stone in, you pour the concrete.
Hopefully they all
It's a
come
craft
out.
by some people, so.
And what's the time frame allotted to them?
Sounds like Tom's the engineer.
Yeah, we didn't put a timetable on it, but I'm sure we could tell them to have it done by, what's this? By the end of June, first week of July.
I think we need to correctly put out what we want done written so we get the quotes back from each person how we want them. Because right now it's just, we're getting random stuff.
It was like pulling teeth to get these two bids back. And these are the only two that came in.
Did we actually physically ask in writing for any of these bids? We got the way we asked. We didn't ask professionally, so we got it back unprofessionally, in my opinion.
Well, you know, I'm not I don't write bid specs, so I couldn't have done that.
I'm just saying letterhead.
Those stairs have been an eyesore and a danger. I think that we need to make a decision. Michael, I respect what you're saying, that this should have been done differently. I know that we also reached out to multiple other companies that didn't respond. But if we don't make a decision soon on this, I can assure you that the lawsuit that is going to be presented to the town when somebody falls down those stairs is going to be considerably higher than even the highest bid that we have here.
Yeah.
So if we want to push this off and hope for, I mean, we're the end of May now, so we would have to give another 4 weeks. We would be into July before we would expect to be holding another vote on this. And if that's what we want to do, then I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that if we push this off any further, that we really need to close off the front of that building entirely before something happens.
I don't want to push it off. I'm just trying to determine, it almost sounded like Tom Call was maybe going to do more work than the Renault. That's what I was assessing and what I'd probably base my decision on. Do you think that's right, Tom, that they were offering a little bit more on that upper landing and such?
That's what, my walk around with him, I did not walk around with Mr. Renault. I didn't even see him come to the job site. I know he did, but I didn't see him there. Tom met me and we walked through the job as I saw, you know, what needed to be done. I even talked to him about the idea of maybe narrowing up the stairs, because that was talked about at one of the select board meetings, but then you get into railing issues and going in and going out, and people with disabilities, you need that center rail too. So he was, all I know is I walked the site with him. I did not walk the site with Mr. Renault, and I don't want to make any calls as to what he was, no pun intended, as to what he was thinking on that. But it appears, based on what he wanted to do in the landing and based on what was written, that Call was going to do a more extensive job on the top landing in addition to replacing the stairs.
All right, well, let's go with a little bit then. Get it over with.
I'll second your motion, Jeff.
I don't know if that was a proper motion.
It is at 9:30 at night. That is a proper motion with a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right.
You know how easy that was?
What's that?
I said, see how easy that was?
You should be here and running this meeting, Jeff.
Oh, God.
All right, what else did we have? I'm trying to find my agenda.
Sign repair.
At the South School.
Okay, so we have received $1,000 from the damaging party of the sign. I sent you guys an email. We got the estimate back from, McCarthy's, and the sign was $350, and the 4x4 wooden posts with vinyl sleeves and installation was an additional $550. That seemed high to me, and I didn't quite understand how we got to that number. And they were extremely rude when I called to, maybe it's the way I ask questions, because I'm just upsetting everybody when I ask questions. So then per, I believe it was Sandy's suggestion, I called Dennis Tier. Okay. I called him. He was $50 more on the overall project. He was cheaper on the installation and more expensive on the actual sign. So my question to the board was, in fairness to the damaging party, the estimate that we got from McCarthy's included them coming down, again, putting the posts in, pouring concrete, putting vinyl, whatever, coverings over the posts and capping the posts. After looking at the installation that's over here, that is nothing more than 4x4s that are sunk into the ground with no concrete and no vinyl sleeves on them. So right off the bat, I don't think that we can, in fairness, charge that resident for replacing the additional things that were not damaged originally. So my question to the board is, if we were to present to the gentleman that was decent enough to step forward and own this up and paid us, if we were to pay to have the sign remade for $350 and he puts the sign back in, we hold the money until that sign is in, we inspect the work, we tell him exactly how it needs to be done, and then we're able to refund some of that money to them. I will say, as a punk kid that has done enough damage in this town and done my fair share of stupid things, that when a 21-year-old steps up and says, hey, I was being an idiot, here's some money, please forgive me, that to me goes a long way. So I think that my suggestion is that we show a willingness to work with him. But I'm curious what the rest of the board thinks. Jeff?
I agree. You know, for the reasons you just stated. I mean, who knows? He could be select board chair someday.
You could have it tomorrow if you want.
Yeah.
Gene?
No, so I agree, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, I also agree. Just hang on to it till we're happy with the job, hang on to the money and
Okay,
release
Sandy?
it.
Yep, I go along with it.
Michael?
Do it.
All right,
Miss-
perfect.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think there is an issue, though, that the sign is not guaranteed if someone else does the work. He won't guarantee the sign.
Right, and neither was the one that's hanging there right now.
Neither was what?
The sign that was damaged was not guaranteed because they didn't install it. According to the woman that was rude with me on the phone, that we, the town of Vernon, installed that sign that was there and damaged. And because we did that, there was no guarantee on that sign that was there. So again, I don't think that we can push that off on him. We can't expect more in return for what was damaged, I guess.
Okay. No, that's fine.
If the historians want an upgrade, they can pay for it.
It's not the toast.
What kind of guarantee do you expect when a sign's been run over? I can see the guarantee in terms of the weather but if it's run over, I don't think anybody's gonna back it.
But they're saying that if they don't come down and put the sign in, that they won't guarantee it.
Oh, so if the weather's poorly, then that's it. We're on our own.
Which, yeah, I don't, well, I mean, whatever. I don't really understand how that could work. So, all right, I will follow up with him, and I will make sure that I let Cindy know what's going on with that. And Heather Frost, I will send her an email as well. With that, our next meeting is, somebody help me with a calendar here.
Next Wednesday.
Oh, that's right, next Wednesday for the special meeting for the town administrator recruitment. And then we would follow that. I think we get a week off there, don't we? Do we? Maybe not. Nope, we definitely don't. So then our next meeting would be the 2nd of June. Could I please get a motion to adjourn?
No, wait.
Oh, Brana, yes.
I've been waiting all night for these 2 announcements that are not agenda items. Curbside service at the library started today. And for more information on it, you can go to the vernonfreelibrary.org website and find out how to order books. And library curbside pickup is Tuesdays and Thursdays from 1 to 6. And the second announcement I just got today was from BDCC and Wyndham Regional Commission. The 27th, which I think is next Wednesday, from 1 to 3, there's a virtual connectivity summit webinar, and it will discuss connectivity issues. And also in late June, the WRC feasibility study, which was the broadband project study that we all participated in early March. There will be more on that. That report will come out in late June. So that's it.
Brana, in the future, by all means, stop us at, 6:45 and let us know that you want to make that announcement so you're not stuck here all night. We appreciate having you. But
thank you.
All right, a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, I got all kinds of motions, and Jean, you got a second on that, right? Perfect.
Sure, second, yeah.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good night, everybody. Thanks for being here, Rich. Appreciate you.
Good night.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody.
welcome to the 373rd edition of Energy Week. We are recording this on the 28th of May, 2020. Our first day of news that we're reporting is from the 21st of May, which is a week ago today on Thursday. Every day, I go to the internet and get whatever news I can about energy and climate change, and I post them at a blog, geoharvey.com. And you can go there and find the stories that we are reading. We'll keep you apprised of what the date is that these things appeared on the blog, and you can go to the blog and click on the date on the calendar and find the stories. And there are also, there's what I call a script, which is, you know, the stuff that we say is not really scripted except for the titles and the synopses of these stories. But the titles and synopses are available on a file online. Actually, there's a Energy Week blog, and you can go to posts for that, and the address of those posts is on the show's end material that is below the place where it is played online. And then also BCTV puts up the entire script with the photos, so that a person who's hearing this but doesn't have a television or whatever to watch it on,
they watch it on a computer.
They can watch it on the computer and look at the well, they could watch the show on the computer, but even without access to the show itself, they can look at the slides on that. So
Well, some of these are well worth looking at. There's a couple of them this week are good. Some of them very, very long this week.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Tom. Tom reads everything.
So I'll try to call your attention to some of the better ones, because some of these are almost must-sees, you know. They're awful close to it.
Yeah, they are.
And
should we just go into it, Tom?
I think we should. I'll catch up with my head in a little while.
Okay. For anybody who's listening to this, Tom and I are doing the show from our homes, and it's being recorded on a regular telephone link. And then Brian at BCTV is putting the show together with the slides that I provided. So we're starting in London, and we have an item from Green Queen Media.
That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Unilever, H&M, among 150 companies worth $2 trillion, urging net zero pandemic recovery. I don't know what Unilever H&M is, but
Unilever is a big,
we'll figure that out. Unilever, I know what it is.
Big company. Okay. In a CEO-led climate advocacy effort backed by the UN, 155 multinational companies with combined market capitalization of over $2.4 trillion signed a joint statement urging world governments to align recovery efforts with climate science. And
well, what they're trying to do here, they're calling for policies that will put net zero emissions at the center of post-coronavirus rebuilding packages.
Yeah.
Will benefit business in the long run. It'll benefit all of us, really.
Yeah. One of the things that I find really interesting about this is that this isn't a bunch of people showing up at the annual meetings and demanding something, you know, kind of kooks sitting in the back of the meeting holding signs or something. This is the CEOs. These are the people who are actually running these companies. And
movers and the shakers.
They are indeed. That picture, by the way, is a picture of what is called Sustainable London. And it is...
looks pretty green.
It looks pretty green. I find it kind of frightening, to tell you the truth, because it looks like all they really did there was plant trees all over the place and sprinkle islands in the Thames River. And I think we have to do more than that. But, you know, they're trying.
Let's hope they do.
Yeah. So should we move on from that story, Tom?
Yeah, we got another picture here. Hey, we got a whole bunch of, what are these things anyhow?
Oh, those things, the wind turbines?
Oh, wind turbines, huh?
Oh, wind turbines. Who'd have thought?
I don't think you'd be watching this show if you didn't see a picture of wind turbines and pump jacks.
Yeah, but you know, one thing that I want to point out about this picture, there are Well, there's actually 5 wind turbines. You just see a blade of one of them sticking up in the air. But if you look at the kind of horizon, which is actually the top of a rise, a little hill or something, there's a tree there to the left of the left-hand most wind turbine. And,
Yeah, funny looking tree.
And that tree is probably a full-grown tree, and the mast of that wind turbine is on land that's a whole lot farther down. Those turbines are gigantic. So this is from Forbes Advocate.
Well, they've been getting bigger. We're going to be talking about one that's probably now the biggest in the world, or a bunch of them. You know, one model that's the biggest in the world. Well, let's move along. We'll get there. Coalition Energy Roadmap for gas over coal.
Australia's government has highlighted gas as a crucial energy source to back up renewable energy power generation over the next decade. A long-awaited roadmap to meeting the country's emission reduction commitments uses gas and pumped hydrogen to back up solar and wind capacity.
It's a form of storage.
It is. And I should point out that there's a lot of different kinds of gas, and the government of Australia is actually pushing natural gas to replace coal as a backup, and there are a lot of environmentalists who are really upset about this. Gas can also be hydrogen. And
right, definitely.
Yeah.
And it seems like parts, at least, of Australia have put their money, put their bets on hydrogen.
Yeah, they have. Absolutely, they have. And not small amounts of money, too. We're talking about, in some cases, upwards of $10 billion. But, you got anything more on this?
Well, a quick takeaway, this comes from the article. The government will focus on technologies where the nation has a competitive advantage.
Yeah.
It looks like they think they have a competitive advantage in hydrogen, and they're moving in that direction.
Well, I think they do. I think they do have a competitive advantage for hydrogen. And they're right about that. But as I said, they're pushing natural gas too, and that does not please me. Forbes Advocate, by the way, doesn't have anything to do with Forbes magazine.
Oh, no?
No, I think it's actually related to a town called Forbes or something like that. I'm not sure. I did look into it and I forgot. But I think, okay, I might be wrong. I think it doesn't have anything to do with Forbes magazine, which is an American publication. The Advocate is Australian.
Okay.
So, are we going on from that one?
I think we should. We got another slide coming up of one of these things.
I think they're maybe the same ones we saw on the first slide. The last slide, I'm sorry. No, they're not. And the cells are shaped different.
Yeah, they are. Well, it says UK renewables output overtakes fossil fuels. Where have I heard that one before?
This is from Renews. In the UK, renewables generated more than fossil fuels for the first quarter of 2020. We're talking about 3 months there. In February, UK wind farms averaged a 50% capacity factor for onshore and 60% for offshore. Drax Electric Insights tells us this. By contrast, gas had a capacity factor of 34%, and coal had a capacity factor of 17%. Now, nuclear had a...
You'd have figured they would have a very high capacity factor.
Normally they do. But here's the deal, Tom. They're not running normally. They're running abnormally.
Yes. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit, I think, too.
Yeah, the capacity factor of nuclear was 59%, so even nuclear didn't have a capacity factor that was as high as offshore wind, which is mind-boggling.
Well, nuclear plants are supposed to run all the time, aren't they?
They are indeed, and they didn't.
Well, for a quick takeaway, renewables output was higher than fossil fuel generation for the first time ever.
Yep.
That must be just in UK.
Well, I'll tell you something, Tom. It's been going on in the United States, too.
Definitely. It is going on in the U.S.
Absolutely. But
output from wind was boosted by winter storms that made February the windiest since records began.
Well, that does make a difference. But the thing that I find interesting about this particular report is gas. We're talking about well, there's different kinds of gas, but baseload gas should be running at about somewhere around 70%, 80% capacity factor. Load following is going to be far below that, and peaker plants sometimes run as low as 9%. But when coal is running at 17%, coal is usually runs 65 or 70%.
Yes, it's usually on all the time.
These plants are just losing money like mad. It's like, you know, we're seeing with the coronavirus pandemic, we're seeing stores that are not open. And imagine, you know, or stores that you can pick things up at the door, like the Everyone's Books. You know, you can call in an order for a book and pick it up at the door. But you know, that's the way things are in Brattleboro. But you know that's cutting into their business. And when you are running at 17%, you're not. There's no profit out of it. There's a big loss out of this.
The times they are changing, and they're changing big time.
They are. So should we go on?
Yeah, let's go on. We got one coming up for Friday, the 22nd of May.
Yep, and we have an item from...
There of a battery.
That is a battery, and I want to call attention to the fact that there's a little thing to the right of the battery that has some words on it, which I can't read, but...
Well, it looks like it's about an 8.5 by 11 sheet.
Yeah, and so if that's the case, this is a big battery, physically large.
Looks like it would fit in the back seat of a car, right behind the seat or something like that.
It kind of looks like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So this is from Clean...
Well, if that's an 8.5 by 11 sheet, that's just about exactly what it is.
Yeah. And I see the number of amp hours that it's on there, but I don't see a voltage, so...
Well, I calculated that it had to be 6 volts, which doesn't make sense to me, but...
I don't know.
Well, we'll see what it has to say.
Okay.
China's S-Volt announces a cobalt-free battery production launch. That's important.
That is. S-Volt, a Chinese battery company founded in 2018, announced in 2019 that it would build a 24 gigawatt-hour cobalt-free lithium-ion battery. It seems to have made good on that promise. S-Volt says the technology will work in a car for 15 years or up to 1.2 million kilometers.
That's 746,000 miles.
That's right. So, you know, these are long-serving batteries. They have a long product life, and they don't have any cobalt.
Well, the new battery has a range of over 500 miles. I guess that's per charge. And over 50% of the cobalt that is consumed worldwide is presently used in lithium-ion batteries.
Very easy to...
Cobalt's expensive.
Cobalt is expensive, and there are big issues about how people get it. Because
there's child labor involved and stuff like that.
That's right.
A completely cobalt-free and cost-effective battery will help revolutionize the energy sector. Well, that's a fact.
I think it is. The question is, does this battery actually work? If they've actually produced a 24 gigawatt-hour cobalt-free lithium-ion battery, then this battery has to work. There's no doubt about it.
And all of their competitors are out there taking their batteries apart, trying to figure out what they're doing.
Which is called reverse engineering. And sometimes you can do that, and sometimes you can't. Okay.
Oh, we got another picture coming up here, and it looks like it's Lake Erie. That's Cleveland in the background.
That is Cleveland. We've actually seen this picture on the show before. It was a couple of years ago. And this particular item comes from Renewed.
And that's called the Icebreaker wind farm in Lake Erie.
Yeah.
And the article starts off by saying turbine restrictions may be fatal to Icebreaker.
This is one of those kind of infuriating articles. The Lake Erie Energy Development Corporation, the developers of the 21 megawatt Icebreaker offshore wind farm on Lake Erie, said it is stunned by the regulators' approval of the project on the condition that the 6 turbines are switched off from dusk until dawn for most of the year.
Why are they doing that?
Well, you know, this article was very short, and it really didn't explain. But, and unfortunately, you know, when I got the article, it was available online, but it was about the only thing available online. So I put the article into my blog. And it took until a couple of days later that I found out why they did this. They're doing it to protect bats.
Oh.
They're doing this. The wind farm would have to be off from dusk until dawn from My recollection is that it's the 1st of May to the end of October, which means that, you know, they're going to have to be off a lot of the time.
Well, it's 8 miles out into the lake. They're going to protect the bats. The bats aren't even going to be there.
You know, Tom, I don't understand it either. Maybe bats do go out that far. I would think that they would have done.
If there's bugs out there, there's bats out there.
If what?
If there's bugs out there, there's bats out there.
If there's bugs. Now, are there bugs 8 miles offshore?
That's what I'm thinking.
There could be, you know, and it might depend on what kinds of bugs they are. But
well, whatever they're doing, it makes this project economically unviable.
Right, and it was actually, that was the big one of something like 33 things that they stuck on, saying you can't do this, you must do that. But the thing that was really infuriating about this was that LEEDCO, Lake Erie Energy Development Corporation, and the regulators had actually come to an agreement. And the agreement, it covered the question of the bats and shutting the wind turbines down. And this was a big surprise. The regulators were going back on that agreement when they made the conditions.
I would figure bats are perfectly capable of avoiding wind turbines.
I don't know. Bats are funny creatures. Honestly, Tom, I think probably not, because they operate on the basis of sonar, and as those turbine blades go around, they're going to be coming toward them and going away, and they're going to have funny ideas about where the blades are.
That may be the bottom line. I don't know.
Yeah, but why bats would be 8 miles offshore, I don't know. As you said, if there's bugs out there, there would be bats, but
I mean, if bugs hang around vegetation and stuff like that, they don't hang around lakes much.
Well, that's true. And even, you know, if I'm thinking about going out on a boat on a lake, you don't find mosquitoes out in the middle of the lake usually. You find them near the shore.
Bingo.
So,
yeah.
So,
look, a nice picture coming up here.
Yeah, tropical forest. Nice picture.
Scientists find climate change tipping point for tropical forests. And that's a tropical forest.
That's a tropical forest. That's why their picture is there. This is from the Irish News. Ireland is
tropical forest in Ireland.
There's lots of forests.
No tropical forests in Ireland.
They're not usually tropical. No. Although I'll tell you, I lived in Devonshire, which is always called Devon by the local people. And in Devonshire in the 1960s, we had bamboo growing in the yard, and there was a park not far from where I lived that had native palm trees in it. And by native, I mean British palm trees.
Yeah, there's native palm trees in Ireland.
Yeah.
And in parts of Ireland, you can even see cacti.
Can you? I didn't know that. Is
I
that
think
why
there
they call it the Emerald Isle?
Huh?
Is that why they call it the Emerald Isle?
I don't think so. I think the cacti have been introduced.
I think so, but you know, in England, on the South Shore, there are scorpions. Believe it or not, and I think they've been introduced too. But let me read this.
Yeah.
You read the title. Tropical forests can still act as effective carbon sponges in a warmer world. A team of researchers coordinated by the University of Leeds found rainforests can continue to absorb huge volumes of carbon if global warming remains less than 2 degrees Celsius, which is 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, above pre-industrial levels.
Interesting picture there of men on a giant tree. And the tree got to be 10 feet in diameter.
Are you talking about another picture at this article?
I'm talking about on this article.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can't see the picture here, but it's in this article.
Yeah.
It's a big tree.
You know, when I think about the big trees, I think about the movie, the Big Trail, which was a John Wayne movie from when he was very young.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that one.
It was the Oregon Trail, and he went out on the Oregon Trail to Oregon. And when he got there, they wound up being on the edge of a forest with trees that were utterly gigantic. And he and the young woman he was in love with go spot each other in this forest. And I think those trees must have been 20 feet thick, at least.
Well, they got trees that big out in the West.
Yeah.
They got roads running right through a tree.
Yeah. Yeah. So should we move on, Tom?
Well, I got a quick takeaway here.
Oh, good.
World's tropical forests store an estimated 25 years worth of fossil fuel emissions in their trees.
Yeah.
Currently, 25% of tropical rainforests are above the threshold and store less carbon than their cooler counterparts. And from the article again, nearly 2 million measurements were taken from 10,000 trees in 10,000 species of trees in 24 countries across South America, Africa, and Asia. So they did their homework.
They did their homework, and that, by the way, is something that I think that people who don't understand science should ponder, because we have a lot of people attacking science these days, and they seem to think that scientists are guys who get in the back room and smoke a cigar and say, well, what are we going to tell everybody next? And in fact, 2 million measuring points.
Takes a little bit of time to do that.
Yeah, well, even if you've got computers doing all the measurements, and then you have computer programs putting them into spreadsheets or whatever, this is a huge amount of work, even with the computers. So.
Well, let's move along. We got a nice picture of Miami.
Yep, Saturday, May 23rd.
Miami's fight against rising seas.
And this is from the BBC, just down the coast from Donald Trump's weekend retreat. And I got to tell you, it's not far down the coast. The residents and businesses of South Florida are experiencing regular episodes of water in the streets. The battle against rising seas, the region is becoming ground zero, and it has more to lose than anywhere else in the world.
This is a very long article.
It is.
It's interesting. There's a lot of pictures involved.
There are.
If you've got about 2 weeks, take a look at the article.
Good idea.
It is a good article.
Yeah.
Well, I got a quick takeaway here. With tides higher than they have been in decades, many of South Florida's drainage systems and seawalls are no longer sufficient. Miami has the most to lose in terms of financial assets of any coastal city in the world, just above Guangzhou, China, and New York City.
They are going to have trouble in Miami, and
They're having trouble already. Well, we've talked about that.
Over and over. We've been talking about that for a long time, sunny day flooding.
Some of the sewers that they've built to take rainwater off the streets is bringing seawater in.
Yeah. And they're putting, I think it was $495 million into building check valves in those sewers and raising the roads and things like that. And you see pictures of places.
We've talked about exactly that.
Huh?
We've talked about that.
We have. And you see pictures of people sitting in an outdoor cafe that looks like it was sunk into the ground. And in fact, what happened was the outdoor cafe was there, and it was at ground level and street level, and the street was raised 2 feet.
Is this the one with the water up around everybody's knees?
No, that's
a different one.
Yeah, it's a different one. Yeah.
Times are changing, boy. I tell you.
Well, yeah, they are. So do you want to go on? Do you have something?
Yeah, we got another one coming up here.
This is from Clean Technica.
Natural gas leaks are deadly for trees.
Yeah, and we have a picture here of a woman holding a dead tree that was apparently killed by natural gas. We have long known that drilling, gas extraction, and fracking are associated with huge amounts of water contamination, explosion hazards, and corruption of human health. But the situation is worse than that. Natural gas leaking from pipes is also deadly for trees that line our streets. And by the way, I think it's probably not very good for human beings either.
Well, I can't see any health benefits out of it.
Well, yeah, probably not.
Well, from the article, dead or dying trees were 30 times more likely to have been exposed to methane in the soil surrounding their roots than healthy trees. Yeah. And the gas had leaked from natural gas pipelines, typically buried beneath the roadways.
And one of the things that we had come up several years ago, and I've mentioned it probably at least half a dozen times on the show, was that thing about a study, and I don't even remember what university it was, although it was a university in the Boston area. They got a car and they had a methane detector put into it, and they drove it on every street in Boston. And they found something like 2,500 gas leaks, 2,700, something like that. And somebody, it might have been the Natural Resources Defense League or you know, one Sierra Club, somebody decided they wanted to duplicate that study and find out what results they got. And they did, and they got a result of something over 3,000 natural gas leaks that they found in the Boston area. And that's natural gas coming out of pipeline. And of course, this is dangerous. You know,
yeah, it is. Every once in a while, you see a story about a fire in a house started by natural gas.
Or a fire in a neighborhood. And
the neighborhood, yeah.
You know, there was a neighborhood in California that burned down. The whole neighborhood burned down after we started the show. And I talked to Nancy Ray Mallory, the editor of Green Energy Times, which I write for, about this. And she said that when she was living in someplace in New York State or Pennsylvania, she said just down the road from her, propane had leaked in a town in circumstances where there wasn't much wind, and it had, because propane is pretty heavy, it had gone downhill and it had pooled, and it exploded and burned a bunch of houses down. These are things that you don't generally get out of sun panels.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
All right.
Well, we got another picture of more windmills.
Of more windmills. And this happens to be the Block Island windmills.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is. And which is absolutely proper when you consider that we're talking about Denmark here. This is an item from Renews. People who publish these articles on energy, they will pick up pictures from anywhere. And you know, I had a picture come up. It was like, oh, where was it? It was it might have been Morocco or something like that. And it was South Africa. And they had a picture of a hydroelectric dam in Bosnia, of all places. And it did not look like South Africa. Anyway, this is from Renews.
Well, what it says is a Danish consortium eyes a 10-gigawatt energy island. Think about that, 10 gigawatts.
Yeah, a gigawatt?
Large.
A gigawatt is what, Tom?
A bigawatt.
A bigawatt, that's right. Danish pension funds, Pension Denmark and PFA, energy company SEAS-NVE, and Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners formed a consortium to invest in an offshore wind energy island of up to 10 gigawatts in the North Sea. The project, which is called Vindo, V-I-N-D-O.
Look out the window.
You look out the window, that's right. Could include 25 traditional offshore wind farms.
This is big.
This is gigantic. This is absolutely gigantic. And, you know, when you consider, well, for example, the comparison that we just read a few minutes ago about nuclear energy having a 59% capacity factor and wind having 60, this would be the equivalent of 10 large nuclear power plants. And
very large nuclear power plants.
And one of the things is
almost 20, like we had, like Vermont Yankee was.
That's right. And one of the things that I find really interesting about this is that they have a bunch of different ways that this electricity can be used. It can be taken through transmission lines to Denmark, but it can also be used in what they call power to X, which means that they could make hydrogen with it, or they could do something else to use that power.
Well, a quick takeaway here. Vindo would be an artificial island approximately 100 kilometers out to sea, out in the North Sea.
Yeah. Did you say 100 kilometers?
I did.
That's about 60 miles out. You're not going to be seeing these things from land.
No, I don't think so.
and what they were talking about doing was building what it sounded like I think they called them mulberries that were used at the Normandy invasion. Do you remember anything about those?
No, I don't.
Well, they built huge boxes of concrete, and the boxes were hollow, and they towed them to the coast of Normandy and then sank them there, and they produced sea breaks to reduce waves out of these.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, what they're doing here is they're doing a very similar thing. They're talking about building floatable boxes and hauling them out to sea and then sinking them and then building the island on top of that.
Okay.
So, you all done with that one?
I think so.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, May 24th, with an item from Clean Technica.
And there's a nice picture, a map of the world with an awful lot of heat concentrating Siberia.
In Siberia, of all places.
Picture of world Earth temperatures, or world temperatures in the first quarter of 2020.
Yeah.
So that's very current.
Yes, it is. What do you got for a title for the article?
Well, we mentioned Siberia, and there it is again. Siberia is experiencing record highs, 40 degrees Fahrenheit above average.
It's 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So if we were expecting averages of, say, 30 degrees in Brattleboro, that we'd be getting temperatures of 70.
Yep, that's what's happening.
And this has been going on for a long time. And by long time, I mean more than just a couple of days. Siberia is seeing record high temperatures of nearly 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 22 degrees Celsius above average. To put that in perspective, the Washington Post writes that in some areas, some areas of Siberia are hotter than Washington, D.C. Snow cover is disappearing, sea ice is melting, and really intense fires are raging. And I want to mention here, when we're talking about 40 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius, that is the amount in excess. So if you want to add 40 degrees Fahrenheit to 32 degrees, which is the melting point of water, you get 72 degrees. And that is the equivalent of 22 degrees Celsius added to zero. So 40 degrees Fahrenheit is same as 22 degrees Celsius when you're adding it. So
I was just going to say something about that.
When you're just looking at the temperature, 40 degrees Fahrenheit is more like 5 degrees Celsius. And the person who wrote the article made a mistake and asked, just got a conversion and asked for 40 degrees. I don't remember, but their temperature that they gave was way off.
Yeah. They I see what they did.
Yeah.
I can't explain it yet, but I see what they did. Well, a town called Kantanga, which is north of the Arctic Circle, recorded 78 degrees last week.
78 degrees.
The normal temperature is 32.
Right.
And ice cover is thinner than average melting. It's thinner than average along the entire coastline, and warmth is conditioning the ice to melt further by melting snow cover laying on top of the ice. So we're going to hear more about this one, unfortunately, I think.
We will. The Russians, and I think this was something that we had on this show about 2 years ago, the Russians are really concerned because they've got a huge amount of infrastructure, cities in some cases, that are built on permafrost.
Oh, we've talked about the permafrost.
And the permafrost...
It's melting and it's causing problems all over Alaska and Northwest Territories of Canada.
Well, and Siberia. And when you have a city that's built on permafrost and the permafrost melts, you've got a problem.
We've seen pictures of tilted buildings and stuff like that.
And everybody's got to move out. When everybody has to move out at the same time, what are they going to do? Move to Miami?
Yeah, right.
So we're going to have problems of migration,
Well, I've got an interesting picture coming up of the Navajo Generating Station.
Yeah.
Which we've talked about here. They've closed it, and it's causing problems. And
this is from azcentral.com. That's AZ, obviously, is Arizona.
Well, with the Navajo Generating Station gone, we, meaning the Navajos, need help luring renewable energy investment to our land.
I got an email from a woman who lives locally to this, or nearby. I shouldn't say locally because she's not all that near, thanking me for putting this up on the blog.
Nice article here. There's 29 photos of the generating station.
Yes.
They're kind of interesting.
Really stunning. They're really beautiful photographs. Navajo Generating Station closed last December, over 20 years early, because it was no longer economically viable for its corporate owners. Navajo Power can provide renewable energy and jobs, but it needs funding. Navajo Power, obviously, is an organization that could build renewable energy, probably solar, but maybe also wind power.
I'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the Navajo Generating Station was a large 2.25 gigawatt coal-fired electric generating station. It's about 3.5 Yankees.
Yep.
And this Navajo Power is a public benefit corporation formed by the Navajo Nation.
Yes.
And it's seeking private investors to support clean, renewable, and sustainable solutions.
Yes.
So Indian country's renewable energy potential represents over 60 gigawatts of energy production. So they're talking about a pretty high potential there.
They've got a lot of potential.
If they can get it going, they're set. They got a lot of income coming in.
That would help them a great deal. The Navajo and the Hopis lost 800 jobs. And in a place that is as sparsely populated as this is, that's a problem.
It's also one of the most beautiful parts of the nation.
Yeah.
That's Monument Valley. It's just the edge of Monument Valley, which is, well, I guess if you've seen a John Wayne Western, you've seen Monument Valley, because most of the Westerns were filmed there.
Yes, actually that's true. You know, you said John Wayne Westerns.
Yeah.
Anybody, you know, the movie Stagecoach is a really great movie.
Yes, it is.
And, you
It's
know,
a classic.
that's where that was filmed, or at least a lot of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That is a classic. Yes, that's right. And it was, I think, the first movie. I mean, John Wayne had starred in a lot of movies before that came out, but it was the first movie that really was above the others. Aside from the one that I just mentioned, which was the big trail in which he goes to Oregon, which I think is a great movie. Has some really interesting pictures in it, you know, of wagons which were the actual types of wagons that were used, which compare to the things that you see on television, the way, you know, a bus would compare to a pickup truck.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, these things were gigantic. Absolutely gigantic. And they showed pictures of them being lowered over a cliff by using cranes that were made by hand locally out of trees.
Wow.
And, you know, it really kind of, you couldn't make that movie today unless you had a lot of the stuff done by computers, because they had people climbing down those cliffs with children hanging onto their backs.
Wow.
I don't think they would permit that today. Knotted ropes, that's what they were doing. Okay, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture of a bus.
Yes, we do. This is from Clean Technica.
Electric bus fleet in Washington has completed 50 megawatt hours of wireless charging.
This is a really
in Washington State here.
Yeah, this is a really interesting article because of the wireless charging. In 2008, electric buses started running on urban routes in Wenatchee, Washington. That may not sound groundbreaking, but Link Transit also chose wireless charging for those buses. The buses have now used 50 megawatt hours of energy charging wirelessly. And
I'll bet you quickly how that works.
Yeah, go ahead.
Charging is delivered from a ground pad, and you're seeing a picture of that there. Ground pad to the bus automatically without the need for cables. The bus just parks there. It's enabling the bus to be charged throughout the day while on its scheduled route. So there's several of these things. So while the bus is waiting, the bus is charging.
Yes, and my
vehicles have a range effectively exceeding diesel buses.
Yeah, my recollection is that and I could be wrong about this. I don't have the article in front of me, but my recollection was that they were having buses return to the place where they stay overnight at the end of the day with 90% of their original charge still in them.
Yeah, this is a relatively new development, but I think people are going to be looking at it.
The one thing that bothers me about it is I wonder how safe it is to a human being to be exposed to energy of the types used here. I don't know enough about this to know.
It it would really surprise me if it was harmful in any way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a magnetic field, you know. It's just sitting there.
Well,
I think, you know, if a human being laid down there and went to sleep, they might get a little bit of a response, but just walking across it or something like that, I can't imagine it would be doing anything at all.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Some time ago, I needed a new mouse for my computer, and I looked into the question of the exposure that you get to radio frequency material from a wireless mouse versus a wired mouse. And this is important to me because when I do my blog, I've got my hand on a mouse for about 4 straight hours, and that happens every day. And
yeah, I'm doing it similarly.
yeah,
Writing a blog, but I got my hand on a mouse a lot all day.
and I know that the cell phone that I have, which is a smartphone, has a warning on it that says this can cause cancer.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it says don't leave it on in your pocket. And so I did a little study of that, and I found that a cell phone is said to be about 10 times as likely to cause problems as a wireless network in a house. So if you have Wi-Fi, you're constantly exposed to something, but it's nowhere near as bad as a cell phone. And
the thing with a cell phone is you hold it next to your brain.
Yes, or people.
And the radiation diminishes with the square of the distance.
That's right, and people will do things like put this in a pocket where it's always carried every time they go out on. So they've got one tiny part of their body that is exposed to this constant emission of radio waves. And the mouse is about 1/10 as likely to cause trouble as a Wi-Fi network, which is 1/10 as likely to cause trouble as a cell phone. But even so, what I did was I opted for a wired mouse so I could leave.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, on top of everything else, they don't cost anymore. And not only that, but you don't get up and walk away with a thing in your pocket and lose it. Not that I've done that recently, but as my mind continues to deteriorate. By the way, last time I said I was going to change my name to Bob, and that was for bald, overweight, and something I couldn't remember. I finally remembered what the third thing was this morning.
You're going to tell us?
Yes, befuddled. Well, I don't know. Anyway, should we go on, Tom?
Yeah, we got a nice picture of some canola.
Canola, and this is Monday, the 25th of May. And when I looked at that, I said, that looks like canola. But I had to look it up to be careful because, and it is. That's what it is. It's canola.
Well, you could drive by a farmer's field and see it all full of yellow, and that's what they're growing.
Yeah, very often.
It's a good money crop.
This is from Renews.
It is that. UK power emissions fall to a record low.
The UK power system's carbon intensity fell to a record low on the 23rd of May, pushed down by increased solar and wind power, according to research from Drax Electric Insights. Average coal intensity reached 61 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, beating the previous record of 76 grams per kilowatt hour set on the 17th of August last year. I was really kind of taken by this because 61 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour is about 1/10 of the carbon intensity of natural gas burned for electricity.
Is it really?
Yeah, we're talking about getting down to the level of just wind power. It's pretty impressive.
And it's just sort of happening. It's happening almost by default.
Yep, they're moving more and more to wind power, and they're closing down their coal plants.
Well, total UK power emissions have fallen by about 2/3 between 2010 and 2019.
Yes.
So they're doing something right.
And we've been watching this go on for years. Okay, we've got the Ning'an solar farm. I don't know how to pronounce it. N-Y-N.
That's a good guess.
Ning'an. And this is Renew Economy.
Well, New South Wales calls for wind, solar, and storage ideas for a first renewable zone. This is a kind of interesting article.
It is. The government of New South Wales issued a call for 3,000 megawatts or more of wind, solar, and storage project proposals to join the state's first renewable energy zone. The zone will be in Central West region, centered around the town of Dubbo. And, of course, everybody knows where Dubbo is.
Of course. What this renewable energy zone is, it clusters multiple large-scale renewable energy projects into a region with wind and solar availability, which allows a new transmission infrastructure and energy storage to be coordinated and shared between multiple projects. So this is kind of synergistic.
Yes. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and we have a picture of solar panels at Disney World.
That's what the article says.
Yeah.
Why are we subsidizing fossil fuels? Seriously.
Supporting renewables can cut emissions and boost the economy. all while providing competitive energy. The Trump administration, however, continues propping up the fossil fuel industry despite the sector's real financial problems, which began long before the COVID-19 pandemic. And you know, my conservative friends used to say we shouldn't be picking winners and losers. And the people who supported that idea started picking winners and losers when it turned out the winner was going to be renewable energy and the loser would be fossil fuels unless they did something about it. And now the Trump administration has been trying to prop up the fossil fuels industry, and it was not clear to everybody perhaps in the past, but it sure is now. And it's throwing good money after bad.
Well, I got a bunch of stuff to talk about here, but I don't think we've got the time.
I don't think we do.
But the article talks about how the industries have been in decline and how the Trump administration has been propping them up.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, this is an interesting article, and it's a long article.
Okay, if you want to support fossil fuels, by the way, I've got a really nice slide rule I'll tell you, and I think we could probably find you a manual typewriter. Okay, we're up Tuesday, May 26th, and we've got an item from Renews.
A nice picture of a ship called the Offshore Solution.
Yeah.
And the article says the Oz crew to survey Australia to Singapore cable route. And we've talked about this already.
Yep. And Australians love to call their country Oz.
Yeah, they do.
Sun Cable hired an Australian company to carry out initial surveys for a proposed cable to transmit renewable energy from Australia to Singapore and Indonesia. Guardian Geomatics will start the preparatory work this month, and the vessel Offshore Solution is to deliver the results later this year. You know, that sounds like a lot of fun, working on a ship like that, surveying.
How do you mean?
Oh, you know, just, I mean, it's not like you're working hard swabbing the deck of a naval vessel or something.
No, I guess not. Well, what we got going on here, the Sun Cable project will supply power from solar energy and battery storage in the Northern Territory to Darwin and the north coast of Australia and to Singapore and Indonesia via a 2,500-mile HVDC submarine link. That's a lot of cable. And this is big fat cable. It's got to be.
This is going to be big cable. There's no question about it.
Well, I remember working with a company called Simplex that made submarine cables.
Yes.
And they crossed the Hudson River with 138 kV cable, and it was almost 4 inches in diameter.
Yes.
And now they're starting to talk about 1,000 kilowatt HVDC cables. So these are going to be big cables.
They're going to be big, but
probably at least 6 inches in diameter.
Yeah. The thing about high voltage DC, as I understand it, is the electrons of AC only run on the surface of the wires.
They tend to.
Yeah, but on DC they run through the wire. So
exactly.
That's one of the advantages of DC is that you can make a cable that will carry more electricity and it's not as heavy. But even so, this is
trying to figure out what voltage they were going to use, and I looked at a lot of articles, and nobody's mentioning it. But the highest voltage that I've seen in a cable is being made in China. They seem to have this technology, and they're doing 1,000 kilovolts.
Right.
A kilovolt.
Yeah.
1,000 volts.
By the way, I did a little research on how cost effective it is to transmit electricity.
Yeah.
And I did this not 10 years ago, but maybe 7 years ago. And what I found was that we've had progressive increases in the technology, improvements in the technology. In 1985, you could transmit high voltage DC about 2,500 miles cost effectively. By 1995, it was more like 4,000 miles.
Okay.
So this is well within the ability of cost-effective transmission once that cable's in place. But the current cables, the current cables, using the information that I've got from them, I would say you could probably transmit power from any place on Earth to any place on Earth cost effectively.
It's probably true now.
If you've got the cable in place.
Yep.
Putting the cable in place, that's another story. Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica, and it's about batteries, and we have a slide of Nanotech Energy Research Lab.
Well, the article says that Nanotech Energy claims its graphene lithium battery will charge 18 times faster than a conventional lithium-ion battery. There's a picture of the battery of people looking at the battery, I guess.
Investors have pumped $27.5 million into Nanotech Energy based in Los Angeles. Why? The company claims its graphene-based lithium batteries can charge 18 times as fast as the more conventional lithium-ion batteries. It would be interesting to know whether these batteries need cobalt, but 18 times. That means that if you have your car and you drive into a place where you're going to be charging the car, and it would take half an hour to do it, and you don't feel like sitting around and waiting for half an hour, this thing will do it in about a minute and a half.
Well, that's what we've got to do, and that's the only thing that's really holding up widespread usage of electric cars is that it takes too long to charge them.
I think you might be right, Tom, although there's a lot of places to charge, and people who figure out what they're doing properly will, if they're on a long trip, will coordinate charging and having lunch.
Well, they do exactly that, but not everybody's mind works that way.
True enough. That's why we have artificial intelligence to tell you.
In order for the electric car to take over, you got to be able to charge it as quickly as you can fill a gas tank.
That's right. Okay, our next
It's coming. It's going to happen.
Yep. Our next item is from Clean Technica. I'm sorry I'm rushing you, Tom, but we have to rush.
Clean Technica. I got it. There's a nice picture of them assembling a rotor.
Yeah. And if you look into where that blade is going, you can see a guy sticking his head out of a hatch in there.
Yeah, he's in there. That's pretty big. And all those little things sticking out of the end, they're screws. They got to be bolted together.
And I looked.
Yeah, the inside's going to be busy for a while.
Yeah, I looked at this and I saw that guy and I thought, what's he going to do when they put that in? He's going to get stuck. No, he's not. He's in a hatch. So anyway, Clean Technica and
U.S. wind power plants show little decline with age. This is interesting.
It is a report.
Very long article, by the way.
Yeah, a report published by the journal Joule, Joule, by researchers at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory concludes that wind turbines in the United States remain relatively efficient over a period of time. The report shows only a 13% drop in production over 17 years of operation. So there you have it.
Well, it's interesting because the report finds that aerodynamic and mechanical efficiency losses tend to grow as plants aged.
Right.
Okay, caused by phenomena such as erosion of the leading edge of turbine blades. But they also found that unique to the United States, a significant drop in performance after 10 years as the plants lose eligibility for the production tax credit. That seems interesting, and it's not as dastardly as it sounds.
Yeah.
Hypothesis is, it's probably a pretty good hypothesis, in order to minimize downtime during the period of the PTC, the subsidy, some preventive maintenance may be delayed in the final years.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about economics.
That's a good one. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, May 27th. We've got about 1 minute, and we've got about 3.
Nice image of of what's the largest turbine you can get right now.
Yep, Siemens Gamesa. This is from Renews. Got a title, Tom?
Yeah, Siemens Gamesa lands a 2.6 gigawatt Dominion deal with 14 megawatt units. So that's a 14 megawatt turbine we're looking at.
Yeah, Siemens Gamesa secured a second major order. I didn't put the first one in for this show because that first order, there were too many things going on that day, so it didn't make it in. But this one is the second. They just introduced this turbine, and they've never built one, and they've already got 2 orders. And these things, they're going to be millions of dollars, many millions of dollars each, from a 2,640 megawatt Dominion Energy Coastal Virginia offshore wind project.
Well, this is a big project.
This is a big project.
It will be the largest single offshore wind project in the nation. Well, yeah.
Well, Block Island, which is
Well, there's
132
three
megawatts.
phases, and each phase is 880 megawatts.
Yeah.
So this is going to be large. Each phase is expected to bring more than 70 turbines.
Yep.
All of which will be located more than 27 miles off Virginia Beach. So you're not going to be able to see them.
Okay, our next item is from The Guardian.
Oh, there's Michael Moore.
We have a picture of Michael Moore.
And the article says that Michael Moore film Planet of the Humans is removed from YouTube.
YouTube has taken down the documentary Planet of the Humans in response to a copyright infringement claim by a British environmental photographer. The movie, produced by Michael Moore, allegedly includes a clip that was used without permission. And it's interesting to me, this guy did not approach Michael Moore and say, you're using my clip, you got to pay me money. Instead of going for the money, he went to YouTube and said, take it down. I don't like that film, take it down.
I saw the film, and I wasn't very impressed.
Well, I wrote an article about it, and I said, you don't have to know anything about energy to know that this is not a good film, because it is emotionally highly manipulative. There's a lot going on in that film that's just intended to bump your senses and make you mad.
Well, that's right on the money. I wrote an article I wrote a letter to the editor right here in the Reformer.
Yeah.
Somebody sent me a link to this film, and I looked at it. And this is what I said in the Reformer. Planet of the Humans is very biased and deceptive, not to mention inaccurate. It repeatedly describes resources used up to build wind or solar installations, but ignores the resources needed for fossil fuel facilities. It's as if these plants spring up mysteriously out of the earth like dandelions on my lawn.
Well, I did a second view of the film and took notes on a scene-by-scene basis, and I found that there was something that I would label disingenuous about every single scene in the film. And, for example...
I was surprised. It didn't seem like Michael Moore kind of stuff.
No, it looked to me like a film that was made out of old footage, some of it 10 years old, some of it possibly much older.
It is. You're absolutely right.
And, for example, they had a solar farm in Michigan, and the solar farm was built in 2008. And they didn't tell you that it was made in 2008 and that the technology that was in it was absolutely obsolete. But they did tell you what was wrong with that technology, as though it were wrong with solar in general. Tom, we've got one more item, but it's not terribly important, and we're basically at the end of our time. Maybe we should wrap up at this point.
Well, we'll talk about it really quick. You got a picture of a smart car.
Okay.
And Kia, which is a car manufacturer, says micro EV to replace public transportation.
Yep. Cities rely on buses, trams, and subways, but the coronavirus pandemic, this is important, has caused many to rethink the whole idea of public transportation. Kia is looking at an inexpensive, ultra-compact, short-range electric cars, and they think they may be viable alternatives to public transportation. And, excuse me, the Citroën Ami is a model. That little vehicle will hold two people, and it costs 6,000 euros, and which is about $6,600. It won't go very fast. I think it's limited to 45 kilometers per hour.
I have that written down. It'll go 50 miles in range.
Yep.
Top speed is 30 miles an hour.
Yeah. So
it's about as basic as a wheelbarrow.
Well, we should say goodbye to people at that point, Tom.
Well, I just wanted to mention there's one of these things floating around. It's a smart car made by Mercedes.
Yeah.
It doesn't say Mercedes anywhere on it. It looks almost exactly like this. They got rid of the back seat.
Yes.
And basically, they're making a little small car.
Yes. This is.
Can't buy a smart car in America anymore, but they are still making it.
I don't know that they ever did. Did they make them in America?
No, they never made it in America, but they were selling them in America. There's somebody in town has one.
Yeah, there are people who have them.
But they're no longer selling it in America.
Okay. Well, we got to say goodbye, Tom.
Well, goodbye, Tom.
Goodbye, George. I hope everybody out there comes back next week. And we have a message for you, which I failed to write down, but it was about having a wonderful week. So, see you all.
Have a wonderful week.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
So present at this meeting currently are Rob Wright, Rich Melanson, Will Bissonette, Stephen Frisk, Bob Tybalt, Crystal Mansfield, Carla Lumbra, and Glenn Beatty. So we'll call the meeting to order at 6:35. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
1 second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and moving to members of the public, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I think, Mr. Tybalt, we can start with you because you will probably be the quickest. And then we can let you get back to your life.
Absolutely,
So,
thank you. So my name is Bob Tebow. I'm the principal at Leland and Gray. And I had asked to be put on the agenda just to connect with you guys. Obviously, this year has been bizarre for us. One of the things that we're trying to do down the stretch is figure out how to honor our seniors as they graduate. And obviously, if you've heard the guidance from the state agency of ed is to not do live graduations. So we are looking at alternative things to do. One of the things that the kids had talked about doing was a parade, a car parade, of course, where people would stay socially distant in their vehicles. We would line up and we would perform some kind of route in and around the center of town, possibly, well, starting at the high school, possibly heading up 35 to Valley Cares, do a loop, come back around the common, and end back at school. I have a call into Lieutenant Anthony French, the state police, who would help me with coordination around road closures and that sort of thing. But I was advised, and I think a good way to connect with you guys is to let you know that was a possibility.
I'm on a meeting.
I'll have more definitive information hopefully by the end of this week with our plans. We have a couple of things we're working on that could take away from the possibility of doing that. If we did that, it would be on the Saturday morning that graduation was intended to be on, which is June 13th. And probably we would do it at 10 in the morning, just like we would do graduation. So same time, similar place, much different looking environment. So I just wanted to run that by you guys, make sure you guys are good with that. And if there's any concerns or questions when I meet with Lieutenant, and actually, sure, we could include you in that conversation as well. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just see if there's any concerns from the townsfolk that you guys might have about doing something like that.
Okay, does anybody have questions, comments? Okay.
We get free car decorations if we want to join the parade.
So one of the things that we have to do is really limit who's in the parade, and the Alumni Association asked to join. And based on the number of people we would attract, I'm guessing, just based on how many people were outside for the jet flyover, not a lot of social distancing going on out there, I can tell you that. I was out there on the front lawn of the school. I'm guessing that we would have as small a population as possible. I know families would probably come out and park on the road and watch. But you know, I talked to Glenn about possibly getting some fire trucks from the towns that the kids are from, and whether the VSP would provide an escort or not, I don't know. But I think the smaller the better. We have 32 graduates, and the fewer kids, the fewer people involved in the parade, probably the less risk there is of massive crowds, which is what we obviously want to try to avoid. So regrettably, no.
Darn it. But if you need someone to help decorate cars, I'm on it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Anybody else have any other questions? I don't believe that we have any need to approve or disapprove. There's no permitting involved. So I asked Bob to come and just kind of let us all know, and then for people watching at home, they'll know that it's going on and can contact him for details.
Any closing of roads that would happen even for short term, the VSP would all just handle that, and that would be outside of your guys' jurisdiction?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
all right.
correct.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, feel free to send me any questions. My email is on the school website. Happy to take any questions you guys have along the way, but I appreciate it. And again, it may not happen depending on what else we do. It's just sort of one of our plans. We wanted to run it by you while we had the chance.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bob.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good night, Bob.
Have a good night.
You too, guys.
Okay. Let's see. We want to do Glenn. Do you want to go next? You're probably fairly. Oh, did Glenn leave? No, there he is. Glenn, you'll probably be fairly quick, right?
I think so.
Okay.
So, all right, if you're ready.
Sure.
All right. So basically, I wanted to reach out to you guys for kind of an update for the end of the fiscal year that's rapidly approaching. First would be on regarding the building committee. Imagine that basically that was stalemated due to the COVID-19, like everything else in the world. We did just receive a little bit of correspondence back from the architect or engineering firm, so hoping that we can start meeting again. It was a small group under 10 anyway, so we should be able to do that between in-person and virtual, and be able to hopefully finalize or get to the final end of the feasibility study. Obviously, coming up in our meetings will be at least how the committee feels as far as moving forward right now with everything, the economy being in the situation that it's in. Obviously, we may have to put this whole thing on hold. I have no idea. We will be, I'm hoping that we can get to you guys in a couple of months with closure to that portion of it anyway. The other is our budget and surplus that we have left over. As a rule, we try not to spend anything we don't have to during the year, in anticipation of any unforeseen things, big items that might go wrong that we would need to pay for to keep up protection for the town. Well, as a rule, we generally, start spending about this time of year, and wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So all of a sudden you'll start seeing a whole bunch of slips and invoices and all that coming through as we get close to the end of the fiscal year. And I believe, wanted to double check June 15th is the last that you really want to, that has, you guys have to have it to get it warned and.
Yeah, so we can get it warned and approved and paid on the current fiscal year.
Correct. Okay. We did have one item that would be going outside of one of the lines. We would either grossly overspend in one line and it would come out of another. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I don't have
What's that
a
item
problem with,
for?
yeah, what is it?
That's for a positive pressure fan. And it's, we have some that are in the trucks that are extremely old, and some of the guys have voiced concerns over the safety of them. So that's where that came.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to be net overall in your budget, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't either.
normally it's
That's a
not.
problem.
It hasn't been. It's just been, I guess, a formality to check with you guys and make sure everybody's fine with that. I'm guessing that I think there still will be a surplus for sure. We won't be over at the end by any means. So that's all I had, unless you guys have any questions of me.
Anyone have any questions for Glenn?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it.
All righty. You guys have a sweltering evening.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
Have a good
Okay.
night.
And for members of the public, last but not least, Mr. Lake, how are you tonight?
Not too bad. And you?
Doing all right. So, what do you got for us?
Well, a couple of things ahead of the main topic that I had for you. Tomorrow in Brattleboro, there's going to be a food distribution from the National Guard. AHS is going to be, the Agency of Human Services is going to be there for people who need sheltering issues, counseling issues, things like that. Based on the outpouring from other events, it's liable to be very lengthy lines. So if you're in Brattleboro and can avoid South Main Street and Canal Street, I would. If there are people out there that need food, that distribution is going to take place, I believe, from 10 until 2.
They recommended that everybody goes up the South Main backside and around, I think, Atwood. So Canal Street should be relatively okay, but they also said that you might want to start lining up around 7 a.m.
Well, the distribution from Burlington today was 3.5 miles long, 2 lanes down
cow.
127. Berlin, Vermont, they were backed up off the interstate. So this stuff has been published widely in press and has been published widely on their different web portals. So it could work perfectly fine. They could be out of everything by 11 o'clock in the morning. It's just hard to say what their outtake is. There is also tomorrow.
What's the time for that?
10 to 2.
What's the time for that? 10 to 2. Thank you.
Yeah. There's also a pop-up clinic tomorrow for COVID-19 tests down in Brattleboro at the VFW. Quite a bit of their spaces have been taken up, but in conversation today with hospital staff, there are plenty of spaces to get it done at the hospital, and they'll take you in here at Grace Cottage whenever if anybody wants to get tested. So the pop-up tests are great if you're driving through and won't be in town, but you can get it done at Grace Cottage as well.
Crystal, does the hospital still require a primary care referral?
No, you just have to call and make an appointment now. So primary care is still referring for the COVID testing, but the pop-up sites, we're still allowing people to come in if they're concerned and want to have a test. You just have to call us and we'll give you a time slot. We're running it. We're trying, well, it changes frequently, but we're trying to schedule the times so that the providers can be in clinic seeing other patients when they're not in the respiratory clinic. So, but there's no charge for the patient, right? So the test is free, and we are there and staffed and ready, willing, and able, I guess, as the saying goes.
Is this just testing for the active virus, or do you do antibody testing too?
Oh, there's no antibody testing.
no. This is just that, this is just to see if you've tested, if you have positive, if you've tested positive for the virus or not. It's a nasal swab.
It's the same thing in Brattleboro. Brattleboro is the exact same thing. It's just to see if you have active virus, which can spring you out of quarantine if you've been in quarantine for 7 days and you need to do 14. If you come up with a positive or a negative test after 7 days, that allows you to get out. So there are some issues, or there are some benefits along with it. And the last thing I had has to do with the memo I sent you all for the first of the week. It's about door locks and securing buildings in town. Not everything is COVID-19, but this lock issue there is an element of COVID-19 in it, and not to beat it around too much, it basically boils down to, if we're making requirements that town staff and employees do certain things, having the building, even though the doors are locked, anybody that was former staff, former elected official, any of the innumerable amount of keys that seem to be out and about, somebody walking in the door that we're trying to keep secure isn't a good thing. The other thing is, in that memo, I've asked or suggested that the highway department, the fire department, and the library, although the library, I'm not sure if the issue is as big with them. I haven't had a chance to talk to the librarian. But all of those entities, all of those town entities, be part of this changing of locks or changing of codes where codes are appropriate. One of the recommendations that I also made within that memo is that we go to a keyless coded door lock, so that basically you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars again replacing keys and door locks. And if we have a situation where somebody is either terminated under some serious threat type of issue, or they could be under protective order that they're the victim of something from a former staff member or whatever. And like I said, the obvious, there are a lot of floating keys around. All you need to do is change the codes. And if we get light blocks that are put on the buildings, day after election, you can go in there and change the codes and give out the new electees the code keys, and you're all set. A couple of issues that I thought about in the interim, about renting the hall out. Most of these the locks in particular that I've looked at that seem to be the most useful also have a key with them. So we can place a key in the Knox box that's on the town hall, but you could also use that key, physical key, for somebody who rents the hall or is allowed in there to do different functions that it is not necessary for them to have full-time access to the building.
So we don't have to give them the code, let them use it, and then change it for everybody. Just
right.
Have the one key they can use.
Yep. Then they can sign it out. They can, after they signed it out, if they don't return it, we can make we put a statement on their original sign out that says, you don't bring the key back or you lose it, the cost of changing the locks is yours. So town does it once.
So I think going forward, I would imagine we'll need to gather information on costs and lock types. Sherwood, how do you feel about handling that?
Not a problem. I've got a preliminary on the lock that's at the town yard. The only difference between the one I'm looking at and the one that's on the town highway garage is that that one up there doesn't have a key. But it's the same style. I think it's even the same company that's up there. And the ones that I saw have a key, and they run anywhere from $300 to $500 a piece.
Yeah. And then
Per door.
installation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
per door.
Yes.
So I guess would entertain a motion to have Sherwood pursue putting a proposal together for the changing and installation of keyless entry locks on the library, the garage, the fire department, and the town hall.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of asking Sherwood to put together a proposal to change the locks on the library, the town hall, the fire department, and the town garage, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, Sherwood, so I guess whenever you can put something together, I'm sure we look at installation costs as well.
Okay.
All right.
How many, would you like kind of pricing from a couple of different entities or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not necessarily a formal bid, but just prices from a couple of different.
Yeah, I think for right now, if we get a few prices, we can then put it out to bid.
Okay. Sounds
Once,
like
once we have an idea of what we're looking at, we can establish a not to exceed.
But it'll also give me a chance to look into the library a little bit further. I'm not sure what their control issues might have been. And Stephen and I need to have a conversation about what to do up there, up at the town highway garage, what makes the most sense. So yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else you have for us?
No, I don't think so today.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Sherwood.
Great. Thanks, Sherwood.
Take care.
Okay. Going back to pick up the agenda. I did forget to mention that I had one addition, and that was Glenn with the fire department, but we did that already. We can move on to the warrants.
I don't have a copy of them, so somebody else will have to.
Did you get the email packet?
I don't think so.
I can read them.
Okay.
Good to go?
Go ahead.
I make a motion to pay payroll warrant number one, or warrant number one of the payroll, the amount of $9,600.58.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number one out of payroll, the amount of $9,600.58, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number two out of the payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number two payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Motion to pay check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $187.10.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 out of the general fund for in the amount of $187.10 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is the insurance one.
Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay.
That's it for warrants.
Yeah. Once you're done. Reports. Steve, you want to start with the highway?
Sure. Let's start with Green Up Day this Saturday. We need to decide whether there's going to be the small truck on the common, or are we just going to have them leave them on roadside or drop them off at the town garage? Has anybody given that any thought?
I have thought about it a little bit. I think it might make the most sense to do it at the town garage because there's less kind of the temptation to congregate. It also, I think, limits our cost for having you and the guys go out and pick them up off the side of the road. What does everybody else think?
How did it work when the small truck was down
So
on the?
Community Hope and Action Group is, So the Community Hope and Action Group is doing a pickup. We typically do like a barbecue on the common for Green Up Day. Last year we did it in conjunction with the Lions Club in Newfane, I believe. This year, Bob Tebow, who was on earlier, gave us permission to set up sort of in the high school parking lot. People will just drive in, pick up their Green Up bag, go out and green up. And the question was, where should those folks bring it back to? Do we want to park a truck at the edge of the high school parking lot or on the common? Or so I know that that's happening in town on Saturday. If that helps or confuses things, Steve, I'm sorry.
Rob, you were going to say something?
I said, Steve, how did it work last time that you had the small truck on the town common?
We had the truck on the town common. It did not fill, but we also had bags laying at intersections in town that we did have to go and pick up.
What would be
the other problem I have with at the town garage, people drop off things that tires, vacuum cleaners, microwave ovens, and TVs we had to deal with last year. that we have to pay to get rid of, on top of the green bags that we now have to pay to get rid of. And
Were any of those good?
I did not bother plugging them in.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, if I call Wyndham Solid Waste and they tell me that it's going to cost us $140 a ton to get rid of the green bags, when I'm paying $140 a ton at Triple T, they're all just going to go in the back of the compactor, so I don't have to send 2 trucks and 2 guys.
Good idea.
That makes perfect sense to me. Is there?
So
the
are
amnesty
you,
on trash
what's
day?
your suggestion then, Steve?
When we talked about this last meeting, we talked about what's the least amount of social distancing problems are we going to have. And I think we said that we would have everything go to the garage and not on the common. So I'm fine with having a truck outside on the common, and we'll just throw it all in the back of the compactor on Monday morning.
Okay, so
I'll go down. I think Heidi told me last year by 3 o'clock it was pretty much done. That's what time I went down to pick up the truck. And this Saturday at 3 o'clock, I'll go down. I'll just drive the truck inside the garage, and then Monday we'll throw everything in the back of the compactor.
So if we can throw the TV in the back of the truck, we're good to go?
We're not supposed to. Of course, accidents happen. That's why they put erasers on pencils, but we're not supposed to.
Okay.
Electronics is a whole different
So
recycling.
for the community, for promoting this in town this week for Saturday, I can bring to that meeting tomorrow that we're going to put a little truck on the common, and people can do as they've always done, which is come collect, grab their bags, go out, collect trash, bring it back and put it in the truck on the common.
no, the truck will be
Yeah.
at the town garage, not on the common.
Okay, that's not what I just heard from Steve. So can you just clarify that, Steve? What are you doing with the town truck, the little truck for Green Up Day?
No, I was suggesting that we leave the little truck at the town garage and not on the common where people would be more prone to congregate in groups.
Okay. Okay. So bring your Green Up Day bags to the little truck, which will be at the town garage.
Yes.
But pick up your bags at the high school. Got it.
Okay. I guess I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor of
Second.
putting the little truck at the town garage for Green Up Day on Saturday, with people instructed when they pick up their bags at the high school to bring the bags back to the town garage and throw them in the truck, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay, so Carla, with that being said, is it possible for you to make a couple of laminated signs that I could put on the back of the truck that specifically say, no tires, no electronics?
Yep.
Thank you.
You also want to say no furniture?
Well, I mean,
Can I just, I have a
we
question.
could just say nothing other than green bags.
So what happens if you,
Go ahead, Crystal.
I think there are some areas of town where there actually are, I mean, a couple of years ago, there was a sofa on whatever that Evans Road or whatever that road was. I mean, I think people occasionally green up things that don't fit in the bags. What are we supposed to do? What do you want folks to do with that stuff?
See, that has to be separate. Several meetings ago, we approved to dispose of 3 couches for $60. Those are tires, furniture, electronics are free if they go to the correct place, but tires and furniture are an additional cost to the town for disposal.
Yes, I understand that, but you're asking Vermonters to volunteer their time to pick up roadside trash, and then now you're saying you can only pick up this trash. Don't pick up this trash, just pick up this trash. You can't pick up a tire that somebody chucked over the bank. There's a tire right here on Crane in the brook. So I intend to get that on Saturday, and I intend to bring that to the town dump. And I am not going to pay to dispose of that because it's sitting in the stream and it's Green Up Day. And it's the 50th anniversary of Green Up Day, for crying out loud. Like, you can't pick and choose what you're going to allow people to recycle on a free day of greening up the state. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Crystal.
Well, what happened last year?
So we're going to have to eat some of it. We're going to have to eat some of it.
Yeah, all right,
Crystal,
good.
do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Yes.
Well, Crystal, do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Is he the guy with the
From
composting
Wyndham
bags?
Solid Waste.
I don't know
And
who
he
Bob
basically
Spencer
told us everything that Steve just told us, that it's going to cost us more money. And you didn't have really anything to say to him that much right then. But now we're going to jump on Steve about it. It's like, it's going to cost all of us money no matter
I'm not
what.
jumping on anybody. I'm making my point is, yeah, this is a statewide initiative that every town participates in, and you can't say you can green up, but if you find a roadside tire, you can't bring it to Green Up Day.
My point being is that you should have been on Bob
What, they're
Spencer.
just going to pick up beer cans and hypodermic needles and leave the rest of it on the side of the road? Well, sorry, Rob. Sometimes it takes me a little while to think things through.
Well, I understand that, but we should have been on Bob then and made him be more acceptable to accepting all of the stuff, not making us pay for it. Because remember, he said that how people were collecting all of their tires and all their stuff for this day and then spreading it out there. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yeah, no, I remember that.
No,
yeah, and
correct.
like, if somebody finds a couch on the side of the road, fine, bring it. But I think a lot of times they're not finding a couch on the side of the road. They're finding their old couch that they just replaced that's been in the backyard. And they're using Green Up Day to take advantage of being able to
It
get
might
rid
not
of it.
even be their couch. It could be whatever, a rototiller. It could be tires. There's a multitude of things behind people's garages that can be kicked out on the curb at Green Up Day.
So I think
in other
put it
towns,
this
in
way.
the state of Vermont, what you typically do is someone sort of coordinates the effort, and then that effort is when you pick up your bags, you let the person that you're picking up the bags from, who sometimes is the town clerk, sometimes is just a group of people that are concerned about the environment, you let them know loosely where you're going to be greening up. Right? So you tell them like what road you're going to be working on or whatever. We don't do that here. It's very loose in Townsend, but I think to ask people to pick and choose what they're going to pick up off the side of the road on a day that supports the environment is ridiculous and pretty small for a select board.
I'm going to, Heidi, Russ.
And if it costs us some money, then I would actually stand up at town meeting and say, you know, okay, yes, I voted for people to be able to pick up tires on the side of the road and bring them to the truck. But that's the whole point. If people want to abuse it and they, you know, we all still have to look ourselves in the mirror in the morning. If you're going to steal from the town and put your own personal shit in the Green Up Day bags, you're going to have to live with that. And I don't know. Clearly I have strong feelings about this.
Well, I would like to not throw my money in front of my morals if I can.
What if we did this? What if people find tires, electronics, whatever, can we have them stack them somewhere, Steve? And then we'll just deal with them after the fact? Well, so what I would say is we want to discourage people from bringing stuff out of their garage. But if they truly find it on the side of the road, we want to encourage them to pick that up.
Okay.
So should we make signs that say in the truck, no tires, please put them here?
We can have a specific location for things other than green bags, yes.
Okay. I think we should do that because I fully understand your point, Crystal. And to give people an opportunity to put it somewhere, that way we get an idea of how much is this stuff that's found on the road. I think we can get a better sense for going forward. And maybe, in next year's budget, we set aside a little more money for Green Up Day and we agree to take whatever.
We
Okay.
also need, it should also be reported to Heidi Russ because she is the town's green up coordinator and has been for years. I know that she does organize it all through the school too, and she does keep track of which roads are being done.
Oh, okay.
So there is a second person, there is another organization, like she kind of works with Community Hope and Action, but she's kind of on her own doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay. Carla, can you contact Heidi and just let her know that that is going to be the plan, that there will be a separate area for non-green bag refuse?
Okay, and when I make the sign, am I just making the signs that say no tires, no electronics in truck? And then maybe make a couple of other signs to say tires here, electronics here?
I mean, listen, we have to do this carefully because someone's going to drop off some green bags and say, oh, they're going to let us put tires here and electronics here. I'll go home and get my computer. I don't want to encourage that. Just rubbish not in green bags can be put here. Something like that. No specific.
Yeah, I agree with Steve that we don't want to, like I said, we don't want to encourage it, but we also don't want to dissuade people from recycling stuff that can be recycled.
I mean, we still do have a hazardous waste day collection, which happens in, it used to be, I think, the end of June, 1st of July. I'm sure that's still going to happen. Like Will, like you said, we'll just have to put a new line item in the budget next year for Green Up Day expense. 2 years ago, it was free to the town. The couches were free. Everything was free. Everything changed last year. And when we asked Bob at the meeting if it was going to be free this year or not, he couldn't give us an answer and said he would get back to us, which on the last call, Irv coughed up that it's not going to be free this year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're running up against an unfunded mandate is basically what we have going on.
Right, exactly.
So, and we can also, talk with VLCT and get them to lobby a little harder for having the state kick something in for that. Okay, Steve, what else you got?
Okay, the composting bags were delivered over the weekend. I have them at the garage. Wyndham Regional Grants in Aid program has been turned back on effective mid last week. That affects the Plum Road project. I contacted the contractor. He's going to put this program back in his schedule, and the deadline for completion of this program has been pushed out to October 15th.
Oh, that's good.
Currently, we're doing our ditching project on Simpson Brook. Also, the grader's been out every day. And Anita gave me a gift today from Green Up Vermont, gave her a maple sapling to be planted in town somewhere. It's about 2 foot tall. So if anybody has any suggestions on where you would like me to plant the tree, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Is that it for highway, Steve?
It is.
Okay. There's no counter money sheet this week, or this meeting rather. I also did not get a treasurer's report. I think Anita or Elaine forgot to put it in, and I forgot to ask her for it. Let's see, we did members of the public, old business, COVID-19 updates. I think Sherwood took care of. All right, next up is town composting. So we got the bags in. Steve, we're going to use that gray can that already exists there for holding for the time
Well, I
being.
have a
Is it-
can inside the garage that Triple T gave me.
Oh, okay.
It's a can on wheels, so it's easily moved around. The plan is really to build this whole project around the compliance rate. How many people are going to be doing this? What's the generation factor going to be?
Right.
What I didn't know at the time was I thought it was like what we tried a year ago with food scraps. But now they're adding cardboard and paper to it. That's going to take up a little bit more room.
Yeah.
So once we get a feel for the compliance rate, we can make an adjustment to the size of the container, but we are starting out on the small side because Pete from Triple T really feels compliance rate is going to be very low. And, you know, if we started on a Tuesday and we're overwhelmed, we can certainly have an adjustment made by Thursday. So it's not like I'm going to have these bags of food scraps all over the place and I no place to put them. We can react very quickly, but we need a little bit of experience to see how much we're going to be generating. And, you know, we'll do something, like I said, that fits on the back of the truck when it goes to Triple T, so we're not paying for hauling expenses. We're not making 2 trips a week. We'll make it work. We just need some experience as to how much we're going to be generating.
Right. Okay. Good. Carla, I just want to remind everyone that we're looking at starting this end of June, 1st of July. So, Carla, can you get in touch with Wyndham Solid Waste Management and ask them for, Bob had offered up some printed materials that we could pass out on as far as what's compostable, what's not, and composting versus recycling. So if you could get whatever materials they have, and I think they also, last time they sent someone to the compactor to do a little training, and it was I think me and Craig and Arnold and Michelle. So they might want to do that again. So if you could put that in the works, so that we can have materials for people to pick up at town hall and at the compactor before it gets started, so they can get a sense of what's going to be expected and what is and is not compostable.
And Rick said he'd do a mass email too when we got the material, the print material.
Great. Okay. Next up is Cintas. So Carla, you finally heard from them.
Yes.
Amazing. So,
yeah.
So I'm looking at, so
I sent over the latest, I guess you can say, itemized list dated 5/26, and then I sent over the original quote that was done in September along with the contract that we had signed. So they obviously did have some price discrepancy when they started billing us, and after much ado with relaying all the information about what we actually ordered, there is a little bit about, on our original quote, we didn't have a weekly service charge noted, but on the actual contract where it doesn't, give you a total of the breakdown of prices, there is a weekly service charge on there that states $9.95 per delivery. Yep. Apparently that's wrong, and it's only supposed to be $4.95. So the weekly price was able to be lowered down to $92.31 rather than the $103 that they've been that they've been charging us.
Okay, so so we can go back and pay them whatever it is, the $92.31 for all the back invoices, and then we can be done.
Yep.
Correct? Okay.
That's the new number, $92.31?
Yep.
Yep.
So basically, it's just the $4.95 weekly service charge.
That was in the contract, but not on their quote.
Yeah, yeah, in the
Right.
contract, but not on the original quote.
Okay. So I guess I would entertain a motion to have Elaine go back through and pay us to current on Cintas invoices in the amount of $92.31 apiece.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of asking Elaine to go back and pay Cintas Corporation for their back invoices in the amount of $92.31 each, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Elaine will be very happy to hear that.
Yes, yes, she will.
So probably it'll end up being on the next round of warrants for the next meeting. Okay, where are we here? Cintas. Okay, next up is Bartlett Tree Service. So we were going to deal with this the meeting after town meeting, and then everything exploded, and we kind of put it on the back burner. But excuse me. The gist of it is, Bartlett sent us a quote for a contract which would remove 2 trees, the planted red maple by the school, and then the maple that's closest to 30, or closest to Grafton Road, and then also do the soil treatment, which is pretty standard for what they've done in the past. And the other thing is pruning. They want to do the Norway maple, which is the tree, where is it? So the Norway maple is on the corner by the gazebo, and they want to prune that to give it better clearance over the gazebo, improve appearance, and reduce the risk of branch, stem, and or root failure. The other one would be to prune the elm tree near the gazebo to reduce lateral branch weight around the entire canopy, reduce stress on branching unions, and improve structure. And then, like I said, the 2 trees they would remove would be taken down to a short stump. Grinding the stumps down of the ones that had already been taken out. So in total, the contract quotes $610 for soil treatment and fertilization, $1,890 for pruning, and then $450 for the removal of the 2 trees that they want to take out, which totals $2,950. In the current year, we had budgeted $3,000. We also have $3,000 budgeted in the next fiscal year, which this would probably be on, because I don't imagine they're going to be out before July. So we have $3,000 to spend on the maintenance of the trees specifically in the budget, and they're quoting us at $2,950.
Couldn't we cut the trees down ourselves? I mean, you could put those trees in your Volkswagen, couldn't you?
I guess. I mean, it's part of their ongoing agreement with us. Like last year, they donated a replacement tree. I think I think they've tried to take care of the town and also take care of the trees.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that two trees, 450, we could cut that off the top and have them do the rest.
I think they also will grind the stumps down and do it in conjunction with the other maintenance that they're doing.
Go ahead.
So I would entertain a motion to have me sign the Bartlett tree contract and engage them for tree maintenance for this summer.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none.
I would ask that once the contract is signed, if it is signed, and Carla communicates with Bartlett, that the highway department be made aware of when they're going to be on the common, because I would like to be there when some of this work is being done.
Yeah, absolutely. Carla, can you make a note of that?
Yep.
And then Steve will just give them contact information for you so they can give you a call when they're a couple days before they're going to come out. Does that work for you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of engaging Bartlett trees experts for the maintenance of the trees on the common for this coming year signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion. Rob, did you vote? Sorry.
Yeah. Fire away.
Okay. Motion passes. So Carla, I will try to swing in the next couple days, and I will swing in the next day or two, get that signed so we can get that off to them.
Okay.
All right.
Or if you want to sign it and you can scan it and or fax it.
Well, the original's still at the office, so you might as well do that. Okay. Bob Tebow is done. Is that really everything? Okay. I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under where is it? 1 VSA 313 AF for correspondence from the attorneys. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of moving into executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so we will enter executive session. Rich, I will pause my recording and put you in the waiting room.
Okay.
Resume recording. Rich is back. So we are back in a regular meeting. There was no resolution from the executive session. Does anyone have anything else they need to bring up? Hearing none. The next scheduled meeting is June 9th at 6:30 p.m. For the time being, we will continue to do Zoom until we get some guidance from VLCT or the state about loosening restrictions on gatherings and meetings in the building. So with that said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I got really scared there for a second.
Who wants the credit for that one?
Yeah, what happens if nobody moves to adjourn? Do I have to just sit here?
We're
Oh,
stuck
man.
here. We're stuck
Oh.
here.
Oh dear. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Great night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Rich.
Welcome to the Guilford Select Board meeting of May 27th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of COVID-19 pandemic and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone and video, with additional access offered through telephone and video. We are using, and this platform is called meet.google for this remote meeting. All members of the Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to the URL meet.google.com/NJE-CDSU.VWJ or by telephoning 617-675-4444 and using the PIN number 157-087-779-4170 hashtag. B, providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. Can you, someone put on mute because we're getting a lot of feedback. That's great. Providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using meet.google.com/NJE-CDSU-VWJ or telephoning 617-675-4444 using the PIN number 157-087-779-4170 C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please telephone 802-254-4117. And D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. So let's get our meeting started. Nice to see you all, Select Board, and I'd like to recognize the public, of course, and the rules of procedure are available if you wish, and those rules govern how the public and the Select Board interact with each other in regard to asking questions and answering questions. I would ask, are there any additions to our agenda this evening? Okay. Are there changes to the agenda order?
Not for me.
Okay. I do understand, though, that we wanted to remove an item from the agenda. Is that possible, Peter?
Yes, it is. If you do it during the changes to the agenda order section, you are more than welcome to remove.
Well, I understand that Veranda did not meet, and so we want to strike that mutual aid report meeting from the agenda.
Okay.
Very good. I would ask for the I'm sure that you've all read the minutes of the previous meeting, and I would ask, is there a motion to accept those minutes?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Rusty. Is there any discussion of those minutes? Then I shall take the roll call in regard to approving them. Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thank you very much. The minutes are approved. And now we're going on to new business. Joining Deerfield Valley CUD, the CUD. I put this in your hands, Zahn, and as I hope you've all read the proposal that Zahn is going to speak to.
Yes, thank you, Richard. So Michael and I have been talking, and there is a proposal in your packet. I don't know, did everybody see it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I can talk it through, but I don't know that it's necessary. The real point is that I think when we agreed as a select board a while back before the town meeting that we would kind of move along at the behest or in accordance with Wyndham Regional Commission. I see I wrote Wyndham Regional Council. That's wrong, but Wyndham Regional Commission. That made sense at the time, but a lot has changed since then, and it seems like now we would be able to get the kind of leadership and the kind of active engagement that I think we really want by joining the CUD now and being able to be part of the process as this thing is being investigated and built, rather than being a later player when it's handed to us to look at. So I think that if everyone agrees, the motion's there on the piece of paper. I don't know, Richard, if we can just move to get a second and then start if there are questions or anything.
I think that you should read the motion out loud.
Oh, okay. Let me, where did it go? Well, here it is. The motion is, on behalf of the town of Guilford, the Guilford Select Board approves joining the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, Michael seconds. Is there any discussion? I would just say that I think this is great. I'm so glad that you and Michael are on the ball here and have shown great initiative. And and also there's the an additional factor of Zahn knowing personally some of the folks involved in this, and I think that could be very helpful to us. So I'm very glad that we're getting in on this in a very early stage. So I'm very.
Richard, may I just say one more thing?
Yes, please.
For us to be sure that we all understand, we want to make sure that in case there are questions of us individually, we want to be certain that everyone understands that this is not making a commitment on the behalf of the town for any kind of taxes or any kind of revenues. It can't do that. So we're not, this whole project has to move forward apart from tax revenues. So we're not binding the town in any way, especially at this very particular moment.
Right. And we know that the select board has the authority to make a motion and accept like this, because we've checked on that.
And I know that probably for each of us, a number of people have spoken to us about how overtaxed their internet capacity is and what kind of deficits there are. And I know that people who were watching this meeting have experienced that.
Is there any further discussion? Then I shall take the roll. Veranda, Porch.
Aye.
Zahn Eastis.
Aye.
Rusty Marine. Michael Becker. Michael?
Aye.
Richard Wazansky, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Yippee! That's what I say. I think that that this could be very promising. And if you've read the feasibility study, Southwest Open here. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is to select a representative to the CUD and an alternative. Does someone want to make a motion to select a representative?
I'd like to nominate, can we do, sorry about the echo, I don't understand about that. Can we nominate a representative and an alternative at the same time? Or
yes. No, let's do it in one motion.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Zahn and Michael as the rep and the alternative, and either one of them as rep and alternative, they could choose as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
Well, I
it
think
should
that we
be
need to-
clear in your motion, please.
Yeah, I think so. And
Okay, I nominate Zahn to be the representative and Michael to be the.
do I have a second for that motion?
I will second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? Okay, are you saying something, Zahn? You're muted.
Yes, I'd like to try. Thank you. Sorry. There is an actual form that I sent, I think, to Richard. I don't know if you have I don't know if I sent it to Peter or not. We have to actually complete this form once we get this done. That just can be forwarded then to the CUD. I'll let them know that we have to have evidence from our minutes and then this other document that will place our representative and alternative so they have information. And then we're essentially in, as far as I understand.
If you send that to me, I'll take care of that, Zahn.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry, what?
You don't have the document?
I'm sorry, I did not receive it.
Okay, I'm not even sure if I sent it to you. Okay.
Okay.
I'll send it along.
Okay, so the paperwork will be completed, and we voted, and that motion has carried unanimously. Oh, we didn't vote yet?
You did not vote yet.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Veranda Porch, on the motion for the representative and alternative, what say you? You're muted. You're muted, Veranda.
Okay, am I not now?
Yes, you are. What say you? That's all you need to say. Aye. Thank you. Zahn.
Aye.
Rusty.
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. So the motion is carried unanimous. Congratulations to our select board. I think that we've really done something super here. Thank you very much. Okay, on to the next item on our agenda is the grant list extension. Peter, do you want to speak to that, please?
Yes, I would be happy to. So I shared a document with all the select board members prior to the meeting. Lisa received a letter from the director of the Property Valuation and Review Division within the Department of Taxes, informing us that the state has offered an extension on the submission of the grand list to all towns across the state. There is really nothing for us to do. We already have this extension. It's just that the select board needs to have a motion acknowledging that we have received this extension and then have the select board chair sign this document that I shared with you.
And what's the date? What's the date?
We need to return this to the on or before the 24th of June.
And when is the extension till then?
The extension, good question, Richard. So the extension is until the 15th of September. There's two different there's two different deadlines. One is the 15th of August and the second is the 15th of September. Lisa did inform me that it is her goal and intention to have the grand list submitted to the state by the original deadline, which is the end of June. But she basically wants the select board to approve this just in case there are any unique circumstances that arise due to COVID-19.
Okay, so do we put in the motion August 15th or September 15th?
You don't even need to put in a date. You just, in the motion, someone can move to accept the deadline extension by the Department of Property Valuation and Review.
Okay, do I have a motion to do that? I'll do that. I motion that we do that.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Veranda. Is there any discussion? Okay, I shall take the roll. Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On old business, oh yes, this is old business, the dog issues. Not the ordinance, but the dog issues. Peter and I had a conversation earlier this afternoon, or later this afternoon, and I asked Peter just to see if he could clarify for me and us where we are with the various complaints that we've had about dogs. I know that one of them is the letter that Miranda and Michael and Peter worked on, and we want to get that out to our correspondent, to that complainer, right?
Yep. So I did look through the previous information, and more in the short version is more or less everything has been followed up. The one outstanding thing was to send this letter to the dog owner from Lee Road from the incident involving the dog bite several weeks back. And then, as Richard and I discussed this afternoon, we were going to follow up with the one of the complainants from that situation with whom we've had previous conversation, just to let that individual know that a letter has been sent to the dog owner, and that the select board has followed up with the limited action that can be taken at this time.
Mm-hmm. But we do express a warning in that letter.
That is correct. So this is a letter that Miranda and I drafted, and then several of you gave additional input on. And it was my understanding, since various people had given input, just that we wanted general approval from the select board to send this to the dog owner.
And does anybody disapprove of that letter?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm really glad that you restored the paragraph about settling it amicably, because I think it's really important for everybody, the complainers and the dog owner, to try to be neighborly if they can.
Yep. So I think that's a palliative in that letter.
I guess it sounds like this conversation that been on the Lee Road incident, which I realize is the oldest and most serious one, but we've had other complaints. And is there any action needed on those other complaints?
The other complaints were situations, as I shared at the last select board meeting, the other complaints were not actually events that occurred. Certain people had been warned by specific dog owners that their dog was aggressive towards other animals, and were warned to avoid the dog, which is somewhat out of in violation of this, in a roundabout way, of the current ordinance. So I did respond to them, both people. One situation, the neighbors worked it out, and the owner of the dog did install a dog fence, and it has been working. And the complainant did respond to me that she felt that the situation was resolved amicably, so that's positive. And then the other people that I did hear from made it clear that they have not had an incident, but they are concerned as they see the dog roaming about quite regularly.
Can I suggest that, Peter, that you establish a dog complaint file?
I already have one, Richard.
Okay, good. And is that accessible by the select board, or is that in your files?
That is accessible only on the server here in the town office, which if select board wishes to see it, you could come in and do so. The other option would be, I suppose I could create a folder on the Google Drive and put that information in there and share that with all of the select board members if you wish me to do that.
I don't need that, but I'm glad to hear that there's a file being kept.
Yep, there was a procedure in place prior to my employment with the town, and I have been following along with that previous.
Okay, and so does that file have, so if you have a letter, let's say from one of our citizens about a dog, does the file have where the status is in regard to that communication?
Not specifically, no. It has communications either from complainants or to people who are the dog owners of those situations.
So you might, I would suggest that you have an open and closed case file.
Okay.
so that we know what's open and we know what's closed. I'm just concerned that we are, as a select board, when we get a complaint, that we are very communicative and responsive to the citizens of our town, because obviously the dog issues are very important to some people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion. Good idea.
Yeah. Okay, now the dog ordinance, which is the next item, you all had the revised dog ordinance, which you should have seen was filled in. Michael and I spent quite a bit of time, and Peter too, in creating a revised dog ordinance. The main feature of the revision, I would say, was the penalties, which we wanted, Michael and I both agreed should be stricter. So we tried to do that, and there were no penalties for the so-called vicious dog. There were penalties for the potentially vicious dog, but there were no penalties for the vicious dog, and we added those. And I think that in your copy of the revision, you should see that. And that, to me, that's what the major change was in the document. Michael, do you want to add to that? Michael?
Yeah, I'm thinking. That was a pretty good summary, I thought.
You're muted, Veranda. Can you unmute?
Okay, yes. It's a little, and yes.
But you look marvelous.
Why, thank you. I dressed up. I'm looking at the penalties and the waiver of penalties, and I don't really understand the waiver of penalties part.
Do you want to speak to that, Peter?
I was just going to do so. So the way that VLCT put their draft document together, they gave Vermont towns the ability to implement a waiver fee. And the waiver fee is such that if a dog owner openly admits that there was an incident, that instead of pursuing legal action, which is what would have to happen in order for the fines to be implemented, that we could implement a waiver fee, which would be a reduction in the original fine by the owner admitting to the incident, and then it would not go through the Vermont judicial system.
So there's no contest, basically.
Correct.
Yeah. Does that explain it to you, Veranda? We took the waiver fee out. We took the waiver fee out of the vicious dog. However, there's no waivers for a vicious dog. Isn't that right, Peter? As I recall.
That is correct, Richard. Because we felt in the discussion that Richard shared with me from him and Michael, is the feeling was that if there is a vicious dog incident, that the town wants to make it clear that that is unacceptable, and so that those fines would be pursued in a legal manner.
And a vicious dog incident means that the dog has bit somebody and there's medical involvement.
Yeah, medical care is needed.
Yeah, Rusty, did you want to add something?
Yeah, you sort of answered it. I just wanted to know what the definition of vicious was.
Yeah.
You answered it for me.
So that's the difference.
So, do we now have the ability to have a hearing after the first vicious incident if somebody is, requires medical attention? Is that one of the?
I thought that's the way that it reads. Yes.
That's kind of one of the fundamental changes that we didn't really have the ability to do that.
Yes, that's
before,
under Michael.
Right?
That is under Section 9.
Yeah. Section 9.
Which I feel better about. I mean, that serious incident on Lee Road.
Section 9 outlines the sequence of the investigation.
And so now it is at the discretion of the select board to hold that hearing at any point. It is no longer after a third incident. It can now happen. So if the select board deems a vicious dog incident one time is sufficient to hold a hearing, then we have a hearing. And I think that's a good change.
Yes, it is.
I agree.
I think
so. I feel better about that.
Further discussion?
I just would like to add, just so the select board is aware, that per state statute, that should you adopt this new ordinance this evening, that it will not become effective for 60 days to enable residents opportunity to petition against it if they so wish. I don't suspect that will happen, but it is a legal requirement by the state.
So then is there a legal requirement that we have to put this out in a public way, let people know that action was taken tonight, and sort of give a 60-day, grace period for people to respond?
Excellent questions on it. And the answer to that is yes. I have to make a posting on the town website with a full draft, or not draft, but a full copy of the new ordinance. And I also have to post it in our newspaper of record. Thankfully, the state several years ago changed the statute. The reason being is previously we had to publish the entirety of the new ordinance in the newspaper, and they now allow us to reference the new ordinance and tell people where they can find it so they can review it. Otherwise, we would have had to publish 8 pages in the newspaper, which would have been quite costly.
Do you think it would be useful to put a summary of the changes in the new ordinance on Front Porch Forum so that it would be widely disseminated? Because I'm sure that more people read Front Porch Forum than go to the town website.
I would make an alternate suggestion that you could put on Front Porch Forum that there has been a revision of the dog ordinance. I think if you how to summarize it and what to summarize is a little bit. I wouldn't be in favor of that myself.
I would say that's at the discretion of the select board to directly answer your question. So the rest, all of you would need to decide if that was something you wanted me to do. What I previously stated are the legal requirements of what I need to do.
It would be good to put a simple statement on a Front Porch Forum with a link or something, or some way in which people can go and see it, but that we wouldn't spend time on Front Porch Forum trying to explain to people what was going on.
That's what I was getting at.
And also importantly, wherever it is on the, it appears on our website, it needs to have contact information for select board members or you, Peter, so that people with questions can have ready access to.
Yep. That's part of the legal requirement is there has to be contact information, minimum of telephone number or mailing address or email for a select board representative. We don't need to put all of your information up there, but I will certainly have my name and contact information on there.
Yeah, I would like you to be the contact, Peter.
I'm going to just ask if there's any support for the idea of posting all highway signs, new dog ordinance. These venues that we're talking about aren't going to reach.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Affected by, I'm sorry, is my connection bad?
Ours just gone haywire.
No, you sound very clear.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
I think keep it short, but I just think we should post it on the programmable highway sign just to reach as many people as possible that don't use Front Porch Forum or the newspaper or the town website. And people drive their cars by these signs. That's universal.
I'm not sure I like that idea. What's the rest of the select board feel?
I don't think the newspaper is really a medium that, I subscribe to the Reformer, but, I think it's a bit of a dinosaur at this point.
I'm just concerned about the use of that sign, and are we going to use that sign for everything that the select board, every action the select board takes? I don't think that's the purpose of the sign. But I'm happy to defer to.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Richard. I'm concerned about like the safety of kids, and I really want to get the message out. And I don't want to abuse those signs either, and put out every little message that isn't necessary. But I don't know. I feel pretty strongly about trying to really put the word out that if you have a dog that's out of control, want to do whatever we can.
Well, let me take a consensus. I say no to that. And what do others say?
I don't care for the idea of putting a notice on that sign. And further, I think people are an issue of dogs is very emotionally volatile.
Yes,
Both
that's part of
the
it.
dog owners who think Fido is misunderstood, and people who don't want anybody in their family to get bitten. And so being fair and clear and low key, I think, is important.
I agree with that. Zahn, do you have an opinion?
I agree. I agree with what you both said. Sorry, Michael. I think that it's just important that we. It's also important to me that we not sort of give the community the sense that we're trying every possible way we can to connect to you, and we're probably missing somehow. So please tell us how we can try harder. I think that we need to help the community understand that there are 2 or 3 ways that we speak to the community, and it's up to the community to sort of figure that part out as best they can.
Yeah, thank you. Rusty, do you have an opinion?
I agree. You can't put every revision or everything we do for the select board on that sign, so I agree with you.
Sorry, Michael.
That's okay. Fair enough.
Good try.
Very nicely put. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I would add that
I need a motion to accept the revised dog ordinance.
I just briefly want to just add one thing is that all legal notices and other forms of notices similar to that are also all published on the Brattleboro Reformer website, which anyone can access those notices without having to pay for a subscription.
Oh, I see.
So thank you, Peter. I'm looking for a motion to.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much. I think we've made a great deal of progress in that revision. And that's a good thing.
Thank you. I want to just say thank you for all that good work. It was very much easier to read this and kind of think about it in the fashion that it came this time. So I appreciate that very much.
You're very good. Okay, now Constable and Dog Officer Peter, would you like to speak to that issue?
Yes. So at the first meeting after town meeting, you folks did appoint a young man who's recently moved to Guilford as the constable. There was some discussion with him about him taking the role of dog officer at that same time. He was rather reluctant to do so. One of the things with that is he had family experience related to that, as well as it would be best if that individual took some training about being a dog officer. And with the surge of COVID-19, obviously all those types of trainings went out the window, at least temporarily. The additional thing, as I had shared previously with Richard, one of the things that the select board at that time felt was important was doing a background check on that individual, which we need to follow up with our insurance company about additional information related to that, or I need to follow up on that. So really, we don't have a dog officer at the moment because that individual really was uncertain about taking on that role. So that's kind of where the situation is.
So we need a dog officer.
We do need a dog officer. And just to also, sorry to interrupt, Richard, just to briefly add, this is a problem throughout the entire state of Vermont. This is not unique to Guilford. Many towns across the state have this issue where they struggle to fill this role. In other states, this is commonly filled at the county level, but because we don't have county government, we don't have that as an option.
Is there any select board member who would also like to be the dog officer?
No.
Just thought I'd ask.
Why don't we form a communications dog district? And a bunch of towns together, they'll get one dog officer.
Well, you joke about that, but that's actually been a discussion amongst, at least about a year and a half ago, that was actually a discussion amongst several of the town administrators and town managers within the Windham County region to look at the potential of doing that. And if each town contributed a small amount of money, say several $1,000s, and that individual, had 10 different towns that they worked for, that person could potentially have part-time to a full-time job depending on the needs of each community.
Sure.
But
can I suggest that we have that advertised again on the Front Porch Forum and on our website, that we're looking for a dog officer?
Sure. Would you like me to put an advertisement in the newspaper?
Sure.
Okay, I will do so.
Okay, on to the next.
I would just say if we get no response, well, no, let's wait and see if we get responses, because I'm in favor of the idea of towns and, this alternative sounds good.
So, okay, maybe
see how it goes.
Before we move on, does it make sense to reach out to the select boards of adjacent towns and ask them if they want to pursue this actively?
But I think that's good. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah.
And Peter, can you do that? I mean,
of course, that's what my job is.
I would say
for.
towns in our vicinity,
Yes, well, the adjacent towns.
Yeah, good idea. Okay, on to the next item on the agenda, which is potential budget shortfall scenarios. This is where we were asking you to look at the fiscal budget that will go in effect on July 1st. And if you could identify hypothetically where you thought cuts could be made. Does anybody have any suggestions in that regard besides me?
Richard, we had the finance committee meeting today.
Yeah.
They came up with some ideas, some recommendations. They wanted to know if the select board would report out measures that have been enacted or have been contemplated to reduce the budget for this year. They recommended that we look over the overtime policy and how we do overtime. And they wanted to know what we're doing about, are you and going to be doing about the highway staffing levels and like part-time versus full-time work. Analysis of aberrations, if any, between terms of personnel policy and employee practices that have financial applications.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I don't know if we can solve any of that ourselves tonight, but the Finance Advisory Committee is going to look into those items.
They would like to know what we're doing about that. They want us to tell them so they can work on it themselves.
Uh-huh.
Rusty, could you please say what the second thing on your list was?
There's overtime and the overtime policy. Is that the one you were talking about?
No, the next one.
Okay, the highway staffing.
Thank you.
They were wondering, I guess we have, 5 people working now?
Yes. So I just want to point out that this, while in some ways it does relate to the budget shortfall scenarios, it is somewhat of a distinctly separate topic that was not previously warned on this, as well as Sheila and I are working, or will be working on drafting a memo to the select board touching on the topics a little bit more clearly and what questions the Finance Advisory Committee has on the topics that Rusty elucidated moments ago.
Great. So I would say, Don, were you wanting to say something?
No, except that I noticed that these issues are strike me as personnel issues, and none of the other topics on the sheet that we were given. And we talked about the idea of separating personnel from everything else. So it sounds like we're walking into it now here, potentially.
Well, that's where the money is, really. You think about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I mean, and there are, so you know, when I was looking at the budget, I I mean, one would hope that personnel cuts would be the last kinds of cuts that an organization has to make, because we're talking about human capital and human resources. But I mean, I looked at the overtime, staff travel, for instance, and other aspects. The potential raises that we were giving for the next fiscal year are also something that we need to look at. So I don't know how does the select board want to handle it. I don't think that we are going to sit down and study these things tonight and make decisions about them. But shall we organize ourselves in a way? Shall we wait for Peter and Sheila to give us those questions in an articulated form, and then form a study committee that will be looking thoroughly into the budget and answers to those questions?
I think personally, I think that's a wise decision, Richard. And I also think, as Zahn wisely noted, that this is kind of a middle area that partially falls into personnel situation, and we have to be cautious how we discuss that publicly, as well as it's also a financial situation. But because those topics that Rusty spoke on relate to personnel, we have to be careful how that's discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has anybody talked to Danny about possible cuts on the highway crew?
I haven't.
No, I have not.
And the fifth person is not a permanent, right? That's just a supplemental addition.
Grant.
That's Alan that we're talking about, right?
Yes. So you folks previously informally agreed that it was okay for him to work on the grant project that needed to be finished on Carpenter Hill Road, because his wages for that work will be reimbursed as part of the grant. But you did not really authorize any additional work by him at this time due to COVID-19. And then I believe that Danny and Richard were meant to have a follow-up conversation about that, and I don't know if that occurred.
No, it did not occur. So one thought I have is that I think that this should be, as we do with the budget, we have special meetings of the select board. And it seems to me that that this requires a special meeting. I wish we could sit down together in person and go over these things, but at the present time we can't. But I think my thinking just spontaneously is that we wait for Sheila and Peter, and if Rusty is adding to that the articulation of what the Finance Advisory Committee is suggesting that we look at, and we have that document, and we call us a one or two, or if it's more, special meetings to just talk about where we might make cuts in the budget, hypothetically, because this is all hypothetical, because it all depends on what the tax revenue is going to produce. And we don't know for sure that we're going to have diminished tax revenues this year. It's a possibility, but we want to be ready for the possibility. So that's my suggestion, and I'm wondering what the select board thinks about that. One, to have this note from Peter and Sheila, and then to use that as a kind of study guide to call several, one or more special meetings to go over the budget. Just as we created the budget, now we have to review the budget.
I thank you, Richard. I think I love the idea. It's more meetings, but I love the idea of being able to talk this through in a careful way and consider things. The other piece that will help me make decisions is guidance from, I don't know whom, VLCT perhaps, about what level of cuts. I know that's been put out there. Peter did this worksheet about various levels of cuts, but are we honing into any reality here? Are other communities beginning to understand it's going to be a 10%, a 40%, cut that's going to be required.
Zon, that's really the big unknown that no one has an answer to. And yes, VLCT is working hard, but they have unfortunately no concrete advice at the moment. And they are working very heavily with our state legislature and with the governor to try and figure out some form of financial assistance for communities, since we really don't know what's going to happen. And some towns are making immediate cuts effective now. Some towns are making cuts effective July 1st with the new fiscal year, even though they don't really know what's going to happen because taxes aren't collected till October.
Well, and so are there examples of, or any talk anywhere about the notions of any softness around the dates for taxes being paid or fines? Or is everyone going to get, who can't pay because of COVID, are they going to get slapped with an interest payment that's binding? Isn't there? I hope there's some talk at the state level about that.
So the interest level for local, the interest payment for local taxes is up to, if I remember correctly from what Penny told me, that the interest payment only is up to the select board as to whether or not the select board wishes to waive the interest payment on delinquent taxes. As our delinquent tax collector, I would personally prefer to defer to her and have, whether she writes a memo to the select board or how she communicates or joins a select board meeting. She's the expert in this topic, and I think she would be able to better speak to it.
There is some state guidance. I sent it to Penny as the treasurer, and I'll send it to all of us. It came up from VLCT about where the state at the present time is thinking about interest rates and so forth on delinquent taxes. So I will, I'll send that out tomorrow morning. I found it very informative, and so much so that I thought that Penny should be looking at it. One thing that we could do is, I think maybe that could guide us, is that Peter did do that what was it, 4 percentages?
Yep.
Was 4 percentages, and maybe we could use that as a guide and look at the budget and see and hypothetically come out with whether we're at 15%. Okay, then we're going to go here and there to make that 15%, and then to the next one was 25%, and so for each of those percentages, we could identify in the budget where the cuts would come from and add them up. I think that might be a very practicable way of moving.
Yeah, like if we had to cut 10%, these are the places we would go for that. If we need to go 20, these are the places so we could prioritize our cuts.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Something like that?
But we won't know the cuts until October, correct?
Right, but we would
the
be doing
percentages
this.
we lost.
Yeah, that's correct. But we could start making decisions about where we're going to turn first when we have to make those cuts.
Yeah.
And something that's very interesting is the unknown of how people are going to be moving to work. I'm thinking about the highway budget and wear and tear on our roads and the need to get out to a job, school, or other forms of work first thing in the morning. And I wonder whether there's going to be a difference in the way that our constituents, our people, are going to be living, which might affect highway use, road.
Yeah. So if I could summarize where I think we've got to here is that Peter and Sheila are meeting to come up with a series of questions, framing questions from the Finance Advisory Committee to the Select Board. The Select Board will take those questions and study them, and then we will have at least one special meeting, probably it's going to be two, to come up with a hypothetical scenario where we would make those cuts using the 4 percentages that Peter established that might possibly happen in with the impact of COVID to our budget because of lost revenues. Does that sound like where we've been?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, Peter, we'll look forward to getting that kind of guiding document from you and Sheila.
Yes, indeed.
And perhaps
I would also, if you haven't already done so, what I did was I went to the budget and looked at each line item and said, if it's necessary, we could cut there. And so I have a list in my notebook of where I think possible cuts could be made. And I urge you all to do that too, which will keep you informed. The budget is on our Google Docs, is in the Google Docs.
Okay.
Okay, did anybody want to further say something? Okay, then on to Peter's update.
Richard, I was just going to offer that perhaps a couple of us could safely meet at social distance and have individual, twosome study groups to just go through, let's say, your list and my list, and try to come to our group meeting with fewer variables.
Yes, I would be happy to do that. I have a big lawn, so if people would like to do that, we can meet on my lawn and compare lists.
Remember,
I'll put out an invitation.
Just remember, if more than two of you.
Nice. Oh, wait a minute, though. But we have to be careful of the meeting laws.
Open meeting law, yes. So if more than two of you meet at Richard's house, it has to be a meeting that is open to the public.
Oh, well, maybe just two of us. I'll meet with you at my house veranda.
Okay. And to make
and I'm happy to go to anybody's house who invites me.
Likewise.
You're muted, Zon. Zon, you're muted.
Maybe Richard, Veranda should meet with Richard, then somebody should meet with Veranda, then somebody should meet with that person. Just chain mail it and then reduce it that way.
Yeah, right.
Be careful because that has been viewed as a violation of open meeting law previously in other towns.
Oh, you
mean the chain?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, on to Peter, your update on COVID-19.
Yep, I'll try and make this brief as I have been doing. So, sounds like we're getting feedback from somebody, possibly Michael. Thank you. So as everyone now knows, just over a week ago, the governor extended his stay home, stay safe order until the 15th of June. On a positive note, Vermont currently no longer has anyone in the ICU with a case of COVID-19. And at the moment, Vermont has the lowest total case numbers in the country. So it's very positive for us, particularly in light of the fact that several of our neighboring states are seeing increases in their caseloads. Governor Scott has also been pushing for a minimum of 1,000 new tests per day. And for the past several days, the state has been exceeding 1,000 tests per day. And with this increased level of testing, residents of Vermont that are symptom-free can go and get tested. Obviously, you have to go through your primary care provider, but you can get tested. Last week, Governor Scott also allowed the opening of parks, beaches, and other similar outdoor type recreation areas as long as people follow social distancing guidelines. There was also some very limited reopening of municipal buildings with quite a number of caveats, which I shared with the select board and town staff. Towns are also permitted to pass emergency measures which require the use of face masks in all buildings and businesses in town. Burlington and Brattleboro have already passed such emergency measures. And many other towns are in the process of passing similar regulations. And last but not least, on one of my EMD calls conference calls last week. Senator Leahy joined us, and he spoke briefly about work that he has been doing in the Senate to craft a financial care package, as he worded it, to assist municipalities and counties across the United States. And so it has passed one of the houses in the legislature and is currently before the Senate, in which there are some heated discussions happening. But he's very proud of the work that's been done on that, and it's, as he noted, it's been across the aisle, and he's hoping that there are enough people that can support it to help municipalities across the country work through this pandemic at a financial level.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any comments or questions for Peter? It was a good summary. Okay, on to the warrants.
Okay, so I move that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week 5/17/20 for $6,647.63. Payroll week 5/24/20 for $6,131.42. Expense warrant 2022 for the sum of $19,790.77, and expense warrant FW22 for the sum of $131.50, for a total of $32,701.32. The greatest expenses being once again gravel and insurance.
Do I have a second? Zahn seconds that. Is there any discussion? I'll take the roll then. Veranda?
Aye.
Aye.
Zahn? Rusty?
Aye.
Aye.
Michael? Richard? Aye. So the warrants will be paid. Thank you very much. Any communications this week, Peter?
None. Oh, sorry, none.
Okay. Actions taken.
Actions.
Do you want to handle that?
Yep, actions taken during this meeting was the Select Board approved joining the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. The Select Board appointed Zahn as the CUD representative and Michael as the alternative. The Select Board approved the deadline extension on the grand list. The Select Board adopted the amended dog ordinance, and actions to be taken is Peter to advertise the role of dog officer on various sources, the website, etc., and Peter to contact adjacent communities about the possibility of a joint dog officer role across communities.
Good. I'd like to insert different actions taken for every one of our meetings, which is to look at the minutes of the previous meeting and what those actions were that we had said should be taken, to see whether those actions have been taken.
And Richard, that's already on this list, and I have them in front of me.
Okay, so I have Peter to speak with Dan about Alan's extra hours.
Which I did, and that's why Dan was going to speak with Richard about that topic, as you are his direct supervisor.
Right. And then the second one is Peter to draft a letter of support for BGCC and share it with Richard prior to sending it.
And that was also done.
Okay, Michael, Richard, and Peter to review final details of amended dog ordinance.
Also done.
Yep. Peter to share a draft letter to dog owner with Select Board.
Also done.
RFP for Tater Lane Covered Project.
Also done.
And Richard to discuss potential budget cuts with Penny, which I did do.
And all those items are
one question. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I just wanted you to clarify what I was doing there, because I was.
One question. Sorry. The joining the CUD form for that. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Form we need to process through, like, I think, and submit.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
sure. Thank you, Michael. So,
Can we add that as an action item?
Oh,
yes,
put
I'm
in the
doing
list.
so.
Yes.
So,
Peter, we need to forward a copy of our minutes
Yes.
to the CUD and fill out this other form.
Yep.
Those two things.
Okay, I just wanted to go back where I was at when I was giving that list. Those were the actions that we wanted to be taken in our previous meeting, and I'm just wanting to go over those at every meeting so that we know that, so we can check them off.
Which we have been doing, Richard. I've been reading those out at the end of each meeting.
Okay, good, excellent. So now I think our next is, if I'm not mistaken, is there a motion to adjourn? Rusty, thank you. Do I have a second?
I have Michael as a second.
Okay, is there any discussion? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
You might want to take a vote, Richard.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. All those in favor, Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty? And Michael?
Aye.
And Richard? Aye. So that we move that unanimously. Thank you very much. We're so adjourned.
Have a good evening.
Yes, thank you, Peter.
All right.